advantage of having the boy in my power to get him off the drugs, but I wasn't strong enough to watch him suffer so horrendously. Freddie recovered quickly, to the surprise of the doctor, who'd expected him to be laid up for a couple of months, and was soon dancing like Michael Jackson with his arm in a sling, but there was still blood in his urine. Joe Martin and Chino took charge of revenge against the rival gang. They felt they couldn't let an insult that serious go by unanswered. The beating Freddie got in the black neighborhood affected me very deeply. In Brandon Lehman's fragmentary universe, people came and went without leaving any memories. Some left, others ended up in prison or dead, but Freddie wasn't one of those anonymous shadows. He was my friend. Seeing him in the hospital breathing with difficulty, in great pain, unconscious at times, tears flooded my eyes. I suppose I was also crying for myself. I felt trapped, and I could no longer keep kidding myself about addiction. I depended on alcohol, pills, marijuana, cocaine, and other drugs to get through the day. When I woke up in the morning with a ferocious hangover from the previous night, I'd make a firm plan to clean myself up, but before half an hour had passed, I'd given in to the temptation of a drink. Just a shot of vodka to get rid of the headache, I promised myself. The headache persisted, and the bottle was within reach. I couldn't kid myself about being on vacation, marking time before going to college. I was among criminals. One careless mistake, and I could end up dead or, like Freddie, plugged into half a dozen tubes and machines in a hospital. I was very scared, although I refused to acknowledge my fear, that feline crouching in the pit of my stomach. An insistent voice kept reminding me of the danger. How couldn't I see it? Why didn't I flee before it was too late? What was I waiting for to call my family? But another resentful voice answered that my fate didn't matter to anyone. If my popo were alive, he would have moved heaven and earth to find me, but my father couldn't be bothered. You didn't call me because you still hadn't suffered enough, Maya, my Nini told me when we saw each other again. The worst of the Nevada summer came with temperatures in the hundreds. But since I lived with air conditioning and only went out at night, I didn't suffer too much. My habits did not vary, the work going on as ever. I was never alone. The gym was the only place where Brandon Lehman's associates left me in peace, because although they didn't come into the hotels and casinos, they waited for me outside. He had grown weaker. The skin hung off his arms like wrinkled cloth, and his tattoos had lost their original design. You could count his ribs and vertebrae. He was gaunt, haggard, and looked very tired. Joe Martin noticed before anyone else and started to put on airs and question Lehman's orders, while the secretive Chino said nothing, but seconded his partner in dealing behind the boss's back and fiddling the accounts. They did it so openly that Freddie and I commented on it. Don't open your mouth, Laura, because they'll make you pay. Those guys don't forgive, the kid warned me. The gorillas were careless in front of Freddie, who they considered a harmless clown, a junkie with his brain already fried. However, his brain worked better than either of theirs, no doubt about that. I tried to convince the kid that he could rehabilitate himself, go to school, do something with his future, but he answered me with the cliché that school had nothing to teach him, he was learning in the University of Life. He repeated Lehman's lapidary phrase. It's too late for me. At the beginning of October, Lehman flew to Utah and drove back in a brand new blue Mustang convertible with a silver stripe and black interior. He informed me that he'd bought it for his brother, who for some complicated reason was unable to purchase it himself. Adam, who lived a 12-hour drive away, would send someone to pick it up in a couple of days. A vehicle like that could not stay for a single minute on the streets of this neighborhood without disappearing or being disemboweled, so Lehman immediately put it away in one of the two garages of the building that had secure doors, the rest being caverns full of waste, hovels for passing addicts and spontaneous fornicators. Some destitute people lived for years in those caves, defending their square yard of space against other strays and the rats. The next day Brandon Lehman sent his associates to pick up a package in Fort Ruby, one of Nevada's 600 ghost towns that he used as meeting points with his Mexican supplier, and after they'd left, he invited me to go for a drive in the Mustang. The powerful engine, the smell of new leather, the wind in my hair, sun on my skin, the immense landscape sliced by the knife of the highway, the mountains against the pale cloudless sky, all contributed to getting me drunk with freedom. The feeling of freedom contrasted starkly with the fact that we passed near several federal prisons. It was a hot day, and although the worst of the summer was already past, the panorama soon turned incandescent and we had to put the top up and turn on the air conditioning. "You know that Joe Martin and Chino were robbing me, don't you?" he asked me. I preferred to keep quiet. That was not a subject he'd bring up for no reason. Denying it would imply I had my head in the clouds, and an affirmative reply would be admitting betrayal by not having told him. It had to happen sooner or later, Brandon Lehman added. "I can't count on anyone's loyalty." "You can count on me," I murmured, with the feeling of slipping on oil. "I hope so. Joe and Chino are a couple of imbeciles. They won't be better off with anyone else. I've been very generous with them." "What are you going to do?" "Replace them, before they replace me." We were silent for several miles, but when I was starting to think the confidences had run out, he returned to the charge. "One of the cops wants more money. If I give it to him, he'll just want more." "What do you think, Laura?" "I don't know anything about that." We drove for another few miles without speaking. Brandon Lehman, who was starting to get anxious, left the road in search of a private spot, but we found ourselves in a patch of dry earth, rocks, spiny shrubs, and stunted grass. We got out of the car in plain view of the traffic and crouched down behind the open door, and I held the lighter while he heated up the mixture. In less than a second he shot up. Then we shared a pipe of weed to celebrate our daring. If we got pulled over by the highway patrol, they'd find an unregistered illegal firearm, cocaine, heroin, marijuana, Demerol, and a few other pills loose in a bag. Those pigs would find something else that we wouldn't be able to explain away either, Brandon Lehman added enigmatically, laughing his head off. He was so high that I had to drive, even though my experience behind the wheel was minimal and the bong had clouded my vision. We drove into the town of Beatty, which appeared uninhabited at that hour of the day, and stopped for lunch at a Mexican place, its sign decorated with cowboys with hats and lariats, that inside turned out to be a smoky casino. In the restaurant, Lehman ordered a couple of tequila slammers, 2 random dishes, and the most expensive bottle of red wine on the menu. I made an effort to eat, while he moved the contents of his plate around with his fork, drawing little tracks in his mashed potatoes. "Do you know what I'll do with Joe and Chino? Since I'll have to give that cop what he wants anyway, I'm going to ask him to pay me back by doing me a little favor." 2 men without involving me in any way. I grasped his meaning and remembered the girls that Lehman had employed before me and had gotten rid of. I saw with terrifying clarity the abyss open at my feet and once more thought of fleeing, but was again paralyzed by the sensation of sinking in thick molasses, inert, with no will of my own. I can't think. My brain feels like it is full of sawdust, too many pills, too much weed, vodka. I don't even know what I've taken today. I have to get clean, I muttered silently to myself, while I knocked back a second glass of wine, after finishing the tequila. Brandon Lehman was leaning back in his chair, with his head on the backrest and his eyes closed. The light was hitting him from one side, accentuating his prominent cheekbones, hollow face, and the green circles under his eyes. He looked like his own skull. "Let's go back," I proposed with a spasm of nausea. "I've got something to do in this goddamn town first." "Order me a coffee," he replied. As always, Lehman paid in cash. We walked out of the air-conditioned restaurant into the merciless heat of Beatty, which according to him was a dump for radioactive waste and only existed because of tourism to Death Valley, 10 minutes drive away. He drove in a zigzag to a place where they rented storage spaces, low cement structures with a string of turquoise-painted metal doors. He'd been there before. He walked straight up to one of the doors with no hesitation. He ordered me to stay in the car while he clumsily manipulated the heavy industrial combination locks, swearing he was having trouble focusing his eyes, and his hands had been trembling a lot for quite a while. When he opened the door, he motioned me to come over. The sun lit up a small room in which there was nothing but two big wooden crates. From the trunk of the Mustang he took out a black plastic sports bag marked El Paso, Texas, and we went inside the deposit, which was boiling hot. I couldn't help but think in terror that Lehman might leave me buried alive inside that storage locker. He grabbed my arm firmly and stared straight at me. "Remember when I told you that we'd do great things together?" "Yes. The moment has arrived. I hope you won't let me down." I nodded, frightened by his threatening tone and at finding myself alone with him in that oven without another living soul around. Lehman crouched down, opened the bag, and showed me the contents. It took me a moment to realize that those green sample, soon there'll be a lot more. "You realize I'm giving you a tremendous display of trust, no? You're the only decent person I know, apart from my brother. Now you and I are associates. What do I have to do?" I murmured. "Nothing, for the moment, but if I give you the word or something happens to me, you should immediately call Adam and tell him where his El Paso, Texas bag is, got that? Repeat what I just told you. I should call your brother and tell him where his bag is. His El Paso, Texas bag, don't forget that. Have you got any questions? How will your brother open the locks?" "That's none of your fucking business," barked Brandon Lehman with such violence that I shrank back, expecting a blow, but he calmed down, closed the bag, put it on top of one of the crates, and we left. Events sped up from the moment I went with Brandon Lehman to drop off the bag in the storage depot in Beatty, and afterward I couldn't get them straight in my head. Some of them happened simultaneously, and others I didn't witness in person, but found out about later. 2 days later, Brandon Lehman ordered me to follow him in a recently recycled Acura from the clandestine garage, while he drove the Mustang he'd bought in Utah for his brother. I followed him on Route 95, 3/4 of an hour in extreme heat through a landscape of shimmering mirages, as far as Boulder City, which was not on Brandon Lehman's mental map, because it is one of the only 2 cities in Nevada where gambling is illegal. We stopped at a gas station and settled down to wait out of reach of the sun's rays. 20 minutes later a car pulled up with 2 men in it. Brandon Lehman handed them the keys to the Mustang, received a medium-sized travel bag, and got into the Acura beside me. The Mustang and the other car drove off toward the south, and we took the highway back the way we came. However, we didn't go through Las Vegas, but directly to the storage depot in Beatty, where Brandon Lehman repeated the routine of opening the locks without letting me see the combination. He put the bag beside the other one and closed the door. $500,000, Laura. And he rubbed his hands together happily. "I don't like this," I murmured, backing away. "What is it you don't like, bitch?" He went pale and shook me by the arms, but I shoved him away. Whimpering. That sick weakling, who I could crush under my heels, terrified me. He was capable of anything. "Leave me alone. Think about it, woman," said Lehman, in a conciliating tone. "Do you want to carry on leading this fucked up life? My brother and I have it all arranged. We're leaving this damned country, and you're coming with us." "Where to?" "Brazil. In a couple of weeks we'll be on a beach with coconut palms. Wouldn't you like to have a yacht?" "A yacht? What do you mean, a yacht? I just want to go back to California." "So the fucking slut wants to go back to California," he mocked threateningly. "Please, Brandon. I won't tell anybody, I promise. You and your family can go to Brazil, no worries." He walked back and forth, taking huge steps, kicking the concrete ground angrily, while I waited beside the car, dripping with sweat, trying to understand the mistakes I'd made that had led me to this dusty hell and these bags of green bills. I was wrong about you, Laura. You're stupider than I thought, he finally said. You can go to hell, if that's what you want, but for the next 2 weeks you're going to have to help me. Can I count on you? Of course, Brandon, whatever you say. For the moment, don't do anything, apart from keeping your mouth shut. When I tell you, call Adam. Remember the instructions I gave you. Yes, I'll call him and tell him where the 2 bags are. No, you tell him where the El Paso, Texas bags are. That and nothing else. Got it? Yes, of course, I'll tell him the El Paso, Texas bags are here. Don't worry. You have to be very discreet, Laura. If you let one word of this slip, you'll be sorry. Do you want to know exactly what would happen to you? I can give you the details. I swear, Brandon, I won't tell anyone. We returned to Las Vegas in silence, but I was hearing Brandon Lehman's thoughts in my head, ringing like bells. He was going to get rid of me. I had a physical reaction of nausea and felt faint, just as I'd felt when Fedgwick handcuffed me to the bed in that sordid motel. I could see the green glow of the clock. I could sense the pain, the smell, the terror. I have to think, I need a plan. But how was I going to think, when I was intoxicated, our clothes drenched in perspiration and dust? Lehman dropped me off at the gym so I could freshen up before my rounds that night, and he went to the apartment. When he said goodbye, he squeezed my hand and told me not to worry, that he had everything under control. That was the last time I saw him. The gym didn't have the extravagant luxuries of the hotels on the Strip. With their swanky milk baths in marble tubs and their blind masseuses from Shanghai, but it was the biggest and best outfitted in the city, had several workout rooms, various instruments of torture to inflate muscles and stretch tendons, a spa with an à la carte menu of health and beauty treatments, a hair salon for people and another one for dogs, and a covered pool big enough to hold a whale. I considered it my headquarters. I had endless credit and could go to the spa, swim, or do yoga whenever I was in the mood, which was less and less often. Most of the time I was stretched out on a reclining easy chair, my mind blank. I kept my valuables in the lockers, as they would have disappeared from the apartment into the hands of unhappy souls like Margaret or even Freddie, if he was in need. When I got back from Beatty, I washed away the fatigue of the journey in the shower and sweated out the fright in the sauna. My situation seemed less distressing to me, now that I was clean and calm. I had 2 whole weeks, more than enough time to make up my mind about my fate. Any imprudent action on my part would precipitate consequences that could be fatal, I thought. I should keep Brandon Lehman happy until I found a way of freeing myself of him. The idea of a Brazilian beach with palm trees in the company of his family gave me the shivers. I had to go home. When I arrived in Chiloé, I complained that nothing happens here, but I have to retract my words, because something has happened that deserves to be written in gold ink and capital letters. I'm in love. Maybe it is a bit premature to be talking about this, because it only happened 5 days ago, but time means nothing in this case. I'm totally sure of my feelings. How am I supposed to keep quiet when I'm floating on air? That's how capricious love is, as it says in a stupid song that Blanca and Manuel keep crooning at me. They've been making fun of me ever since Daniel appeared on the horizon. What am I going to do with so much happiness, with this explosion in my heart? I'd better start at the beginning. I went to the Isla Grande with Manuel and Blanca to see the Tiradera de una Casa, or house pulling, without dreaming that there, all of a sudden, by chance, something magic, it on the sea, pulled by a couple of boats, and then dragging it across land with 6 teams of oxen to station it in a new spot. If a chilote goes to live on another island, or his well runs dry and he needs to go a few miles to get water, he takes his house with him, like a snail. Because of the humidity, homes in Chiloé are made of wood, without cement foundations, which allows them to be tugged and moved floating on top of logs. The task is done by a minga in which neighbors, relatives, and friends address themselves to the undertaking. Some bring their boats, others their oxen, and the owner of the house supplies food and drink. But in this case the minga was a fake one for tourists, because the same little house goes back and forth across land and sea for months, until it falls to pieces. This would be the last tiradera until next summer, when there would be another migrating house. The idea is to show the world how crazy chilotes are and give pleasure to the innocents who come over in the tourism agencies, buses. Among those tourists was Daniel. We'd had several dry and warm days, unusual at this time of year, which is always rainy. The landscape was different. I'd never seen the sky so blue, the sea so silvered, so many hares in the pastures. I'd never heard such cheerful uproar of birds in the trees. I like the rain. It inspires seclusion and friendship. But in bright sunshine the beauty of these islands and channels is better appreciated. In good weather I can swim without freezing my bones in the icy water and get a bit of a tan, although very carefully, because the ozone layer is so thin here that lambs are sometimes born blind and toads deformed. That's what they say, anyhow. I haven't seen any yet. On the beach all the preparations for the tiradera were ready. Oxen, ropes, horses, 20 men for the heavy work and several women with baskets of empanadas, lots of children, dogs, tourists, locals who didn't like to miss a shindig, 2 carabineros to frighten away the pickpockets, and a church fiscal to pronounce a blessing. In the 1700s, when traveling was very difficult and there weren't enough priests to cover the extensive and disconnected territory of Chiloé, the Jesuits established the post of fiscal, like an elder or a sacristan, which is held by a person with an honorable reputation. The fiscal looks after the church, convenes the congregation, presides at funerals, delivers communion and blessings, and, in cases of real emergency, can even baptize and marry people. With the tide high, the house advanced rolling on the waves like an ancient caravel, towed by 2 boats and submerged up to the windows. On the roof waved a Chilean flag tied to a stick, and 2 boys rode astride the main beam, without any life jackets. As it approached the beach, the caravel was received with a well-deserved round of applause and the men proceeded to anchor it until the tide went out. They'd calculated carefully, so the wait wouldn't be too long. The time flew by in a carnival of empanadas, alcohol, guitars, ball games, and an improvised singing contest, the participants defying each other with double entendres in increasingly risque rhyming verses, as far as I could tell. Humor is the last thing you master in another language, and I've still got a long way to go. When the time came they slid some tree trunks under the house, lined up the teams of oxen, harnessed them to the posts of the house with ropes and chains, and began the monumental task, encouraged by shouts and applause from the onlookers and the carabineros' whistles. The oxen bent their heads low, tensed every muscle of their magnificent bodies, and, at an order from the men, advanced, bellowing. The first tug was faltering, but by the second the animals had coordinated their strength and began walking much faster than I'd imagined, surrounded by the crowd, some running ahead to clear the way, others at the sides urging them on, others pushing the house from the back. What a riot! So much shared exertion and so much fun. I was running around with the kids, shrieking with pleasure, with Faquin in pursuit between the oxen's legs. Every 100 feet or so the pulling would stop, to get the animals lined up again, circulate bottles of wine among the men, and pose for the cameras. It was a circus minga prepared for tourists, but that doesn't take anything away from the human boldness or the determined spirit of the oxen. Finally, when the house was in its place, facing the sea, the fiscal threw holy water over it and the spectators began to disperse. When the outsiders climbed back onto their buses and the chilotes took their oxen away, I sat down on the grass to think back over what I'd seen, regretting not having my notebook with me to write down the details. As I was doing that, I felt watched and looked up into the eyes of Daniel Goodrich, big, round, mahogany color eyes, the eyes of a colt. I felt a spasm of fear in my stomach, As if a fictional character had just materialized, someone I'd known in another reality, in an opera or a Renaissance painting, like the ones I'd seen in Europe with my grandparents. Anyone would think I'm demented. A stranger stands in front of me and my head fills up with hummingbirds. Anyone other than my Nini, that is. She would understand, because that's how it was when she met my Popo in Canada. His eyes were the first thing I saw, eyes with dreamy lids, feminine lashes, and thick brows. It took me almost a whole minute to appreciate the rest. Tall, strong, long-limbed, sensual face, full lips, caramel-colored skin. He was wearing hiking boots, and carrying a video camera and a big dusty backpack. His backpack onto the ground, sat down beside me, and started fanning himself with his hat. He had short black hair, in tight curls. He held out his dark hand, his long fingers, and told me his name. I offered him the rest of my bottle of water, which he drank down in 3 gulps, not worrying about my germs. We started talking about the Tiradura, which he'd filmed from various angles, and I explained that it was a fake one for tourists, but that didn't deflate his enthusiasm. He was from Seattle and had been traveling around South America without any plans or goals, like a vagabond. That's what he called himself, a vagabond. He wanted to see as much as possible and practice the Spanish he'd learned from classes and books, so different from the spoken language. His first days in the country he couldn't understand anything, just as had happened to me, because Chileans use lots of diminutives, speak in a sing-song rhythm and at full speed, swallow the last syllable of every word, and inhale their S's. It's better not to understand most of the nonsense people talk, Auntie Blanca says. Daniel is traveling around Chile, and before he got to Chiloé he was in the Atacama Desert, with its lunar landscapes of salt and its columns of boiling water, in Santiago and other cities, which didn't interest him much, in the forest region, with its smoldering volcanoes and emerald-color lakes, and he's planning to carry on down to Patagonia and Tierra del Fuego, to see the fjords and glaciers. Manuel and Blanca, who'd gone shopping in town, came back far too soon and interrupted us, but Daniel made a good impression on them, and to my delight, Blanca invited him to stay at her house for a few days. I told him nobody can pass through Chiloé without tasting a real currento, and on Thursday we'd be having one on our island, the last of the tourist season, the best in Chiloé, and he couldn't miss it. Daniel didn't wait for us to beg. He'd had time to get used to Chileans, impulsive hospitality, always ready to open their doors to any bewildered stranger who chances to cross their path. I think he accepted only because of me, but Manuel told me not to be so vain. Daniel would have to be an idiot to turn down free food and lodging. We left in the Cahuilla, crossing the calm sea with a nice stern breeze, and arrived in good time to see the black-necked swans that float in the channel, slender and elegant like Venetian gondolas. Steadily past the swans, said Blanca, who talks like a chilota. In the evening light the landscape looked more beautiful than ever. I felt proud to be living in this paradise and to be able to show it to Daniel. I made a sweeping gesture, encompassing the entire managed to catch. He can tease me all he likes in private, but if he thinks he can get away with it in front of Daniel, he's going to be sorry. I let him know that as soon as we were alone. We went up to Blanca's house, where she and Manuel immediately started cooking. Daniel asked if he could take a shower, which he badly needed, and wash a few clothes, while I jogged to our house to get a couple of bottles of good wine, which the Milalobo had given Manuel. I got there in 11 minutes, a world record, having wings on my heels. I had a quick wash, made up my eyes, put on my only dress for the first time ever, and ran back in my sandals with the bottles in a bag, followed by Joaquin with his tongue hanging out and dragging his bad leg. I was gone for a total of 40 minutes, and in that time Manuel and Blanca had improvised a salad and a pasta dish with seafood, which in California is called tutti mare and here noodles with leftovers. Manuel greeted me with a whistle of admiration. He'd only ever seen me in pants and must have thought I have no style. I bought the dress in a second-hand clothing store in Castro, but it is almost new and not too out of date. Daniel came out of the shower freshly shaven, his skin shining like polished wood, so handsome that I had to force myself not to stare too much. We put on ponchos to eat on the porch, because it is already getting chilly. Daniel was very grateful for the hospitality. He said he'd been traveling for months with a minimal budget and he'd slept in the most uncomfortable places or out in the open. He appreciated the table, the good food, the Chilean wine, and the landscape of water, sky, and swans. The slow dance of swans was so elegant against the violet color of the sea that we sat in silence admiring it. Another flock of swans arrived from the west, darkening the last orange shimmerings of the sky with their huge wings, and kept going. These birds, so dignified in appearance and so fierce in their hearts, are designed for sailing. On land they look like fat ducks, but they never look so splendid as when they're in flight. They polished off the Millalobos 2 bottles, and I drank lemonade. I didn't need any wine. I was half drunk on the company. After dessert, baked apples with dulce de leche. Daniel asked naturally if we wanted to smoke a joint. It sent a shiver down my spine. This proposition wasn't going to go over well with the old folks, but they accepted, and to my surprise, Blanca went to look for a pipe. You won't mention any of this at school, Gringuita, she said to me with a They're best, and it must be true, because nobody can compete with her grass, Blanca told us. I'm not very observant. I've been in Doña Lucinda's yard 100 times, helping her dye her wool, without ever noticing the plants. In any case, seeing Blanca and Manuel, that pair of old fogies, passing the water pipe was hard to believe. I smoked too. I know I can without it turning into a need, but I don't dare try alcohol. Not yet, maybe never again. Manuel and Blanca didn't need me to confess the impact Daniel made on me. They guessed as soon as they saw me in a dress and makeup, accustomed as they are to my refugee look. Blanca, a romantic by vocation, is going to make things easy for us, since we don't have a lot of time. Manuel, on the other hand, insists on being an old stick in the mud. Before you die of love, Maya, you might want to find out if this young man is suffering as acutely from the same malady, or if he's planning to carry on his journey and leave you in the lurch, he advised me. With caution like that, nobody would ever fall in love, Manuel. You're not jealous, are you? Quite the contrary, Maya, I'm hopeful. Maybe Daniel will take you to Seattle. It is the perfect city to hide from the FBI and the mafia. You're kicking me out. No, girl, how could I kick you out, when you're the light of my sad old age? He said in the sarcastic tone that makes me furious. I'm just worried you're going to fall flat on your face in this love business. Has Daniel given you any hint about his feelings? Not yet, but he will. You seem very sure. Love at first sight like this one can't be unilateral, Manuel. No, of course, it is an encounter of two souls. Exactly, but it has never happened to you, that's why you mock it. Don't offer opinions on things you don't know anything about, Maya. You're the one who's giving your opinion on something you know nothing about. Daniel is the first American of my age I've seen since I arrived in Chiloé. And the only interesting one I remember. The snotty-nosed kids at high school, the neurotics in Oregon, and the addicts in Las Vegas don't count. We're not the same age. I'm 8 years younger. But I've lived a century more and could give him classes in maturity and life experience. Jokes. Half of them he heard at college, and the other half I learned at the academy. In everything else we're very different. Daniel was adopted a week after he was born by a well-off, well-educated, liberal white couple, the kind of people sheltered under the big umbrella of normality. He'd been a passable student and a good athlete, led an orderly existence, and been able to plan his future with the irrational confidence of someone who hasn't really suffered. He's a healthy guy, sure of himself, friendly, and relaxed. It would be annoying if not for his inquisitive spirit. He's traveled with an open mind, which keeps him from being just another tourist. He decided to follow in the footsteps of his adoptive father and study medicine, finishing his psychiatric residency in the middle of last year, and when he gets back to Seattle, he'll have a job waiting for him in his father's rehabilitation clinic. How ironic. I could have been one of his patients. Daniel's natural, understated happiness, like the happiness of cats, makes me envious. In his wanderings around Latin America, he's lived with the most diverse kinds of people. Filthy rich in Acapulco, Caribbean fishermen, Amazonian woodcutters, coca growers in Bolivia, indigenous Peruvians, and also gang members, pimps, drug smugglers, criminals, cops, and corrupt soldiers. He's floated from one adventure to another with his innocence intact. I, however, have been scarred, scraped, and bruised by all that I've lived through. He's a lucky man, and I hope that won't be a problem between us. He spent the first night in Auntie Blanca's house, where he slept on linen sheets under a down-filled comforter. That's how refined she is, but then he came over to ours because she found some pretext to go to Castro and leave the guest in my hands. Daniel unrolled his sleeping bag in a corner of the living room and slept there with the cats. We have a late dinner every night, soak in the jacuzzi, talk and talk. He tells me about his life and his trip. I show him the constellations of the Southern Hemisphere, tell him about Berkeley and my grandparents, also about the Academy in Oregon, but for the moment I've kept quiet about Las Vegas. I can't tell him about that before we have complete confidence in each other. I don't want to scare him off. It seems to me that last year I descended headlong into a dismal world. While I was underground, like a seed or a tuber, another Maya Vidal struggled to emerge. Slender filaments seeking moisture arose, then roots like fingers seeking nourishment, and finally a tenacious stem and leaves seeking light. Now I must be flowering. That's how I can recognize love. Here, in the south of the world, the rain makes everything lush and fertile. Auntie Blanca returned to the island, but in spite of her linen sheets, Daniel has not suggested returning to her place and remains with us. A good sign. We've been together full-time, because I'm not working. Blanca and Manuel have freed me of responsibilities while Daniel is here. We've talked of many things, but he still hasn't given me cause to confide in him. He's much more cautious than I am. He asked me why I'm in Chiloé, and I answered that I'm helping Manuel with his work and getting to know the country, because part of my family is from Chile, which is an incomplete truth. I've shown him around town, where he filmed the cemetery, the houses on stilts, our pathetic and dusty museum, with its 4 bits of junk and portraits in oils of forgotten worthies, Doña Lucinda, who at 109 still sells wool and harvests potatoes and marijuana, the Truco poets in the Tavern of the Dead, Aurelio Naincoupel and his stories of pirates and Mormons. Manuel Arias is delighted. He has an attentive guest who listens to him admiringly and doesn't criticize like I do. While they talk, I count the minutes lost in legends of brujos and monsters. Minutes that Daniel could be putting to better use alone with me. He has to finish his trip in a few weeks, and he still hasn't been to the far south of the continent and Brazil. It's a shame he's wasting his precious time on Manuel. We've had a few occasions of privacy, but very few, it seems to me, and he's only held my hand to help me jump over a rock. We're rarely alone, because the town gossips spy on us, and Juanito Corrales, Pedro Palanchague, and Joaquin follow us around everywhere. The grandmothers have all guessed my feelings for Daniel, and I think they heaved a collective sigh of relief, because there were some absurd rumors going around about Manuel and me. People seemed suspicious about us living together, even though there's more than half a century's age difference. Echeviges Corrales and other women have been conspiring and trying to play matchmaker, but they should be more furtive about it, or they'll chase away the young man from Seattle. Manuel and Blanca are also conspiring. Yesterday we had the Currento that Blanca had announced, and Daniel was able to film the whole thing. The townsfolk are cordial to tourists, because they buy handicrafts and the agencies pay for the Corinto, but when they leave there is a general feeling of relief. Those hordes of strangers make them uncomfortable, snooping around their houses and taking photos as if they were the exotic ones. It's different with Daniel, since he's Manuel's guest. That opens doors for him, and they see him with me as well, so they've let him film whatever he wants, even inside their homes. On this occasion most of them were third-age tourists, white-haired retirees. Relaxation. Daniel took over the guitar and charmed us with Mexican boleros and Peruvian waltzes that he'd picked up along the way. His voice isn't great, but he sings in tune, and his Bedouin look seduced the visitors. After wolfing down the seafood, we drank the Corinto juices in the little clay pots, which are the first thing set out on the hot stones to receive that nectar. It's impossible to describe the flavor of that concentrated broth of the delicacies of land and sea. Nothing can compare to the rapture it produces. It courses through the veins like a hot river and leaves the heart leaping. A lot of jokes were made about its power as an aphrodisiac. The old guys from Santiago who were visiting compared it to Viagra, doubling over with laughter. It must be true, because for the first time in my life I feel an overwhelming and singular desire to make love with someone very specific, with Daniel. I've been able to observe him closely and explore what he believes is friendship, which I know has another name. He's just passing through. Soon he'll go. He doesn't want to be tied down. Maybe I won't see him again, but this idea is so unbearable that I've discarded it. It is possible to die of love. Manuel says it in jest, but it is true. I've got an ominous pressure accumulating in my chest, and if I don't get some relief soon, I'm going to explode. Blanca counsels me to take the initiative, advice that she doesn't heed herself with Manuel, but I don't dare. This is ridiculous. At my age and with my past, I could easily withstand a rejection. Could I? If Daniel rejected me, I'd dive headfirst into a school of carnivorous salmon. I'm not completely ugly, so they say. Why doesn't Daniel kiss me? The proximity of this man I barely know is intoxicating, a term I use guardedly. I know its meaning only too well, but I can't find another to describe this exaltation of the senses, this dependency so similar to addiction. Now I understand why lovers in opera and literature, faced with separation, commit suicide or die of grief. There is greatness and dignity in tragedy. That's why it is a source of inspiration, but I don't want tragedy, no matter how immortal. I want a quiet, private, very discreet happiness, not to provoke the jealousy of the gods, always so vengeful. What nonsense I'm talking. There is no basis for these fantasies. Daniel treats me with the same kindness he treats Blanca, who could be his mother. Maybe I'm not his type. Or might he be gay? I told Daniel that Blanca was a beauty queen in the 1970s, and there are those who believe she inspired one of Pablo Neruda's 20 love poems, although in 1924, when they were published, she hadn't been born yet. People talk too much. Blanca rarely refers to her cancer, but I think she came to this island to be cured of her illness and the disappointment of her divorce. The most common topic of conversation here is illness, but I was lucky enough to get the only two stoic Chileans who don't mention theirs, Blanca Schneek and Manuel Arias, for whom life is difficult and complaining makes it worse. They've been great friends for many years. They have everything in common, except the secrets he keeps and her ambivalence with respect to the dictatorship. They have fun together, lend each other books, cook together. I sometimes find them sitting side by side at the window watching the swans sail past, in silence. Blanca looks at Manuel with desire in her eyes, Daniel said to me. So it seems I'm not the only one who's noticed. That night, after putting a few logs in the stove and closing the shutters, we went to bed, he in his sleeping bag in the living room, me in my room. It was very late. Curled up in my bed, wide awake, under 3 blankets, with my bile green hat on for fear of the bats, who get caught in your hair. According to Edgeviges, I could hear the sighing of the house's planks, the crackling of the firewood as it burned, the screech of the owl in the tree outside my window, the nearby breathing of Manuel, who falls asleep as soon as his head hits the pillow, and Joaquin's gentle snoring. I was thinking that in all my 20 years, Daniel was the only person I'd ever looked at with desire. Blanca insisted that Daniel stay another week in Chiloé, to go to remote villages, hike the trails through the woods, and see the volcanoes. Then he could travel to Patagonia in the private plane of a friend of her father's, a multimillionaire who bought a third of the territory of Chiloé and is thinking of running for president in the December elections. But I want Daniel to stay with me. He's already roamed enough. There's no need for him to go to Patagonia or Brazil. He can just go straight back to Seattle in June. No one can stay on this island more than a few days without being noticed, and now everyone knows who Daniel Goodrich is. The townsfolk have been especially affectionate to him. They find him very exotic, appreciate him speaking Spanish, and suppose that he's in love with me if only he were. They were also impressed by his participation in the Azucena Corrales incident. We'd gone in the kayak to La Pincoya's cave, all bundled up because it is getting close to the end of May, little suspecting what would be waiting for us when we came back. The sky was clear, the sea calm, and the air very cold. To get to the cave I use a different route than the tourists, more dangerous because of the rocks, but I prefer it because it lets me get close to the sea lions. It's my spiritual practice. There's no other term to describe the mystical ecstasy and 8 or 10 mothers with their cubs, sunning themselves or playing in the water among the sea otters. The first time I came here I floated in my kayak without approaching, staying still, to see the otters up close, and after a short time one of the sea lions began to court me. These animals are clumsy on land, but very graceful and quick in the water. She was diving under my kayak like a torpedo and surfacing on the other side, with her pirate's whiskers and her big, round, black eyes, full of curiosity. With her nose she nudged my fragile craft, as if she knew that with a single puff she could hurl me to the bottom of the sea, but her attitude was entirely playful. We got to know each other gradually. I began to visit her frequently, and very soon she'd swim out to meet me as soon as she caught a glimpse of the kayak. La Pincoya likes to brush her whiskers against my bare arm. Those moments with the sea lion are sacred. I feel affection for her as vast as an encyclopedia. I get a demented urge to dive into the water and frolic with her. There was no greater proof of love I could give Daniel than to take him to the cave. La Pincoya was sunning herself, and as soon as she saw me, she dove into the water to come and say hello, but she kept a certain distance, studying Daniel, and finally returned to the rocks, offended because I'd brought a stranger. It's going to take a long time to recover her esteem. When we got back to town, around 1 o'clock, Juanito and Pedro were waiting for us anxiously on the dock with the news that Azucena had suffered a hemorrhage at Manuel's house, where she'd gone to do the cleaning. Manuel found her in a pool of blood and called the carabineros on his cell phone, and they went to pick her up in the jeep. Juanito said that the girl was at the police post right then, waiting for the ambulance boat. The carabineros had put Azucena on the cot in the lady's cell, and Humilde Garay was pressing damp cloths to her forehead, for lack of any more effective remedy, while Laurencio Carcamo was talking on the phone to headquarters in Dalcahue, requesting instructions. Daniel Goodrich told them he was a doctor, sent us out of the cell, and proceeded to examine Azucena. 10 minutes later he came back out to tell us that the girl was 5 months pregnant. But she's only 13. I exclaimed. I don't understand how no one realized, not Edgeviges, not Blanca, not even the nurse. Azucena simply looked fat. Then the ambulance boat arrived, and the carabineros allowed Daniel and me to accompany Azucena, who was crying in fear. A case like this, and apparently more important than finding out the circumstances in which a 13-year-old girl became pregnant, as Blanca Schneek complains furiously, and rightly so. Azucena Corrales refuses to say who got her pregnant, and the rumors already going around the island that it was El Trauco, a mythical 3-foot-tall dwarf, armed with an axe, who lives in the hollows of trees and protects the forests. He can twist a man's spinal column with his gaze and pursues young virgins to impregnate them. It must have been El Trauco, they say, because they saw yellow excrement near the Corrales' house. Edgeviges has reacted strangely, refusing to see her daughter or hear the details of what happened. Alcoholism, domestic violence, and incest are the curses of Chiloé, especially in the most isolated communities, and according to Manuel, the myth of El Trauco originated to cover up the pregnancies of girls raped by their fathers or brothers. I've just discovered that Juanito is not only Carmelo Corrales' grandson, but also his son. Juanito's mother, who lives in Quellon, was raped by Carmelo, her father, and had the boy when she was 15. Edgeviges raised him as if he were hers, but in town they know the truth. I wonder how a prostrate invalid could have abused Azucena, but it must have been before they amputated his leg. Yesterday Daniel left. May 29, 2009, will remain engraved in my memory as the second saddest day of my life, the saddest being when my popo died. I'm going to tattoo 2009 on my other wrist, so I'll never forget. I've been crying for 2 days straight. Manuel says I'm going to dehydrate, that he's never seen so many tears, and that no man is worth so much suffering, especially if he's only gone to Seattle and not away to war. What does he know? Separations are very dangerous. In Seattle there must be a million girls much prettier and much less complicated than me. Why did I tell him the details of my past? Now he'll have time to analyze them, and might even discuss them with his father. Who knows what conclusions that pair of psychiatrists might reach. They'll brand me an addict and a neurotic. Far away from me, Daniel's enthusiasm will grow cold, and he might decide it is not advisable to get hooked on a chick like me. Winter, June, July, August. If someone had asked me a few weeks ago when the happiest time of my life was, I would have said that it was in the past. My childhood with my grandparents in the big magical house in Berkeley. However, now my answer would be that my happiest days were the ones I spent with Daniel at the end of May, and, barring catastrophes, I'll be experiencing more of the same in the near future. I spent 9 days in his company, and for 3 of them we were alone in this house with its cypress soul. During those prodigious days a door half opened for me. I glimpsed love, and the light was almost unbearable. My popo said love makes us good. It doesn't matter who we love, nor does it matter whether our love is reciprocated or not or if the relationship lasts. Just the experience of loving is enough, that's what transforms us. I wonder if I can describe the only days of love in my life. Manuel Arias went to Santiago on a quick 3-day trip for some reason to do with his book, he said, but according to Blanca he went to see the doctor about the bubble in his brain. I think he went in order to leave me alone with Daniel. We were completely on our own, because Edgeviges didn't come back to clean the house after the scandal of her daughter's pregnancy. Azucena was still in the hospital in Castro, recovering from an infection, and Blanca had forbidden Juanito Corrales and Pedro Palanchague to bother us. It was almost the end of May, so the days were short and the nights long and chilly, perfect weather for intimacy. Manuel left at noon and entrusted us with the chore of making marmalade out of tomatoes, before they started to rot. Tomatoes, tomatoes, and more tomatoes. Tomatoes in the fall. Who's ever heard of that? Blanca's garden has produced so many, and we get given so many, that we don't know what to do with them all. Salsa, pasta sauce, dried tomatoes, preserves. Marmalade is an extreme solution. I don't know who might like it. Daniel and I peeled pounds and pounds of them, chopped them up, removed the seeds, weighed them, and put them in the pots. That took us more than 2 hours, which weren't wasted, because with the distraction of the tomatoes our tongues were loosened, and we told each other all kinds of things. We added a pound of sugar for every pound of tomato flesh, and a bit of lemon juice, cooked it till it thickened, about 20 minutes, stirring constantly, and then we put it straight into sterilized jars. We boiled the full jars for half an hour, so they were hermetically sealed and ready to be exchanged for other products, like Liliana Trevino's quince jelly and Doña Lucinda's wool. When we finished, the kitchen was very dark and the house had a delicious fragrance of sugar and wood smoke. We sat down in front of the window to look at the night, with a tray of bread, soft cheese, sausage sent by Don Lionel Schneck, and Manuel's smoked fish. Daniel opened a bottle of red wine, poured a glass, and when he was about to pour the second I stopped him. It was time I gave him my reasons for not tasting it and explained that he could go ahead without worrying about me. I told him about my addictions in general, without going into depth about my terrible life last year, and I explained that I don't miss having a drink to drown my sorrows, but I do in moments of celebration, like this one in front of the window, but we can drink a toast together, him with wine and me with apple juice. I think I'll have to be careful of alcohol forever. It is harder to resist than drugs, because it is legal, available, and constantly offered. If I accept one glass, my resolve will be weakened, and it'll be much harder to turn down the second, and from there it is just a few sips to the abyss. I was lucky, I told Daniel, because in the 6 months I was in Las Vegas, my dependency didn't assert itself too much, and now, if temptation arises, I remember the words of Mike O'Kelly, who knows a lot about it, because he's a rehabilitated alcoholic. He says being an addict is like being pregnant. You either are or you're not. There are no half measures. Finally, after many digressions, Daniel kissed me, softly at first, barely brushing my lips, and then with more certainty, his full lips against mine, his tongue in my mouth. I sensed the faint taste of the wine, the firmness of his lips, the sweet intimacy of his breath, his scent of wool and tomato, the murmur of his breathing, his hand hot on the nape of my neck. He pulled back and looked at me questioningly, at which point I realized I was rigid, with my arms stuck to my sides, and my eyes popping out of my head. "Forgive me," he said, pulling away. "No, forgive me," I exclaimed, too emphatically, startling him. How could I explain that it was actually my first kiss, that everything that had come before had been something else, quite distinct from love, that I'd spent a week imagining this kiss and having anticipated it so anxiously, now I was foundering, and having feared so much that it would never happen, now I was going to burst into tears. I didn't know how to tell him all this, and the easiest way was to take his head in my hands and kiss him as if in a tragic farewell. And from that point on it was just a matter of casting off moorings and setting out at full sail into uncharted waters, throwing all the vicissitudes of the past overboard. In a pause between two kisses, I confessed that I'd had sex. Chiloé is the ass end of the world, Daniel, but now I know it is the eye of the galaxy, I told him. Manuel's rickety sofa turned out to be unsuitable for love. Its springs were sticking out here and there, and it was covered in dumb cat's brownish-gray hairs and literati cat's ginger ones, so we brought blankets from my room and made a nest near the stove. If I'd known you existed, Daniel, I would have paid attention to my grandmother and taken better care of myself, I admitted, ready to recite a litany of my mistakes, but an instant later I'd forgotten, because in the magnitude of desire what the hell did they matter? I brusquely tugged off his sweater and long-sleeved shirt and began to wrestle with his belt and the fly of his jeans. Men's clothes are so awkward, but he took my hands and started kissing me again. "We've got 3 days. Let's not rush," he said. I caressed his naked torso, his arms, his shoulders, running my hands over the unknown topography of that body, its valleys and hills, admiring his smooth African skin, the color of ancient bronze, the architecture of his long bones, the noble shape of his head, kissing the cleft of his chin, his cheeks, those languid eyelids, innocent ears, his Adam's apple, the long path of his sternum, nipples like cranberries, small and purple. I returned to my assault on his belt, and again Daniel stopped me, with the pretext of wanting to look at me. He began to take off my clothes, and it seemed he'd never finish. Manuel's old cashmere sweater, a winter flannel shirt, another thinner one underneath, so faded that Obama is just a blot, a cotton bra with one strap fastened with a safety pin, pants bought with Blanca at a second-hand store, short in the leg but warm, thick tights, and finally some white cotton schoolgirl panties that my grandmother put in my backpack in Berkeley. Daniel laid me out on my back in the nest and I felt the scratching of the rough chilote blankets, unbearable in other circumstances but sensual at this moment. With the tip of his tongue he licked me like a candy, giving me a tickling sensation everywhere, awakening who knows what sleeping creature, commenting on the contrast of his dark skin and my original Scandinavian coloring, as pale can be in the places the sun never touches. I closed my eyes and abandoned myself to the pleasure, wriggling to meet those solemn, expert fingers, touching me like a violin, delicately, gradually, until suddenly I was in a long, slow, sustained orgasm, and my cry alarmed Fakin, who started to growl and show his teeth. "It's okay, fucking dog," I told him and snuggled up into Daniel's embrace, purring happily in the warmth of his body and the blended scent of us both. Now it is my turn. We stayed sequestered in the house for 3 whole memorable days, a gift from Manuel. My debt to this old anthropophagus has increased alarmingly. We had secrets to confide and love to invent. We each had to learn to adapt to the other's body, calmly to discover the best routes to pleasure and how to sleep together without bothering each other. He lacks experience in this, but it is natural for me, because I grew up sleeping in my grandparents' bed. Clinging to someone, I don't need to count sheep, swans, or dolphins, especially if it is someone big, warm, fragrant, who snores discreetly. That's how I know I'm alive. My bed is narrow, and since we thought it would be disrespectful to use Manuel's, we made a hill of blankets and pillows on the floor, near the stove. We cooked, talked, made love. We gazed out the window, looked out at the rocks, listened to music, made love, soaked in the hot tub, fetched firewood, read Manuel's books on Chiloé, and made love again. It rained, and we had no desire to go out. The melancholic Chilote clouds encourage romance. Now that we could finally be alone without interruptions, Daniel proposed the exquisite task of studying, under his guidance, the multiple possibilities of the senses, the pleasure of an aimless caress, just for the feel of skin on skin. A man's body can supply years' worth of entertainment. The crucial points are stimulated a certain way, others require different attentions, some don't even need to be touched, you can just breathe on them. Each vertebra has a story, one can lose herself in the wide field of shoulders, well built to bear burdens and sorrows, and along the hard muscles of the arms, made to hold up the world. And deeply buried afflictions, never expressed desires, and marks invisible under a microscope or hidden beneath the skin. There should be manuals on the infinite variety of kisses. Woodpecker kisses, fish kisses, and so on and so on. The tongue is a daring and indiscreet snake, and I'm not talking about the things it says. The heart and the penis are my favorites. Indomitable, transparent in their intentions, candid, and vulnerable. One shouldn't take advantage of them. Finally, I was able to tell Daniel my secrets. I told him about Roy Fedgwick and Brandon Lehman and the men who killed him, about distributing drugs and losing everything and ending up homeless, about how much more dangerous the world was for women, how we should cross the street if a man's coming toward us and there's nobody else around and avoid them completely if they're in a group, watch our backs, look to both sides, turn invisible. At the end of the time I spent in Las Vegas, when I'd already lost everything, I protected O'Kelly, who can stomach anything. The first time, a disgusting drunk, a big man who looked hefty in all the layers of rags he wore, but might have been skin and bones, trapped a girl in a blind alley, full of garbage, in broad daylight. The kitchen door of a restaurant opened into the alley, and I wasn't the only one who went there to scavenge through the dumpsters in search of leftovers before the stray cats got to them. You could hear there were rats too, but I never saw them. The girl, a young, hungry, dirty addict, could have been me. The man grabbed her from behind, threw her face down on the pavement, strewn with trash and putrid puddles, and slashed the side of her pants open with a knife. I was less than 10 feet away, hidden between the garbage cans, and it was only by chance that she was the one screaming and not me. The girl didn't defend herself. In 2 or 3 minutes he finished, adjusted his rags and left, coughing. During those minutes I could have smashed him on the back of the head with one of the bottles lying around in the alley. It would have been simple, and the idea did occur to me, but I immediately dismissed it. That wasn't my fucking problem. And when the attacker had left, I didn't go to help the girl who was lying motionless on the ground either, just walked quickly past her and left, without looking back. The second time it was 2 young men, maybe pushers or gangbangers, and the victim was a woman I'd seen in the street before, who was very ill, wasting away. I didn't help her either. They dragged her into an underpass, laughing and mocking, while she fought back with a fury as concentrated as it was futile. Suddenly she saw me. Our eyes met for an eternal, unforgettable instant, and I turned around and ran away. During those first months in Las Vegas, when money was plentiful, I hadn't managed to save enough for a plane ticket back to California. It was too late to think of calling my Nini. My summer adventure had turned sinister, and I couldn't involve my innocent grandma in Brandon Lehman's misdeeds. After the sauna I went to the pool, wrapped in a robe, ordered a lemonade that I spiked with a shot of vodka from the flask I always carried in my purse, and took 2 tranquilizers and another unidentified pill. I was taking too many different colored and shaped tablets to distinguish one from the other. I stretched out on a chair as far as possible from a group of learning disabled youths, who were splashing around in the water with their caregivers. In other circumstances I would have played with them for a while. I'd seen them many times, and they were the only people I dared mix with, because they couldn't be any threat to Brandon Lehman's. The sweet piece of the pills was beginning to invade my body when I heard the name Laura Barron on the loudspeaker, something that had never happened before. I thought I'd heard wrong and didn't move until the second announcement. Then I went over to one of the internal telephones, dialed reception, and was told someone was looking for me, and it was an emergency. I went out into the hall, barefoot and in a robe, and found Freddie in a very agitated state. He took me by the hand and pulled me into a corner to tell me, out of his mind with nerves, that Joe Martin and Chino had killed Brandon Lehman. They gunned him down. Laura. What are you talking about, Freddie? There was blood everywhere, pieces of brain. You have to escape. They're going to kill you too. He burst out, all in one breath. Me. Why me? I'll tell you later. We have to fly, hurry. I ran to get dressed, grabbed what money I had, and went back to meet Freddie, who was pacing like a panther under the alert gaze of the receptionists. We went outside and tried to get away from there quickly, without calling attention to ourselves. A couple of blocks away we managed to flag down a taxi. We ended up in a motel on the outskirts of Las Vegas, after changing taxis 3 times and stopping to buy hair dye and a bottle of the strongest, cheapest gin on the market. I paid for a night in the motel, and we locked ourselves in the room. While I dyed my hair black, Freddie told me that Joe Martin and Chino had spent the whole day coming in and going out of the apartment, talking frenetically on their cell phones, without even noticing him. In the morning I was sick. Laura, you know how I get sometimes, but I realized that fucking pair of brutes was up to something and I started to keep my ears open, without moving off the mattress. They forgot about me or thought I was high. From the phone calls and conversations, Freddie finally deduced what was going on. The men had found out that Brandon Lehman had paid someone to eliminate them, but for some reason that person hadn't done it. Instead, he'd warned them, instructing them to abduct Brandon Lehman and force him to reveal where his money was. It seemed to Freddie, from the deferential tone of voice Joe Martin and Chino were both using, that the mysterious caller was someone with authority. I didn't manage to warn Brandon. I didn't have a phone and there was no time, the kid wailed. Brandon Lehman was the closest thing Freddie had to family. Rapping and dancing. He caught me robbing him a bunch of times, Laura, and you know what he did instead of hitting me? He told me to ask, and he'd give me what I needed. Joe Martin stationed himself to wait for Lehman in the garage of the building, where he would have to put the car, and Chino stood guard in the apartment. Freddie stayed in bed on the mattress, pretending to be asleep, and from there, he heard Chino receive the news on his cell that the boss was on his way in. The Filipino went running downstairs, and Freddie followed at a distance. The Acura drove into the garage. Lehman turned off the motor and started to step out of the vehicle, but he caught sight in the rearview mirror of the shadows of the two men who were blocking his exit. Driven by the long habit of distrust, with one single instinctive movement he drew his weapon, hit the ground, and started firing with no questions asked. But Brandon Lehman, always so obsessed with security, didn't know how to use his own revolver. Freddie had never seen him clean it or do any target practice, like Joe Martin and Chino, who could take their pistols apart and put them back together again in a few seconds. By shooting blindly at those shadows in the garage, Brandon Lehman hastened his death, although they probably would have shot him eventually anyway. The two thugs emptied their weapons into the boss, who was trapped between the car and the wall. Freddie got there in time to see the carnage and then took off, before the racket died down and the men discovered him. Why do you think they want to kill me? I don't have anything to do with that, Freddie, I said. They thought you were in the car with Brandon. They wanted to get both of you. They say you know more than you should. Tell me what you're involved in, Laura. Nothing. I don't know what those guys want from me. I'm sure Joe and Chino went to look for you at the gym, the only place you might have been. I bet they got there a few minutes after we left. What am I going to do now, Freddie? Stay here until we think of something. We opened the bottle of gin and, lying side by side on the bed, took turns taking swigs until we were plunged into a dense and deathly drunkenness. And dragged myself to the bathroom in time to hug the toilet bowl and vomit an interminable stream of sewage. I lay flat out on the linoleum, trembling, with bitterness in my mouth and a claw in my gut, babbling between dry heaves that I wanted to die. A long time later I threw some water on my face and rinsed out my mouth, horrified at the cadaverously pale, black-haired stranger in the mirror. I couldn't make it back to the bed but lay down on the floor, moaning. Some time later there were 3 knocks on the door that felt like cannon blasts, and a voice with a Hispanic accent said she'd come to clean the room. Holding on to the walls for support, I made it to the door, opening it wide enough to tell the housekeeper to go to hell and hang up the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Then I fell to my knees again. I crawled back to the bed with a premonition of immediate and disastrous danger that I couldn't manage to pin down. I couldn't for the life of me remember why I was in that room, but my intuition told me that it wasn't a hallucination or a nightmare, but something real and terrible, something to do with Freddie. An iron crown was circling my temples, tighter and tighter, while I called Freddie with a thread of a voice. Finally I got tired of calling him and desperately began looking for him, under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom, in case he was playing a joke on me. He wasn't anywhere, but I discovered that he'd left me a little bag of crack, a pipe, and a lighter. How simple and familiar. Crack was Freddie's paradise and his hell. I'd seen him using it daily, but I'd never tried it because of the boss's orders, obedient girl that I was. Fuck that. My hands were barely functioning, and I was blinded with pain from my headache, but I managed to get the little rocks into the glass pipe and light the torch, a Herculean task. Exasperated, insane, I waited eternal seconds until the rocks burned to the color of wax, with the tube burning my fingers and my lips, and finally they broke and I deeply breathed in the redeeming cloud, the sweet fragrance of mentholated gasoline, and then the unease and premonitions disappeared and I rose to glory, light, graceful, a bird in the wind. For a brief time I felt euphoric, invincible, but soon I came down with a bang in the semi-darkness of that room. Another drag on the glass tube, and then another. Where was Freddie? Why had he abandoned me without saying goodbye, with no explanation? I had a bit of money left, so I staggered out to buy another bottle, then came back to lock myself in my hideout. Between the liquor and the crack I floated adrift for 2 days without sleeping or eating or washing. Took 2, and since they had not the least effect on me, I took the third. I don't know if I slept or if I was unconscious. The clock showed numbers that meant nothing. What day is it? Where am I? No idea. I opened my eyes, felt like I was suffocating. My heart was a time bomb. Tick-tack, faster and faster. I felt electric shocks, shakes, death rattles, then the void. I was awakened by more knocks on the door and urgent shouting, this time from the hotel manager. I buried my head under the pillows, crying for some sort of relief. Just one more drag of that blessed smoke, just one shot of anything to drink. 2 men forced the door open and burst into the room, cursing and threatening. They stopped dead at the spectacle of a crazy, terrified, agitated girl, babbling incoherently in that room converted into a fetid pigsty, but they'd seen it all in that Fleabag motel and guessed what was what. They forced me to get dressed, picked me up by the arms, dragged me down the stairs, and pushed me onto the street. They confiscated my only valuable belongings, the designer handbag and my sunglasses, but they were considerate enough to give me my license and my wallet, with the $2.40 I had left. Outside it was scorching hot, and the half-melted asphalt burned my feet through my sneakers, but nothing mattered to me. My only obsession was to get something to calm my anguish and fear. I had nowhere to go and no one to ask for help. I remembered I had promised I'd call Brandon Lehman's brother, but that could wait, and I also remembered the treasures there were in the building where I'd lived for those months. Hills of magnificent powders, precious crystals, prodigious amounts of pills, which I used to separate, weigh, count, and carefully place in little plastic bags. There even the most miserable person in the world could have a piece of heaven at their disposal, brief though it might be. How could I not get a hold of something in the caverns of the garages, in the cemeteries of the first and second floors? How could I not find someone who would give me something, for the love of God? But with the scant lucidity left to me, I remembered that approaching that neighborhood would be suicide. Think, Maya, think, I repeated out loud, as I seemed to do more and more over the last few months. There are drugs everywhere in this fucking city. It is just a matter of looking for them, I protested, pacing back and forth in front of the motel like a hungry coyote, until necessity cleared my mind and I was able to think. Expelled from the motel where Freddie had left me, I walked to a gas station, asked for the key to the washroom, and cleaned myself up a little. Then I got a lift with a driver who dropped me off a few blocks from the gym. I had the keys for the lockers in my pocket. I stood near the door, waiting for the opportunity to go in without attracting attention, and when I saw 3 people talking to each other approaching, I pretended to be part of the group. I crossed the reception hall, and when I got to the stairs I ran into one of the employees, who hesitated before saying hello to me, surprised by the color of my hair. I didn't talk to anyone at the gym. I suppose I had a reputation for being stuck up or stupid, but other members knew me by sight, and several employees by name. I ran up to the dressing rooms and emptied the contents of my lockers on the ground so frenetically that a woman asked me if I'd lost something. I came out with a stream of curses, because I hadn't found anything I could get high on, while she stared at me openly in the mirror. "What are you looking at, lady?" I shouted and then saw myself in the same mirror she was looking at and didn't recognize that lunatic with red eyes, blotchy skin, and a black animal on top of her head. I put everything back in the lockers any which way and threw my dirty clothes in the garbage, along with the cell phone. Brandon Lehman had given it to me, and his murderers had the number. I took a shower and washed my hair quickly, thinking I could sell the other designer handbag, which I still had, and get enough to shoot up for several days. I put on the black dress and stuffed a change of clothes into a plastic bag, but made no attempt to put makeup on. I was trembling from head to toe, and my hands barely obeyed me. The woman was still there, wrapped in a towel, with a hair dryer in her hand, although her hair was dry, spying on me, calculating whether she should alert the security guards. I tried out a smile and asked her if she'd like to buy my bag, told her it was an authentic Louis Vuitton and almost knew that my wallet had been stolen and I needed money to get back to California. A sneer of contempt marred her features, but she approached to examine the handbag, giving in to her greed, and offered me $100. I gave her the finger and left. I didn't get far. The top of the stairs looked out over the whole reception area, and through the glass door I distinguished Joe Martin and Chino's car. Possibly they'd been parking there every day, knowing that sooner or later I'd go to the club, or maybe some snitch had told them of my arrival, in which case one of them must be looking for me inside the building right at that moment. After a frozen instant, I managed to keep my panic in check, retreating toward the spa, which occupied one wing of the building, with its Buddha offerings of petals. Identical girls wore pink smocks. Since I knew how the spa worked, that was one of the luxuries Brandon Lehman had allowed me. I was able to slip down the corridor without being seen and enter one of the cubicles. I closed the door and turned on the light indicating that it was occupied. Nobody would be disturbed when the red light was on. On one table was a water heater with eucalyptus leaves, smooth massage stones, and several jars of beauty products. Ruling out the creams, I gulped down a bottle of lotion in 3 swallows, but if it did contain alcohol, it was a minuscule amount and no relief to me at all. I was safe in the cubicle, at least for an hour, the normal time for a treatment, but very soon I began to feel anxious in that enclosed space, with no window, just a single exit and that penetrating dentist's office smell that turned my stomach. I couldn't stay there. Putting a robe that was on the massage table on over top of my clothes, I wrapped a towel into a turban on my head, smeared a thick layer of white cream on my face, and leaned out into the corridor. My heart skipped a beat. Joe Martin was talking to one of the pink-smocked employees. The urge to take off running was unbearable, but I forced myself to walk the other way down the corridor, as calmly as possible. Looking for the staff exit, which shouldn't be far, I passed several closed cubicles until I came to a wider door, pushed it, and found a service stairway. The atmosphere there was very different from the friendly universe of the spa. Tile floor, unpainted cement walls, harsh lighting, the unmistakable smell of cigarettes, and feminine voices on the landing of the floor below. I waited for an eternity flat up against the wall, unable to go forward or back into the spa, and finally the women finished smoking and left. I wiped off the cream, left the towel and robe in a corner, and descended into the bowels of the building, which we club members never saw. Opening a door at random, I found myself in a big room, crisscrossed by pipes for water and air, where washing machines and dryers thundered. The exit door didn't open onto the street, as I'd hoped, but to the pool. I backed up and curled up in a corner, hidden by a heap of used towels, in the unbearable noise and heat of the laundry room. I couldn't move until Joe Martin gave up and left. Minutes went by in that deafening submarine, and the fear of falling into Joe Martin's hands was replaced by an urgent need to get high. I hadn't eaten for several days. I was dehydrated, with a whirlwind in my head and cramps in my stomach. My hands and feet went to sleep. I saw vertiginous spirals of colored dots, like a bad acid trip. Legs, leaning on the wall, feeling faint. Outside it was still daytime. It must have been about 6 or 7 in the evening, and the pool was full of people. It was the club's busiest time, when office workers arrived en masse. It was also the time when Joe Martin and Chino should be getting ready for their nocturnal activities, so they had most likely left. I fell into one of the reclining chairs, taking a deep breath of the chlorine-scented air. I didn't dare dive in. I needed to be ready to run. I ordered a fruit smoothie from a waiter, cursing under my breath because they only served healthy drinks, no alcohol, and charged it to my account. I took 2 sips of that thick liquid, but it tasted disgusting, and I had to leave it. It was futile to delay. I decided to take a risk and walk out past reception, hoping that the rat who'd alerted those villains had finished his or her shift. To reach the street I had to cross the parking lot, which at that hour was full of cars. I saw a member of the club from a ways off, a fit guy in his 40s, putting his gym bag in the trunk, and I walked over, blushing with humiliation, to ask him if he had time to buy me a drink. I don't know where I got the courage. Surprised at this frontal attack, the man took a moment or two to classify me. If he'd seen me before, he didn't recognize me, and I didn't fit his idea of a whore. He looked me up and down, shrugged, got into his car, and drove away. I had done many imprudent things in my short existence, but up to that moment I had never degraded myself this way. What happened with Fedgwick was a kidnapping and rape, and it happened because I was reckless, not shameless. This was different, and it had a name, which I refused to pronounce. Soon I noticed another man, 50 or 60 years old, big paunch, wearing shorts showing his white legs with blue veins, walking toward his car, and I followed him. This time I had more luck. Or less luck, I don't know. If that guy had turned me down too, maybe my life wouldn't have gone so far off the rails. Thinking of Las Vegas makes me feel nauseous. Manuel reminds me that all this happened to me just a few months ago and is still fresh in my memory, assures me that time will cure, and one day I'll talk about that episode in my life with irony. That's what he says, but it doesn't apply in his case. He himself never talks about his past. I thought I'd come to terms with my errors, that I was even a little proud of them, because they'd made me stronger, but now that I've met Daniel, I wish I had a less interesting past so I could offer myself to him with dignity. That girl who intercepted an overweight man with varicose veins in the club parking lot was me. Opportunity. I have 1,000 more opportunities, but sometimes I can't get the accusatory voice of my conscience to shut up. That old man in shorts was the first of several men who kept me afloat for a couple of weeks, until I couldn't do it anymore. Selling myself like that was worse than going hungry and worse than the torture of abstinence. Never, not drunk or drugged, could I avoid a profound feeling of degradation. I always felt my grandfather watching me, suffering for me. Men took advantage of my shyness and my lack of experience. Compared to other women who were doing the same thing, I was young and good-looking. I could have arranged things better, but I gave myself in exchange for a few drinks, a pinch of white powder, a handful of yellow rocks. The more decent ones let me have a quick drink in a bar, or offered me cocaine before taking me to a hotel room. Others just bought a cheap bottle and did it in the car. Some gave me $10 or $20, others kicked me back out onto the street with nothing. I didn't know you should always charge first, and by the time I learned, I was no longer prepared to carry on down that road. I finally tried heroin with a client, directly into the vein, and I swore at Brandon Lehman for having kept me from sharing his paradise. It's impossible to describe that instant when the divine liquid enters the blood. I tried to sell what little I had, but no one was interested. I only got $70 for the designer bag, after pleading with a Vietnamese woman at the door of a beauty parlor. It was worth 20 times that, but I would have given it away for half as much, my need was so urgent. I hadn't forgotten Adam Lehman's telephone number, or the promise I'd made to Brandon to call him if anything happened, but I didn't do it, because I was thinking of going to Beatty and appropriating the fortune in those bags. But that plan required a strategy and lucidity I completely lacked. They say that after a few months of living on the street, a person is definitively marginalized. You look destitute, you lose your identity and social network. In my case, it was faster. It took just 3 weeks for me to reach bottom. I sank with terrifying speed into that miserable, violent, sordid dimension, which exists parallel to the normal life of a city, a world of delinquents and their victims, of crazies and addicts, a world without solidarity or compassion, where people survive by stepping on everybody else. I was always high or trying to get high. I was dirty, smelly, and disheveled, increasingly crazed and sick. I could barely keep a couple of mouthfuls of food in my stomach. I coughed constantly, and my nose was always runny. It was an effort to open my eyelids, glued together with pus. Sometimes I fainted. Several of my jabs got infected. I had ulcers and bruises, walking from one place to another. Safer than sleeping. And in the daytime I looked for hovels in which to hide and rest. I learned that the safest places were the most visible ones. I would beg with a paper cup in the street at the entrance to a mall or a church, which can trigger feelings of guilt in passers-by. Some would drop a few coins, but nobody ever spoke to me. Today's poverty is like leprosy used to be. People find it repugnant and frightening. I avoided the places I used to go to regularly, like the boulevard, because that was Joe Martin and Chino's patch too. Beggars and addicts mark their territory, like animals, and keep within a radius of a few blocks, but desperation made me explore different neighborhoods, without respecting the racial barriers of blacks with blacks, Latinos with Latinos, Asians with Asians, whites with whites. I never stayed in the same place for more than a few hours. I was incapable of carrying out the most basic tasks, like feeding or washing myself, but I managed to get alcohol and drugs. I was always alert, like a hunted fox, moving quickly, not talking to anybody. There were enemies on every street corner. I started to hear voices and sometimes found myself answering them. Although I knew they weren't real, because I'd seen the symptoms in several residents of Brandon Lehman's building. Freddie called them the invisible beings and made fun of them, but when he got bad, those beings came to life, like the insects, also invisible, that used to torment him. If I caught a glimpse of a black car like that of my pursuers, or anyone who looked familiar, I'd slip away in the opposite direction, but I didn't give up the hope of seeing Freddie again. I thought of him with a mixture of gratitude and resentment, not understanding why he'd disappeared, why he couldn't find me when he knew every nook and cranny of the city. Drugs kept hunger at bay as well as the many bodily aches and pains, but they didn't calm the cramps. My bones felt heavy, my skin itched from being so dirty, and I got a strange rash on my legs and back that bled because I scratched so much. I'd suddenly remember I hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days, and then drag myself to a women's shelter or the St. Vincent de Paul soup kitchen, where I could always get a plate of hot food. It was a lot harder to find somewhere to sleep. At night the temperature stayed in the high 60s, but since I was so weak, I felt cold all the time, until someone at the Salvation Army gave me a jacket. That generous organization turned out to be a valuable resource. Big for me, I exchanged them at the Salvation Army. I got several sizes skinnier. My collarbones and ribs were sticking out, and my legs, which used to be so strong, looked pathetic. I didn't have a chance to weigh myself until December, when I discovered that I'd lost close to 30 pounds in 2 months. Public washrooms were dens of delinquents and perverts, but there was no choice but to hold my nose and use them, since the ones in stores or hotels were now out of bounds. They would have kicked me out before I could get in. I didn't even have access to gas station washrooms. Employees refused to lend me the key. And so down I went, almost sliding down the banister of the staircase to hell, like so many other abject beings who survived in the street, begging and stealing for a handful of crack, a bit of meth or acid, a swig of something strong, rough, and brutal. The cheaper the alcohol, the more effective. Just what I needed. I spent October and November in the same state. I can't remember with any clarity how I survived, but I do remember the brief moments of euphoria and then the degrading hunt for another hit. I never sat down at a table. If I had money I might buy tacos, burritos, or hamburgers that I'd throw straight back up with interminable heaves on my knees in the street, my stomach in flames, my mouth split open, sores on my lips and nose, nothing clean or kind, broken glass, cockroaches, garbage cans, not a single face in the crowd that might smile at me, no hand to help me. The whole world was populated by dealers, junkies, pimps, thieves, criminals, hookers, and lunatics. My whole body hurt. I hated that fucking body, hated that fucking life, hated lacking the fucking will to save myself, hated my fucking soul, my fucking fate. In Las Vegas I went for entire days without exchanging a greeting, without a single word or a gesture in my direction from another human being. Solitude, that icy claw in the chest, had beaten me to such an extent that it never occurred to me that I could simply pick up a telephone and call home in Berkeley. That would have been all I needed, a telephone, but by then I'd lost hope. At first, when I could still run, I prowled around the cafes and restaurants with outdoor tables, where the smokers would sit, and if someone left a pack of cigarettes on the table, I would swoop past and grab it, because I could trade them for crack. I've used every toxic substance that exists on the street, except tobacco, although I do like the smell of it, because it reminds me of my popo. I also stole fruit from supermarkets or chocolate bars from the station kiosks, but just as I couldn't master the sad trade of prostitution, I couldn't learn how to rob. Freddie was an expert, having started stealing when he was in diapers, he claimed, and gave me several demonstrations with the aim of teaching me his tricks. He explained that women are very careless with their purses. They hang them on the backs of chairs, put them down in stores while they choose or try something on, drop them on the floor in the hairdressers, put them over their shoulders on buses. That is, they go around asking for someone to relieve them of the problem. Freddie had invisible hands, magic fingers, and the stealthy grace of a cheetah. Watch carefully, Laura, don't take your eyes off me, he'd challenge me. We'd go into a mall, and he'd study the people, looking for his victim. With his cell phone stuck to his ear, pretending to be absorbed in a loud conversation, he'd approach a distracted woman, take her wallet out of her purse before I even saw, and then calmly walk away, still talking away on the phone. With the same elegance he could pick the lock of any car or walk into a department store and walk out 5 minutes later through another door with a couple of watches or bottles of perfume. I tried to put Freddie's lessons into practice, but I didn't have the knack. My nerves failed, and my miserable appearance made people suspicious. They followed me in stores, and on the streets people kept clear of me. I smelled like a sewer, my hair was greasy, and my expression desperate. Halfway through October the weather changed. It started to get cold at night, and I was sick. I had to pee all the time and got a sharp burning pain, which only went away with drugs. It was cystitis. I recognized the symptoms because I'd had it once before, when I was 16, and I knew it could be cured quickly with antibiotics, but without a doctor's prescription, antibiotics are more difficult to get hold of in the United States than a kilo of cocaine or an automatic rifle. It hurt to walk, to straighten up, but I didn't dare go to the hospital emergency ward. They'd ask me questions, and there were always police on guard duty there. I needed to find a safe place to spend the nights and decided to try a homeless shelter, which turned out to be a badly ventilated shed with tight lines of cots. There were 20-odd women and lots of children. I was surprised by how few of these women were as resigned to misery as I was. Only a couple of them were talking to themselves dementedly or picking fights, the rest seemed quite sane. Those who had children were more determined, active, clean, and even cheerful. They bustled around their kids, preparing bottles and washing clothes. I saw one reading a Drive Seuss book to her 4-year-old daughter, who knew it by heart and recited it along with her mother. Not all street people are schizophrenics or crooks, as some think. Some are simply poor, old, or unemployed, and most are mothers who've been abandoned or are escaping from various kinds of violence. On the wall of the refuge there was a poster with a phrase that has become forever engraved in my memory. Life without dignity is not worth living. Dignity. I understood all of a sudden, with terrifying certainty, that I'd turned into a drug addict and an alcoholic. I suppose I must have had a shred of dignity left, buried among the ashes, enough to make me feel an embarrassment so sharp that it was like being stabbed in the chest. I started to cry in front of the poster. My distress must have been very obvious, because soon one of the counselors came over and led me to her tiny office, gave me a glass of iced tea, and asked me my name in a friendly way, and what I was using, how frequently, when the last time had been, if I'd received treatment, if there was anyone they could contact. I knew my grandma's phone number by heart. That's one thing I hadn't forgotten. But calling her would mean killing her with sorrow and shame, and would also mean obligatory detox, rehab, sobriety. No way. Do you have any family? The counselor insisted on asking me. I exploded with rage, as I used to do all the time, and swore at her in reply. She let me get it out of my system, without losing her cool, and then she gave me permission to stay the night in the shelter, violating the rule. One of the conditions for acceptance was not to be using alcohol or drugs. The shelter supplied fruit juice, milk, and cookies for the children, coffee and tea at all hours, bathrooms, telephones, and washing machines. Useless for me, because I only had the clothes I was wearing, having lost the plastic bag with my few meager belongings. I had a long shower, the first for several weeks, savoring the pleasure of the hot water on my skin, the soap, the foam in my hair, and the wonderful smell of shampoo. Then I had to put the same stinking clothes back on. I curled up in my cot, calling in murmurs for my Nini and my Popo, begging them to come and take me in their arms, like before, and tell me that everything was going to be all right, not to worry, they were looking out for me, lullaby my baby, lullaby and good night, sleep tight my sweet, little piece of my heart. Sleeping has always been my problem, since I was born, but I was able to rest, in spite of the lack of air and the snoring women. Some of them cried out in their dreams. Near my cot a mother had settled down with her 2 children, a little baby still breastfeeding and an adorable little girl of about 2 or 3. She was a young white woman with lots of freckles, a bit overweight, who must have been left without a roof over her head quite recently, since she still seemed to have a goal and a plan. When our paths crossed in the bathroom, changing the baby's diapers, I saw a $5 bill in one of the compartments of her bag, and I couldn't get it out of my head. At dawn, when there was finally silence in the dormitory and the woman was sleeping peacefully with her children in her arms, I slipped over to her cot, rummaged through her bag, and stole the $5 bill. Then I snuck back to my cot, ducking down low with my tail between my legs, like a bitch. Of all the errors and sins I've committed in my life, that's the one I can least forgive myself for. I stole from someone more needy than me, a mother who could have used that money to buy food for her children. That's unforgivable. Without decency, you fall to pieces, lose your humanity and your soul. At 8 in the morning, after coffee and a bun, the same counselor who'd dealt with me when I arrived gave me a piece of paper with the address of a rehabilitation center. Talk to Michelle. She's my sister. She'll help you, she said. I ran out of the place without saying thanks and threw the paper in a garbage can outside. Those $5 were enough to buy me a dose of something cheap and effective. I didn't need any Michelle's compassion. That very same day I lost the photo of my Popo that my Nini had given me at the academy in Oregon and that I carried with me all the time. It struck me as a terrifying sign, meaning that my grandfather had seen me steal those $5, that he was disappointed in me, that he'd left, and now no one was watching over me. Fear, anguish, hiding, fleeing, begging, all melted together into a single bad dream, day and night. Sometimes I am assaulted by the memory of a scene from that time on the street, a memory that flares up inside me and leaves me trembling. Other times I wake up sweating with images in my head, as vivid as if they were real. In the dream I see myself running naked, screaming voicelessly, in a labyrinth of narrow alleys that coil like serpents, buildings with blank doors and windows, not a soul to ask for help, my body burning, my feet bleeding, bile in my mouth, all alone. In Las Vegas, I believed myself condemned to irremediable solitude, which began with the death of my grandpa. How was I to imagine back then that one day I would be here, on this island in Chiloé, incommunicado, hidden away, among strangers, and very far from everything familiar, without feeling lonely? When I first met Daniel, I wanted to make a good impression, erase my past, what Mike O'Kelly always says. Our demons lose their power when we pull them out of the depths where they hide and look them in the face in broad daylight. But now I don't know if I should have done it. I think I frightened Daniel, and that's why he didn't reciprocate with as much passion as I feel. He probably feels he can't trust me. It's hard to blame him. A story like mine could scare off the bravest guy. It's also true that he was the one who provoked me to confide in him. It was very easy to tell him about even the most humiliating episodes, because he listened without judging me. I suppose that's part of his training. Isn't that what psychiatrists are supposed to do? Listen in silence. He never asked me what happened, only what I'd felt at that moment. In telling it, and I would describe the heat on my skin, the palpitations in my chest, the weight of a crushing rock. He asked me not to reject those sensations, to accept them without analyzing them, because if I was brave enough to do that, they would open like boxes and my spirit could break free. You've suffered a lot, Maya, not just from what happened to you in adolescence, but also from being abandoned in your infancy, he said. Abandoned. I wasn't abandoned at all, I can assure you. You can't imagine how my grandparents spoiled me. Yes, but your mother and father abandoned you. That's what the therapists in Oregon said too, but my grandparents. One day you'll have to examine that in therapy, he interrupted me. You psychiatrists resolve everything with therapy. It's pointless to bury psychological wounds. You have to air them out so they can scar over. I had enough of therapy in Oregon, Daniel, but if that's what I need, you could help me. His reply was more reasonable than romantic. He said that that would be a long-term project, and he had to leave soon. Besides, no sex is allowed in a patient-therapist relationship. Then I'm going to ask my popo to help me. Good idea. And he laughed. In all that horrible time in Las Vegas, my popo came to see me just once. I had got some heroin that was so cheap I should have suspected it wasn't safe. I knew of addicts who'd been poisoned and killed by the shit dealers sometimes cut the drugs with, but I was really desperate and couldn't resist. I snorted it in a disgusting public washroom. In the foot and a half between the toilet and the wall, on top of used paper that stank of ammonia. I vaguely understood that I was dying, and far from being frightened, I felt flooded with great relief. I was floating on black water, sinking deeper and deeper, more detached, as if in a dream, happy to fall softly to the bottom of that abyss and put an end to the shame, to go to the other side, escaping from the farce my life had become, from my lies and justifications, from that despicable, dishonest, and cowardly being I'd become, that being who blamed my father, my grandmother, and the rest of the universe for her own stupidity, that unhappy creature who at just barely 19 years old had already burned all her bridges and was ruined, trapped, lost, that skeleton covered in rashes and lice, that miserable wretch who'd go to bed for a drink, who'd robbed a destitute mother. I wanted to escape forever from Joe Martin and Chino, from my own body, from my whole fucking existence. Then, when I was already gone, I heard shouts from very far away. Maya, Maya, breathe, breathe, breathe. I hesitated for a good long while, confused, wanting to lose consciousness again so I wouldn't have to make a decision, trying to disengage from myself and fly off like an arrow into the void, but I was held to this world by that urgent voice calling to me. Breathe, Maya. Instinctively I opened my mouth, swallowed some air, and began to inhale, the shallow gasps of someone breathing her last. Bit by bit, astonishingly slowly, I came back from the final sleep. There was nobody with me, but in the small space between the stall door and the floor I could see a man's shoes on the other side, and I recognized them. Popo. Is that you, Popo? There was no reply. The English moccasins remained in the same place for an instant and then left noiselessly. I stayed sitting there, breathing with difficulty, my legs shaking and refusing to obey me, calling him. Popo, Popo. Daniel didn't find it at all strange that my grandfather would have visited me and didn't try to give me a rational explanation for what had happened, as most of the psychiatrists I've met would have. He didn't even give me one of those mocking looks that Manuel Arias tends to give me when I start to get what he calls esoteric. How was I supposed to not fall in love with Daniel, who as well as being gorgeous is so sensitive? Most of all, he's gorgeous. He looks like Michelangelo's David, but his coloring is much more attractive. In Florence, my grandparents bought a miniature replica of the statue. In the shop they were offered a David with a fig leaf, but what I liked best were his genitals. I hadn't seen those parts in a real human yet, only in my Popo's anatomy book. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Back to Daniel, who believes that half the world's problems would be solved if of a demanding superego, because the best virtues thrive with affection. Daniel Goodrich's life has been a gift in comparison with mine, but he's had his troubles too. He's a serious guy with serious goals, who has known since he was young what his itinerary would be, unlike me, who's always drifting. At the first deceptive glance, he seems like a rich kid who smiles too easily, the smile of someone satisfied with himself and the world. That air of eternal contentment is strange, because in his medical studies and hospital internships and on his travels, on foot and with a backpack, he must have seen a lot of poverty and suffering. If I hadn't slept with him, I'd think he was another aspiring Siddhartha, another man unplugged from his emotions, like Manuel. The Goodrich story would make a good novel. Daniel knows that his biological father was black and his mother white, but he doesn't know them and hasn't ever had any interest in looking for them, because he adores the family who raised him. Robert Goodrich, his adoptive father, is a titled Englishman, although he doesn't get called sir in the United States because it would be ridiculous. But as proof, there's a color photograph of him greeting Queen Elizabeth II, and he's wearing an ostentatious medal hanging from an orange ribbon. He's a very renowned psychiatrist, with a couple of books published and a knighthood for services to science. Sir Robert married Alice Wilkins, a young American violinist who was temporarily in London, and moved to the United States with her. The couple settled in Seattle, where he set up his own clinic, while she joined the symphony orchestra. When they found out that Alice couldn't have children, after much hesitation, they adopted Daniel. 4 years later, Alice unexpectedly got pregnant. At first they thought it was a hysterical pregnancy, but it soon proved to be genuine, and in due time Alice gave birth to little Francis. Instead of being jealous at the arrival of a competitor, Daniel fell absolutely and exclusively in love with his little sister, a love that only increased over time and that was fully requited by the little girl. Robert and Alice shared a love for classical music, which they inculcated in both their children, as well as a fondness for cocker spaniels, which they've always had, and mountain climbing, which would lead to Francis's misfortune. Daniel was 9 and his sister 5 when their parents separated, and Robert Goodrich moved 10 blocks away to live with Alphonse Zaleski, friend, and were left with the idea that it was a temporary arrangement, but 19 years have passed, and the two men are still together. Meanwhile Alice, promoted to first violin, carries on playing with Alphonse Zaleski like the good colleagues they actually are, because the pianist never intended to steal her husband, just to share him. Alice stayed in the family home with half the furniture and 2 of the cocker spaniels, while Robert moved to a similar house in the same neighborhood with his lover, the rest of the furniture, and the 3rd dog. Daniel and Francis grew up going back and forth between the 2 homes with their suitcases, spending 1 week in each. They always went to the same school, where their parents' situation didn't attract attention. They spent holidays and birthdays with both and for a while believed that the numerous Zaleski family, who traveled from Washington and arrived en masse for Thanksgiving, were circus acrobats, because that was one of the many stories invented by Alphonse to win the children over. He could have saved himself the trouble, because Daniel and Frances loved him for other reasons. He's been a mother to them. The Polish man adores them, devoting more time to them than their actual parents do. He's a cheerful bon vivant, who puts on shows for them of athletic Russian folk dances wearing pajamas and Sir Robert's medal. The Goodriches separated without going to the trouble of getting legally divorced and have managed to stay friends. They're united by the interests they shared before Alphonse Zaleski showed up, except for mountain climbing, which they both gave up after Frances's accident. Daniel finished high school with good grades when he'd just turned 17 and was accepted into a pre-med course at the university, but his immaturity was so obvious that Alphonse convinced him to wait a year and, in the meantime, to get a little weather-beaten. "You're just a kid, Daniel. How are you going to be a doctor when you don't even know how to blow your own nose?" In the face of Robert and Alice's solid opposition, his Polish stepdad sent him to Guatemala on a student program to learn Spanish and become a man. Daniel spent 9 months living with an indigenous family in a village on the shores of Lake Atitlan, growing corn and spinning sisal rope, without sending any news, and came back the color of tar, his hair an impenetrable tangle, with a guerrilla's revolutionary ideas and speaking Quiché Mayan. After that experience, studying medicine seemed like child's play to him. The cordial triangle of the Goodriches and Zaleski might possibly have disintegrated once the two children grew up, but the need to care for Frances has united them more than ever. Frances is completely dependent on them. 9 years ago, Frances Goodrich suffered a spectacular fall when the whole family, except for Alphonse, was mountain climbing in the Sierra Nevada. She broke more bones than they could count, and despite 13 complicated operations and continuous physical therapy, she can still barely move. Daniel decided to study medicine when he saw his sister smashed to bits in a bed in the intensive care unit, and chose psychiatry because she asked him to. The girl was in a profound coma for 3 long weeks. Her parents considered the irrevocable idea of disconnecting her from life support, because she'd suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and, according to the doctors, would remain in a vegetative state. Alphonse Zaleski wouldn't allow it. He felt in his heart that Frances was suspended in limbo, but if they didn't let go of her, she'd come back. The family all took turns spending the day and night in the hospital, talking to her, touching her, calling her, and when she finally opened her eyes, one Saturday at 5 in the morning, it was Daniel who was with her. Frances couldn't speak, because she'd had a tracheotomy, but he translated what her eyes were expressing and announced to the world that his sister was happy to be alive, and they'd better abandon the compassionate plan of helping her to die. They'd grown up together like twins, knew each other better than they knew themselves, and needed no words to understand each other. The hemorrhage hadn't damaged Frances's brain in the way they'd feared. It only produced a temporary loss of memory, made her cross-eyed, and left her deaf in one ear. But Daniel noticed that something fundamental had changed. Before, his sister had been like their father. Rational, logical, with an inclination towards science and mathematics. But since the accident she thinks with her heart, according to him. He says that Frances can guess people's intentions and moods. It is impossible to hide anything from her or deceive her, and she gets sparks of premonitions so accurate that Alphonse Zaleski is training her to guess the winning lottery numbers. Her imagination, creativity, and intuition have developed in a spectacular way. The mind is much more interesting than the body, Daniel. You should be a psychiatrist, like Daddy, to find out why I have so much enthusiasm for life, and other perfectly healthy people commit suicide, Frances said to him, when she could talk again. The same courage that enabled her to practice hazardous sports has helped Frances endure suffering. She swore she'd recover. For the moment her life is entirely occupied by physical rehabilitation, which takes up many hours a day, her amazing social life on the house, where Frances can get around in her wheelchair more comfortably. Zaleski has taken several courses to help Frances with her exercises, and nobody really remembers anymore what the exact relationship is between the Goodriches and the Polish pianist. It doesn't matter, they're three good people who respect and care for a daughter, who love music, books, the theater, and fine wine, who share the same dogs and the same friends. Frances can't brush her hair or her teeth by herself, but she moves her fingers and operates her computer, so she's connected to the university and the world. We went online, and Daniel showed me his sister's Facebook page, where there are several photos of her before and after the accident. A cheerful, delicate, freckled redhead with a cute little squirrel's face. On her page are several comments, photos, and videos from Daniel's trip. Frances and I are very different, he told me. I'm quite laid back and sedentary, while she's a firecracker. When she was little she wanted to be an explorer, and her favorite book was Cabeza de Vaca's Adventures in the Unknown Interior of America, by Alvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, a 16th-century Spanish adventurer. She would have liked to go to the ends of the earth, to the bottom of the sea, to the moon. My South American journey was her idea. It is what she had planned and won't be able to do. So I have to try to see with her eyes, hear with her ears, and film with her camera. I feared, and still fear, that Daniel was frightened off by my confidences and will reject me as unbalanced, but I had to tell him everything. Nothing strong can be built on a foundation of lies and omissions. According to Blanca, with whom I've been talking this through nonstop, everybody is entitled to their secrets, and this eagerness of mine to show myself in the worst light possible is a form of arrogance. I have thought of this too. The arrogance would be in expecting Daniel to love me in spite of my problems and my past. My Nini says that people love their children and grandchildren unconditionally, but not their partners. Manuel keeps quiet on this subject, but he has warned me against the imprudence of falling in love with a stranger who lives far away. What other advice could he give me? That's how he is. He doesn't run emotional risks, he prefers the solitude of his hovel, where he feels safe. In November of last year, my life in Las Vegas was so out of control and I was so sick that I get the details confused. I went around dressed like a man, with the hood of my sweatshirt over my eyes, my head down between my shoulders, moving quickly, never showing my face. To rest I leaned against a wall, or better, in a hand that wouldn't have been much use if I'd needed to defend myself. I stopped asking for food at the women's shelter and started going to the men's, waiting at the end of the line, taking my plateful, and wolfing it down in a corner. In that male crowd, to look directly at someone could be interpreted as a sign of aggression, and a word out of place might be dangerous. They were anonymous, invisible beings, except for the old men, who were somewhat demented and had been coming there for years. That was their territory, and nobody messed with them. I passed as just another drugged-out boy of the many who showed up there, dragged in by the tide of human misery. So vulnerable did I seem that sometimes someone with a shred of compassion would greet me with a "Hi, buddy." I never answered. My voice would have given me away. The same dealer that would sometimes let me trade cigarettes for crack also bought electronics, CDs, DVDs, iPods, cell phones, and video games, but they weren't easy to come by. To steal stuff like that, you need to be very daring and very fast, neither of which I was anymore. Freddie had explained his method to me. First you had to pay a reconnaissance visit to study the locations of the exits and security cameras. Then, wait till the store is full and all the employees busy, which happens especially when they have sales, on holidays and paydays, at the beginning and middle of the month. That's all well and good in theory, but when in need, a person can't always wait for ideal circumstances. The day Officer Arana caught me had been a day of constant suffering. I hadn't managed to get anything, and I'd had cramps for hours, shivering from withdrawal and doubled over in pain from the cystitis, which had gotten a lot worse and was only calmed by heroin or pharmaceuticals that were very expensive on the black market. I couldn't last another hour in that state, and I did exactly the opposite of what Freddie had recommended. I went in a state of desperation into an electronics store I didn't know, the only advantage of which was the absence of an armed guard at the door, like others had, without worrying about the staff or the cameras, stupidly and crazily searching for the games section. The way I looked and was acting must have drawn attention. I found the section, grabbed a Japanese war video game that Freddie liked, hid it under my t-shirt, and rushed toward the exit. The security tag on the game set off the alarm with a noisy squawking as soon as I got near the door. I took off running with surprising energy, given the pathetic shape I was in. Before the employees had time to react, I kept running, first down the middle of the street, dodging cars, and then on the sidewalk, shoving and shouting and swearing at people to get out of my way, until I realized nobody was following me. I stopped, panted, and sat down on the sidewalk, hugging the Japanese box. Moments later, two heavy and firm hands grasped me by the shoulders. When I turned around, I was facing a pair of clear eyes in a very tan face. It was Officer Arana, who I didn't immediately recognize because he was out of uniform and I couldn't focus, on the verge of fainting. Thinking of it now, it is surprising that Arana hadn't found me sooner. Beggars, pickpockets, prostitutes, and addicts keep to certain neighborhoods and streets that the police know only too well and keep tabs on, just as they have their eyes on the homeless shelters, where sooner or later all the hungry people end up. Defeated, I took the video game out from under my shirt and handed it over. The police officer picked me up off the ground by one arm, and he must have held me up, because my legs were buckling. "Come with me," he said, more kindly than I would have expected. "Please, don't arrest me, please," I babbled. "I'm not going to arrest you. Calm down," he replied. He took me 20 yards down the street to La Taqueria, a Mexican diner, where the waiters tried to keep me from entering when they saw my pitiful state, but they gave in when Arana showed them his badge. I collapsed into a chair with my head on my arms, shaking with uncontrollable tremors. I don't know how Arana recognized me. He'd seen me a couple of times. And the wreck sitting across from him didn't look anything at all like the fashionably dressed, healthy girl with hair like little platinum feathers he'd met before. He realized straight away that it wasn't food I needed most urgently and, helping me as if I were an invalid, took me to the washroom. He glanced around to make sure we were alone, put something in my hand, and pushed me gently inside, while he stood guard at the door. White powder. I blew my nose with toilet paper, anxious, hurrying, and sniffed the drug, which hit me in the forehead like an icy knife. An instant later I was invaded by the huge sense of relief that every junkie knows. I stopped trembling and moaning, and my mind cleared. I splashed some water on my face and tried to fix my hair a little with my fingers, not recognizing that red-eyed cadaver with greasy two-tone hair in the mirror. I couldn't stand the smell of myself, but it was futile to wash if I couldn't change my clothes. Outside Arana was waiting for me with folded arms, leaning on the wall. I always carry a little something with me for giving me 2 pills. They must have been a very strong analgesic, because he insisted I couldn't take them on an empty stomach. In less than 10 minutes I was resurrected. When they killed Brandon Lehman, I looked for you to take a statement. And get you to identify the body. It was just a formality, because there was no doubt who it was. It was a typical drug-related crime. Dealers killing each other to defend their turf, he told me. "Do you know who did it, officer?" "We have an idea, but no proof." He took 11 bullets, and somebody, lots of people, must have heard the shooting, but nobody cooperates with the police. "I thought you must have gone home to your family, Laura. What happened to your plans for college? I never imagined I'd find you in this kind of shape." "I got scared, officer. When I heard they'd killed him, I didn't dare go near the building, and so I hid. I couldn't call my family, and I ended up on the street. And an addict, I see. You need. No, I interrupted him. I'm fine, really, officer, I don't need anything. I will go home. They're going to send me the bus fare. You owe me some explanations, Laura. Your so-called uncle was not called Brandon Lehman or any of the other names on the half-dozen pieces of fake ID he had on him. He was identified as Hank Trevor, with 2 prison sentences in Atlanta. He never told me about that. Did he ever tell you about his brother Adam? He might have mentioned him, I don't remember. The cop ordered another beer for each of us and then told me that Adam Trevor was one of the world's greatest counterfeiters. At the age of 15 he started working for a printer in Chicago, where he learned the ink and paper trade, and later he developed a technique to falsify dollar bills so perfect that they passed the pen test in ultraviolet rays. He sold them at 40 or 50 cents to the dollar to the mafias from China, India, and the Balkans, who mixed them in with real bills before introducing them into circulation. The business of counterfeit money, one of the most lucrative in the world, demands total discretion and sang-froid. Brandon Lehman, or rather Hank Trevor, lacked his brother's talent or intelligence. He was just a 2-bit delinquent. Laura, I confess a certain admiration for Adam Trevor. He's an artist, and he's never hurt anyone, except the American government, Arana concluded. He explained that the fundamental counterfeiter's rule is never to spend the money he makes but to sell it as far away from him as possible, without leaving any clues that might lead to its author or the press. Adam Trevor violated that rule by giving a large sum to his brother, who instead of hiding it, as he was surely instructed to, started spending it in Las Vegas. Arana added that he had 25 years of experience in the police department and knew very well what Brandon Lehman was up to and what I did for him, but he hadn't arrested us because junkies like us were unimportant. If they detained every drug addict and dealer in Nevada, there wouldn't be enough jail cells to put them all in. Nevertheless, when Lehman put fake money into circulation, he put himself into another category, way out of his league. The only reason not to arrest him immediately was the possibility that through him they might be able to find the origin of that money. I'd been watching him for months, hoping he'd lead me to Adam Trevor. Imagine how frustrating it was when they murdered him. I've been looking for you because you know where your lover hid the money he received from his brother. He wasn't my lover. I interrupted. That doesn't matter. I just want to know where he put the money and how to find Adam Trevor. If I knew where there was money, officer, do you think I'd be on the street? An hour earlier I would have told him without a moment's hesitation, but the coke, the pills, the beers, and a shot of tequila had temporarily cleared away my anguish, and I remembered I shouldn't get involved in this mess. I didn't know if the bills in the lockup in Beatty were fake, authentic, or a mixture of the two, but in any case it would not do me any good to have Arana thinking I had anything to do with those bags. As Freddie used to advise me, it was always safer to keep quiet. Brandon Lehman had died brutally, his murderers were still on the loose, the policeman had mentioned the mafias, and any information I spilled would provoke Adam Trevor's revenge. How could you think Brandon Lehman would confide something like that to me, officer? I was his errand girl. Joe Martin and Chino were his associates. They participated in his business deals and accompanied him everywhere, not me. They were his partners. I think so, but I'm not sure, because Brandon Lehman never told me anything. Until this very moment I didn't even know his name was Hank Trevor. So Joe Martin and Chino know where the money is. You'd have to ask them. The only money I ever saw were the tips Brandon Lehman used to give me. And what you charged for him in the hotels. He kept interrogating me to find out details of the living arrangements at the den of delinquents that was Brandon Lehman's building, and I answered him cautiously, without mentioning Freddie or giving him any clues about the El Paso, Texas bags. I tried to implicate Joe Martin and Chino, with the idea that if they were arrested, I'd be free of them, but Arana didn't seem interested in them. We'd finished eating a while ago. It was close to 5 in the afternoon, and in the modest Mexican restaurant there was only one guy working there and waiting for us to leave. As if he hadn't already done enough for me, Officer Arana gave me $10 and his cell phone number, so we could keep in touch and I could call him if I got into trouble. He warned me that I should let him know before I left the city, and he told me to take care. There were some very dangerous neighborhoods in Las Vegas, especially at night, as if I didn't know. As we said goodbye, it occurred to me to ask him why he was out of uniform, and he confided that he was collaborating with the FBI. Counterfeiting was a federal crime. The precautions I took that allowed me to hide out in Las Vegas were futile in the face of the force of destiny, in capital letters, as my grandfather would say, referring to one of his favorite Verdi operas. My popo accepted the poetic idea of destiny. What other explanation could there be for having found the love of his life in Toronto? But he was less fatalistic than my grandma, for whom destiny is something as sure and concrete as genetics. Both, destiny and genes, determine what we are, and cannot be changed. If the combination is virulent, we're fucked, but if not, we can exercise a certain amount of control over our own existence, as long as our astrological chart is favorable. The way she explained it is that we come into the world with certain cards in our hand, and we play our game. With similar cards, one person might lose everything and another excel. It's the law of compensation, Maya. If it is your destiny to be born blind, you're not forced to sit in the subway playing the flute. You could develop your nose and turn out to be a wine taster. That's one of my grandmother's typical examples. According to my Nini's theory, I was born predestined to addiction. Who knows why, since it is not in my genes, only a very occasional glass of white wine, and my mother, the Laplander princess, made a good impression on me the only time I saw her. Of course it was 11 in the morning, and at that hour almost everyone is more or less sober. In any case, in my cards addiction somehow figures, but with willpower and intelligence I could play my game in a way that kept it under control. However, the statistics don't encourage optimism. There are more blind wine tasters than rehabilitated addicts. Taking into account other dirty tricks destiny has played on me, like having met Brandon Lehman, my possibilities of leading a normal life were minimal before the opportune intervention of Olympia Pettiford. That's what I told my Nini, and she answered that you can always cheat at cards. That's what she was doing by sending me to this little island in Chiloé, cheating the cards. The same day of my encounter with Arana, a couple of hours later, Joe Martin and Chino finally caught up with me, a few blocks from the Mexican diner where the officer had helped me. I didn't see the scary black van, and I didn't sense them approaching until they were right on top of me. I'd spent the $10 on drugs, and I was high. They grabbed me, picked me up, and forced me into the vehicle, while I screamed and kicked in desperation. Some people stopped, but no one interceded. Who's going to mess with two dangerous-looking thugs and a hysterical homeless girl? I tried to jump out of the van while it was moving, but Joe Martin paralyzed me with a punch in the neck. They took me back to the building I knew all too well, Brandon Lehman's patch, where they were now the bosses, and in spite of my bewildered panic I could see that it was in even worse shape. The obscenities daubed on the wall, garbage, and broken glass had multiplied, and it smelled of excrement. Between the two of them they dragged me up to the third floor, opened the gate, and we went into the apartment, which was empty. "Now you're going to sing, you fucking slut," Joe Martin threatened me, an inch from my face, squeezing my breasts with his ape-like hands. "You're going to tell us where Lehman hid the money, or I'll break every bone in your body, one at a time." At that instant Chino's cell phone rang, and he talked for a couple of seconds and then told Joe Martin that there'd be plenty of time to break my bones, but they had orders to get going. They were waiting for them, he said. Joe Martin and Chino gagged me with a rag in my mouth and adhesive tape, threw me down on one of the mattresses, tied my ankles and my wrists together with an electric cord and then tied them to each other, so I was bent backward. They left, after warning me again what they'd do to me when they got back, and I was left alone, unable to scream or mouth, terrified at what was going to happen to me at the hands of those murderers, and as the effects of the alcohol and drugs wore off. In my mouth I had the rag and the aftertaste of the chicken fajitas. I tried not to vomit, though I was gagging and could feel it coming up my throat, afraid I would die of asphyxiation. How long was I on that mattress? It's impossible to know with any certainty, but it felt to me like several days, although it could have been less than an hour. Very soon I began to tremble violently and to bite the rag, now soaked with saliva, so I wouldn't swallow it. With every shudder the wire dug deeper into my skin. The fear and the pain kept me from thinking. Running out of air, I started to pray for Joe Martin and Chino to return, so I could tell them everything I knew, take them personally to Beatty, see if they could shoot those locks off, and if they then shot me in the head, that would at least be preferable to being tortured to death like an animal. I didn't care about that damn money. Why hadn't I just confided in Officer Arana? Now, months later in Chiloé, with the calm of distance, I understand that was their way of making me confess. They didn't have to break my bones. The torment of withdrawal was enough. That was, I'm sure, the order Chino had been given by phone. Outside the sun had set. No light filtered in between the boards over the windows, and inside the darkness was total. Meanwhile, sicker and sicker, I kept praying the murderers would come back. The force of destiny. It wasn't Joe Martin or Chino who turned on the light and leaned over me, but Freddie, so skinny and demented that for a moment I didn't recognize him. Shit, Laura, fuck, he was mumbling as he tried to get the gag off my mouth with a trembling hand. He finally got the rag out, and I could take a massive breath and fill my lungs up with air, retching and coughing. Freddie, sweet Freddie. He couldn't get me untied. The knots had turned to stone, and he only had one good hand. He was missing 2 fingers on the other one and had never recovered the use of it entirely after that beating. He went to get a knife from the kitchen and started fighting with the electric cord until he managed to cut it and, after eternal minutes, free me. My ankles and wrists were bleeding, but I didn't notice until later. In those moments I was overcome by the anguish of withdrawal. My next hit was the only thing that mattered to me. It was useless to try to stand up. I was shaken by convulsive spasms, with no control over my extremities. Fuck, you have to get out of here. Fuck, Laura, fuck, the boy was repeating like a litany. Freddie went to the kitchen again and came back with a pipe, a blowtorch, and a handful of crack. He lit it and put it in my mouth. Strength. How are we going to get out of here, Freddie? I murmured. My teeth were chattering. Walking is the only way. Stand up, Laura, he answered. And we walked out the simplest way, through the front door. Freddie had the remote control to open the gate, and we slipped down the stairs in the darkness, glued to the wall, him holding me up by the waist, me leaning on his shoulders. He was so small, but his brave heart more than made up for his fragility. Maybe some of the phantoms of the lower floors saw us and told Joe Martin and Chino that Freddie had rescued me. I'll never know. If nobody told them, they probably guessed. Who else would risk his life to help me? We walked a few blocks in the shadow of the houses, getting away from the building. Freddie tried to stop several taxis, but when they saw us they kept going or sped up. We must have been a dreadful sight. He took me to a bus stop and we got on the first one that came, without noticing where it was going or paying any attention to the expressions of repugnance on the faces of the passengers or the driver's glances in the rearview mirror. I was disheveled, smelled of piss, had smears of blood on my arms and shoes. They could have ordered us off the bus or called the police, but we had a little luck there and they didn't. We got out at the last stop, where Freddie took me to a public washroom. And I cleaned myself up as best I could, which wasn't much, because my clothes and hair were disgusting, and then we got on another bus, and then another, and we went around and around Las Vegas for hours to shake them off. At last Freddie took me to a black neighborhood where I'd never been. The badly lit streets were empty at this time of night, lined with humble working-class houses, porches with wicker chairs, yards full of junk and old cars. After the terrible beating that boy had taken for going into a neighborhood he didn't belong in, it took a lot of courage to take me there, but he didn't seem worried, as if he'd walked down these streets many times. We arrived at a house, no different from all the rest, and Freddie rang the bell several times, insistently. Finally we heard a thundering voice. "Who's got the nerve to bother us so late?" The porch light came on, the door opened a few inches, and an eye inspected us. "Praise the Lord, is that you, Freddie?" It was Olympia Pettiford in a plush pink bathrobe, the nurse who had taken care of Freddie in the hospital when he got beaten up, the gentle giant, Madonna of the defenseless, the splendid woman who ran her own Church of the Widows for Jesus. Olympia opened her door wide and hugged me in her African goddess's embrace. Poor girl, poor little girl. She carried me to the sofa of her living room and laid me in Olympia Pettiford's house. I was completely trapped in the horror of withdrawal, worse than any physical pain, they say, but less than the moral agony of feeling I was despicable or the terrible pain of losing a loved one, like my popo. I don't want to even think of what it would be like to lose Daniel. Olympia's husband, Jeremiah Pettiford, a real angel, and the Widows for Jesus, a group of bossy, generous, older black women, with sorrows of their own, took turns supporting me through the worst days. When my teeth were chattering so much that my voice could barely be heard begging for a drink, just one drink of something strong, anything just to survive, when the tremors and stomach cramps were tormenting me and the octopus of anguish wrapped its thousands of tentacles around my temples and squeezed, when I was sweating and struggling and fighting and trying to escape, those marvelous widows held me down, rocked me, consoled me, prayed and sang for me, and didn't leave me alone for a single second. "I've ruined my life. I can't go on. I want to die," I sobbed at one moment. When I could articulate something more than insults, pleading, and swear words. Olympia grabbed me by the shoulders and forced me to look her in the eye, to focus, to pay attention, to listen to her. "Who told you it was going to be easy, girl? Endure it. Nobody dies of this. I forbid you to talk of dying, that's a sin. Put yourself in the hands of Jesus and you'll live decently for the 70 years you still have ahead of you." Somehow Olympia Pettiford managed to get me some antibiotics, which cured the urinary tract infection, and Valium to help me with the symptoms of withdrawal. I imagine she brought them from the hospital with a clean conscience. She counted on Jesus Christ's forgiveness in advance. "The cystitis had gone into my kidneys," she explained, "but the injections she gave me got it under control in a few days, and she gave me a bottle of pills to take for the next 2 weeks. I don't remember how long I was agonizing through withdrawal. It must have been 2 or 3 days, but it felt like a month. I gradually began to emerge from the pit and peered at the surface. I could swallow a spoonful or 2 of soup or oatmeal with milk, rest and sleep a bit. The clock mocked me, and 1 hour stretched out into a week. The widows bathed me, trimmed my nails, and deloused me, cured my inflamed injuries from needles and from the cords that had cut through my wrists and ankles, gave me massages with baby oil to loosen the scabs, got me clean clothes, and watched over me to keep me from jumping, most of them women, and I knew that the few men who were there were not necessarily widowers. Jeremiah and Olympia Pettiford, dressed up in violet satin robes with yellow trim, conducted a service to give thanks to Jesus in my name. Those voices. They sang with their whole bodies, swaying like palm trees, their arms raised to the heavens, joyful, so joyful that their singing cleansed me from within. Olympia and Jeremiah didn't want to know anything about me, not even my name. Freddie having brought me to their door was reason enough for them to take me in. They guessed that I was fleeing from something, and they preferred not to know what, in case someone asked them compromising questions. They prayed for Freddie daily, asked Jesus to look after him, to help him through detox and to accept help and love, but sometimes Jesus is slow to answer, because he receives too many requests, they explained. I couldn't get Freddie out of my head either, worrying that he'd fall into the clutches of Joe Martin and Chino, but Olympia had confidence in his cunning and his amazing capacity for survival. 1 week later, when the symptoms of the infection had cleared up and I could stay more or less quiet without Valium, I asked Olympia to call my grandma in California, because I couldn't bring myself to do it. It was 7 in the morning when Olympia dialed the number I gave her, and my Nini answered immediately, as if she'd been sitting by the telephone for 6 months, waiting. Your granddaughter is ready to go home. Come and pick her up. 11 hours later, a red van pulled up in front of the Pettifords' house. My Nini leaned on the horn with the urgency of love, and I fell into her arms before the satisfied gaze of the householders, several widows, and Mike O'Kelly, who was getting his wheelchair out of the rented vehicle. You little shit. If you only knew what you put us through. How hard could it have been just to call to tell us you were alive? Was my Nini's greeting, shouted in Spanish, as happens when she's agitated, and then. You look awful, Maya, but your aura's green, the color of healing, so that's a good sign. My grandma was much smaller than I remembered. She'd shrunk in a few months, and the purple circles under her eyes, which used to be so sensual, now made her look old. I told your dad. He's flying back from Dubai and will be waiting for you at home tomorrow, she told me, clinging to my hand and staring at me with all eyes to keep me from disappearing again, but she abstained from overwhelming me with. After dinner, the widows for Jesus said good night and left while we gathered in the little living room, where the wheelchair could barely fit. Olympia gave my Nini and Mike a summary of my state of health and advised them to get me into a rehabilitation program as soon as we got back to California, something Mike, who knows a lot about these matters, had already decided for himself, and then she discreetly left the room. I brought them up to date briefly on what my life had been like since May, skipping the night with Roy Fedgwick in the motel and the prostitution, which would have destroyed my Nini. As I told them about Brandon Lehman, or rather, Hank Trevor, the counterfeit money, the murderers who kidnapped me, and all the rest, my grandma writhed in her chair, repeating between clenched teeth, you little shit, but Snow White's blue eyes shone like the headlights of an airplane. He was delighted finally to find himself in the middle of a real police investigation. Counterfeiting money is a very serious crime, with longer sentences than for premeditated murder, he cheerfully informed us. That's what Officer Arana told me. I better phone him and confess everything. He gave me his number, I suggested. Great idea. Only my idiot granddaughter could come up with such a brilliant plan, exclaimed my Nini. Would you like to spend 20 years in San Quentin and end up in the gas chamber, you silly girl? Go on then, run and tell the cop you're an accomplice. Calm down, Nydia. The first priority is to destroy the evidence, so they won't be able to connect your granddaughter to the money. Then we'll take her to California without leaving any trace of her time in Las Vegas, and then, once she's recuperated, we'll make her disappear. What do you reckon? How are we going to do that? She asked him. Everyone here knows her as Laura Barron, except for the widows for Jesus, right, Maya? The widows don't know my real name either, I said. Excellent. We'll go back to California in the van we rented, Mike decided. Good thinking, Mike, interjected my Nini, whose eyes were starting to twinkle as well. To fly, Maya would need a ticket in her name and some form of ID. That leaves a trail, but we can cross the country by car without anybody finding out. We can return the van in Berkeley. In this simple way the two members of the club of criminals organized my escape from Sin City. It was late. We were tired and needed to sleep before Pettifords for breakfast, which we stretched out for as long as possible, sad to say goodbye to my benefactors. My Nini, extremely grateful and in eternal debt to the Petty Fords, offered them unconditional hospitality in Berkeley. My house is your home. But to be on the safe side, they didn't want to know my last name or our address. However, when Snow White told them he had saved boys like Freddie and could help the kid, Olympia accepted his card. The Widows for Jesus will look for him until we find him, and then we'll bring him to you, even if we have to tie him up, she promised. I said goodbye to that adorable couple with a huge hug and a promise that we'd see each other again. My grandma, Mike, and I headed for Beatty in the red van, arguing on the way about how to open the locks. We couldn't put a stick of dynamite in front of the door, as my Nini suggested. If we did manage to do that, the explosion would call attention to us, and besides, brute force is the last thing a good detective resorts to. They made me repeat 10 times the details of the 2 trips I'd made to the storage lockup with Brandon Lehman. What exactly was the message you were supposed to give his brother over the phone? My Nini asked me once again. The address of where the bags were. That's all. No, now I remember. Lehman kept insisting that I should tell his brother where his El Paso, Texas bags were. Was he referring to the city of El Paso in Texas? I suppose so, but I'm not sure. The other bag was just a regular travel bag, without any logo on it. The 2 amateur detectives deduced that the combination to the locks was in that brand name, and that was why Lehman had been so insistent on me getting the message exactly right. It took them 3 minutes to translate the letters into numbers, such a simple code that it was disappointing. They were expecting a challenge worthy of their abilities. All they had to do was look at a telephone. The 8 letters corresponded to 8 digits, 4 for each combination, 3,572 and 7,689. We stopped to buy rubber gloves, a cloth, a broom, matches, and rubbing alcohol, then went to a hardware store for a plastic container and a shovel, and finally to a gas station to fill up the tank and the container. We went on to the lockup, which luckily I recognized, because there were several in the same place. I found the right door, and my Nini, wearing gloves, opened the locks on her second attempt. I've rarely seen her more pleased. I hadn't touched anything. Lehman was the one who opened the locks, took the bags out of the car, and locked up again when we left, but my Nini thought that since I'd been on drugs, I couldn't be sure of anything. Mike wiped all the surfaces where there might be fingerprints with alcohol, from the door on in. Out of curiosity, we glanced inside the crates and found rifles, pistols, and ammunition. My Nini suggested we should leave there armed like guerrilla fighters, since we were already in the criminal world up to our eyeballs, and Snow White thought it was a splendid idea, but I wouldn't allow it. My Popo never wanted to own any firearms. He said the devil loaded them, and if you had one, you ended up using it and later regretting it. My Nini believed that if her husband had owned a weapon, he would have killed her when she threw his opera scores in the garbage, a week after they got married. What the members of the Club of Criminals wouldn't have given for those 2 crates of lethal toys. We threw the bags in the van, my Nini swept the ground to erase our footprints and the wheelchair tracks, and we closed up the locks and drove away, unarmed. With the bags in the van, we went to rest for a few hours in a motel after buying water and provisions for the trip, which would take us about 10 hours. Mike and my Nini had arrived by plane and rented the van at the Las Vegas airport. They didn't know how long, straight, and boring that highway was, but at least at that time of year it wasn't the boiling cauldron it is in other months, when the temperature goes up over 100 degrees. Mike O'Kelly took the bags of treasure to his room, and I shared a king-size bed in the other room with my grandma, who held my hand all night. I'm not even thinking of running away, Nini, don't worry, I assured her, collapsing with exhaustion, but she didn't let go. Neither of us could sleep very much, so we made use of the time to talk. We had a lot to say to each other. She told me about my dad. about how he'd suffered when I ran away, and repeated that she'd never forgive me for having left them without news for 5 months, 1 week, and 2 days. I'd destroyed their nerves and broken their hearts. Forgive me, Nini, I didn't think. And it is true that it hadn't occurred to me. I'd only thought about myself. I asked her about Sarah and Debbie, and she told me she'd attended the graduation of my class at Berkeley High, invited by Mr. Harper, with whom she'd become friends, because he'd always been interested in how goth rags or deathly makeup. My Nini, annoyed, told her I'd married the heir to a great fortune and was in the Bahamas. Why should I tell her you'd disappeared, Maya? I didn't want to give her the pleasure. After all the harm she did you with her awful habits, announced the unforgiving Don Corleone of the Chilean mafia. As for Rick Laredo, he'd been arrested for something so stupid it could only have occurred to him. Dognapping. His operation, very badly planned, consisted of stealing some pampered pet and then calling the family to demand a ransom for the mutt's return. He got the idea from the kidnappings of Colombian millionaires, you know, those insurgents, what are they called? The FARC. Well, something like that. But don't worry, Mike is helping him, and they'll soon let him out, my grandmother concluded. I pointed out that it didn't worry me the slightest little bit that Laredo was behind bars. On the contrary, I thought that was his rightful place in the universe. Don't be so hard on him, Maya, that poor boy was very much in love with you. When they let him out, Mike's going to get him a job at the animal shelter, so he'll learn to respect other people's puppies. What do you think? That solution would never have crossed Snow White's mind. It just had to be my Nini's idea. Mike called us from his room at 3 in the morning. We shared some bananas and rolls, put our meager luggage in the van, and half an hour later left in the direction of California with my grandmother at the wheel. It was very dark, a good time to avoid the traffic and the patrol cars. I was nodding off, felt like I had sawdust in my eyes, drums banging in my head, cotton in my knees, and I would have given anything to sleep for a century, like the princess in Perrault's story. 120 miles up the road we turned off onto a narrow track, chosen by Mike on the map because it didn't lead anywhere, and we soon found ourselves in a lunar landscape of utter solitude. It was cold, but I warmed up quickly by digging a hole, an impossible task for Mike from his wheelchair or for my 66-year-old Nini, and very difficult for a sleepwalker like me. The earth was stony, with creeping dry and hard vegetation. My strength was failing. I'd never used a shovel, and Mike and my grandmother's instructions just increased my frustration. Half an hour later I'd only managed to make a dent in the ground, but since I had blisters on my hands inside the rubber gloves and could barely lift the shovel, the 2 members of the club of criminals had to be satisfied with that. Burning $500,000 is more complicated than we imagined. We didn't factor the wind into our calculations, or the quality of the reinforced paper, or gasoline, lit them on fire, and fanned the smoke so it wouldn't be seen from far away, although that was pretty unlikely at that time of night. Are you sure all this is counterfeit, Maya? My grandma asked. How can I be, Nini? Officer Arana said that they normally mix fake bills with legal ones. It would be a waste to burn good money, with all the expenses we've got. We could save a little bit, just for emergencies, she suggested. Are you crazy, Nydia? This is more dangerous than nitroglycerin, Mike said. They carried on a heated argument while I finished burning the contents of the first bag and opened the second. Inside I found only 4 bundles of bills and 2 packages the size of books, wrapped in plastic and sealed with packing tape. We ripped them open with our teeth and fingers because we didn't have anything sharp and we needed to hurry. It was starting to get light, dark gray clouds sweeping across a vermilion sky. In the packages there were 4 metal plates for printing $50 and $100 bills. This is worth a fortune, Mike shouted. It's much more valuable than the money we've burned. How do you know? I asked him. According to what the police officer told you, Maya, Adam Trevor's. Counterfeit bills are so perfect it is almost impossible to spot them. The mafias would pay millions for these plates. So we could sell them, said my Nini, full of hope. Mike stopped her with a cutting look. Don't even think about it, Don Corleone. We can't burn them, I interjected. We have to bury them or throw them in the sea, Mike decided. What a shame. They're works of art. My Nini sighed, and proceeded to wrap them up carefully to keep them from getting scratched. We finished burning the loot and covered the hole with dirt. Before we left, Snow White insisted on marking the place. What for? I asked. Just in case. That's what they do in crime novels, he explained. I had to go find some stones and make a pyramid on top of the hole, while my Nini paced out the distances to the nearest reference points and Mike drew a map on one of the paper bags. It was like playing pirates, but I didn't feel like arguing with them. We did the trip to Berkeley with 3 stops to go to the washroom, drink coffee, fill up with gas, and get rid of the bags, the shovel, the plastic container, and the gloves in different garbage cans. The blaze of dawn colors had given way to the white light of day, and we sweated in the feverish steam of the desert. The van's air conditioning didn't work very well. My grandma didn't want to let me drive because she thought my brain was still addled and my reflexes numbed, and she drove along that interminable ribbon for the whole day until night fell, without a single complaint. Something had to come of having been a limousine driver, she commented, referring to the era when she met my popo. Daniel Goodrich wanted to know, when I told him the story, what we'd done with the plates. My Nini took charge of throwing them into San Francisco Bay from the ferry. I remember that Daniel Goodrich's phlegmatic psychiatrist's veneer slipped when I told him this part of my story, back in May. How have I been able to live without him for such an eternity? Daniel listened to me open-mouthed, and from his expression I guessed that nothing as exciting as my adventures in Las Vegas had ever happened to him. He told me that when he got back to the United States he'd get in touch with my Nini and Snow White, but he hasn't yet. Your grandma sounds like a riot, Maya. She and Alphonse Zaleski would make a good pair, he commented. Now you know why I'm living here, Daniel. It's no touristic whim, as you might have imagined. My Nini and O'Kelly decided to send me as far away as possible until the situation I'm embroiled in settles down a bit. Joe Martin and Chino are after the money, because they don't know it is counterfeit. The police want to arrest Adam Trevor, and he wants to recover his plates before the FBI gets hold of them. I am the link, and when they find out, I'm going to have them all on my heels. Laura Barron is the link, Daniel reminded me. The police must have figured out I'm her. My fingerprints are all over the place. In the lockers at the gym, at Brandon Lehman's building. And if they grabbed Freddie and made him talk, heaven forbid, they'd even find them in Olympia Pettiford's house. You didn't mention Arana. He's a good guy. He's working with the FBI, but when he could have arrested me, he didn't, although he was suspicious of me. He protected me. He's only interested in dismantling the counterfeit operation and arresting Adam Trevor. They'd give him a medal for that. Daniel agreed with the plan of keep juanitocorrales@gmail.com. No one would suspect the relationship between Daniel Goodrich in Seattle and a little kid from Chiloé, one of many friends made on a trip with whom he keeps in touch regularly. Since Daniel left, I've used the account daily. Manuel does not approve of the idea. He believes the FBI spies and their computer hackers are like God, omnipresent and all-seeing. Juanito Corrales is the little brother I always wished I had, like Freddie was. 2. Take him with you back to your country, Gringuita, he's no use to me, the little brat, Edgeviges said to me once, as a joke, and Juanito took it so seriously that he's making plans to live with me in Berkeley. He's the only person in the world who admires me. When I grow up, I'm going to marry you, Auntie Gringa, he tells me. We're into the 3rd volume of Harry Potter, And he dreams of going to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and having his own flying broom. He's proud to have lent me his name for an email account. Naturally, Daniel thought it was crazy of us to burn the money in the desert, where we could have easily been caught by the highway patrol, because Interstate 15 has a lot of heavy goods traffic and is policed by land and helicopters. Before making that decision, Snow White and my Nini weighed up different options, including dissolving the bills in Drano, like they once did with a pound of pork chops, but they all presented risks, and none was as definitive and theatrical as fire. In a few years, when they can tell the story without being arrested, a bonfire in the Mojave Desert sounds better than a liquid that unclogs sinks. Before meeting Daniel, I hadn't ever thought about the male body or ever stopped to contemplate one, except for that unforgettable vision in Florence of David. 17 feet of perfection in marble, but quite a small penis for his size. The boys I used to sleep with never resembled that David at all. They were clumsy, smelly, hairy, and covered in acne. I went through adolescence with crushes on movie actors whose names I don't even remember, only because Sarah and Debbie or some girls at the academy in Oregon did too, but they were as incorporeal as my grandma's saints. It was easy to doubt whether they were actually mortal, so white were their teeth and so smooth their waxed and bronzed torsos. I would never see them up close, much less touch them. They'd been created for the screen, not for the delicious handling of love. None of them figured in my erotic fantasies. When I was little, my popo gave me a delicate cardboard theater with cutout characters in paper costumes to illustrate the complicated storylines of operas. My imaginary days. I think and dream only of him. He went away too soon, before we managed to get anything really established. Intimacy needs time to mature. A shared history, tears shed, obstacles overcome, photographs in an album. It's a slow-growing plant. Daniel and I are suspended in a virtual space, and this separation could destroy our love. He stayed in Chiloé several days more than he'd planned to. He didn't get as far as Patagonia. He flew to Brazil and from there to Seattle, where he's now working at his father's clinic. Meanwhile, I should be finishing my exile on this island, and when the time comes, I suppose we'll decide where we should get together. Seattle is a nice place, and it rains less than in Chiloé, but I'd like us to live here. I don't want to have to leave Manuel, Blanca, Juanito, and Joaquin. I don't know if there would be work for Daniel in Chiloé. According to Manuel, psychiatrists go hungry in this country, although there are more neurotics than in Hollywood, because happiness seems kitsch to Chileans. They're very reluctant to spend money to get over their unhappiness. Manuel's a good example himself, it seems to me. If he wasn't Chilean, he would have explored his traumas with a professional and could be living a bit more happily. And it is not that I'm a fan of psychotherapy. How could I be after my experience in Oregon? But sometimes it helps, as in my Nini's case, when she was widowed. Maybe Daniel could work at something else. I know an Oxford academic, one of those with leather patches on the elbows of his tweed jacket, who fell in love with a Chilean woman, stayed on Isla Grande, and now runs a tourism company. And what about the Austrian woman with the backside of epic proportions and the apple strudel? She was a dentist in Innsbruck, and now she has a guest house. Daniel and I could bake cookies. There's a future there, as Manuel says. Or we could raise vicuñas, as I'd planned to do in Oregon. On May 29 I said farewell to Daniel with feigned serenity. There were a few busybodies on the dock. Our relationship has been gossiped about more than the soap opera, and I didn't want to give those tongue-wagging chilotes a spectacle. But alone at home with Manuel the first cried and cried till neither of us could stand it anymore. Daniel was traveling without a laptop, but as soon as he got back to Seattle and found 50 messages from me, he wrote back. Nothing too romantic, but he must have been exhausted. Since then we've been in constant communication, avoiding saying anything that could identify me. We have a code for talking about love, which he uses with too much restraint, as befits his character, and I abuse shamelessly, in accordance with mine. My past is not long and should be clear in my head, but I don't trust my capricious memory. I should write it down before I begin to change or censor it. On TV they said that some American scientists have developed a new drug to erase memories that they're thinking of using in the treatment of psychological traumas, especially for soldiers who come back crazed from war. This drug is still at the experimental stage. They need to refine it to make sure it doesn't eliminate all memories. If I had access to such a thing, what would I choose to forget? Nothing. The bad things in the past are lessons for the future, and the worst thing that ever happened to me, my popo's death, I want to remember forever. On the hill, near La Pincoya's cave, I saw my popo. He was standing on the edge of the cliff looking toward the horizon, wearing his Italian hat and his travel clothes and with his suitcase in his hand, as if he'd come from far away and was wondering whether to stay or leave. He was there for too short a time, while I stood stock still, not daring to take a breath in case I scared him away, calling him silently. Then some screeching seagulls flew by, and he vanished. I haven't told anybody, to avoid unconvincing explanations, though here they might believe me. If souls in penance howl in Cuckoo, if a ship with a crew of ghosts sails the Gulf of Ancud, and if brujos are transformed into dogs in Queequeg, the apparition of a dead astronomer at La Pincoya's cave is perfectly plausible. He might have been not a ghost but my imagination, which materialized him in the atmosphere like a cinematic projection. Chiloé is a good place for the ectoplasm of a grandpa and the imagination of a granddaughter. I talked to Daniel a lot about my popo when we were alone and telling each other about our lives. I described my childhood, spent with joy in that architectural monstrosity in Berkeley. The memory of those years and of my grandparents' fierce love sustained me through the most terrible times. My dad didn't have a lot of influence over me. His job as a pilot kept him up in the air for longer than he spent on solid ground. Before he got married, he lived in the same house with us, in 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, with an independent entrance up a narrow outside staircase. We didn't see much of him, because if he wasn't flying he might be in the arms of one of his girlfriends, who phoned at all hours and whom he never mentioned. His schedule changed every 2 weeks, and our family got used to not expecting him or asking questions. My grandparents raised me, went to parent-teacher meetings at school, took me to the dentist, helped me with my homework, taught me to tie my shoelaces, ride a bike, and use a computer, dried my tears, laughed with me. I don't remember a single moment of my first 15 years when my Nini and my popo weren't present, and now, when my popo is dead, 2 months have gone by since Daniel's departure, 2 months without seeing him, 2 months with my heart tied up in knots, 2 months writing in this notebook when I should have been talking with him. I miss him so much. This is agony, a fatal illness. In May, when Manuel came back from Santiago, he pretended not to notice that the whole house smelled of kisses, and Joaquin was nervous because I wasn't paying attention to him and he had to take himself out for walks, like all the other mutts in this country. Not long ago he was a street mongrel, and now he thinks he's a lap dog. Manuel put down his suitcase and announced that he had to sort out certain matters with Blanca Snake, and since it looked like rain, he'd sleep over at her house. Here you know it is going to rain when the dolphins dance and when there are rods of light, as they call the sunbeams that shine down between the clouds. As far as I know, Manuel had never slept over at Blanca's house before. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," I whispered in his ear during one of those long hugs he hates. He gave me the gift of another night with Daniel, who at that moment was stoking up the fire in the wood stove to cook chicken with mustard and bacon, a recipe invented by his sister Frances, who's never cooked a thing in her life but collects cookbooks and has turned herself into a theoretical chef. I was trying to keep myself from looking at the ship's clock on the wall, which was quickly swallowing the time I had left with him. In our brief honeymoon I told Daniel about the rehab clinic in San Francisco, where I spent almost a month and which must be quite similar to his father's in Seattle. During the 570-mile trip from Las Vegas to Berkeley, my grandmother and Mike O'Kelly hatched a plan to make me vanish off the face of the earth before the authorities or the criminals got their paws on me. I hadn't seen my father for a year, and I hadn't missed him. I blamed him for my misfortunes, but my resentment evaporated the instant we arrived home in the red van and he was waiting for us at the door. My father, like my Nini, was thinner and shrunken. In those months of my absence he'd aged, and he was no longer the seductive charmer with a movie star's good looks that I remembered. He hugged me tight, saying my name over and over again with a tenderness I'd never sensed. "I thought we'd lost you, sweetheart." I'd never seen my father overwhelmed with emotion before. Andy Vidal had been the very image of composure, handsome in his pilot's uniform, untouched by the bitterness of existence, desired by the most beautiful women, well-traveled, cultured, contented, and healthy. bless you, sweetheart," he kept saying. We arrived at night, but he'd made us. While we were having breakfast, Mike O'Kelly mentioned the rehab program Olympia Pettiford had spoken about and reiterated that it was the best way known to manage addiction. My dad and my Nini shuddered as if they'd received an electric shock every time he pronounced one of those terrifying words, drug addict or alcoholic, but I'd already incorporated them into my reality thanks to the Widows for Jesus, whose vast experience in such matters allowed them to be very frank with me. Mike said that addiction is an astute and patient beast, with infinite resources, always lying in wait, whose strongest argument is persuading you to tell yourself you're not really an addict. He listed the options available to us, from the rehab center he ran, which was free and very modest, to a clinic in San Francisco, which cost $1,000 a day, and I ruled out from the start. There was nowhere to get that kind of money. My dad listened with his fists and teeth clenched, pale as a ghost, and finally announced that he'd use his pension savings for my treatment. There was no talking him out of it, even though according to Mike the program was similar to his. The only differences were the facilities and the sea view. I spent the month of December in the clinic. It's Japanese architecture, invited peace and meditation. Wood, big windows and terraces, lots of light, gardens with discreet paths, benches to sit on all bundled up and watch the fog, and a heated swimming pool. The panorama of water and woods was worth $1,000 a day. I was the youngest resident there. The others were friendly men and women from 30 to 60 years of age, who said hello to me in the hallways or invited me to play Scrabble and ping pong, as if we were on vacation. Apart from their compulsive consumption of cigarettes and coffee, they seemed normal. No one would imagine they were addicts. The program was similar to the one at the Academy in Oregon, with talks, courses, group sessions, the same psychological jargon and advice that I knew too well, plus the 12 steps: abstinence, recuperation, and sobriety. It took me a week before I started to mix with the other residents and conquer the constant temptation to leave, since the door was always open and being there was voluntary. "This place isn't for me," was my mantra during that first week, but the fact that my father had invested his life savings in those 28 days, paid for in advance, held me back. I couldn't let him down again. My roommate was Loretta, an attractive 36-year-old woman, married, mother of 3, real estate agent, and alcoholic. "This is my last chance. My husband told me if I don't stop drinking, he's going to divorce me and take my children away," she told me. On visit family, Loretta showed me her photo albums over and over again. When my oldest son, Patrick, was born, I was only drinking beer and wine. On vacation in Hawaii, daiquiris and martinis. Christmas 2002, champagne and gin. Wedding anniversary 2005, had my stomach pumped and went into rehab. 4th of July picnic, first whiskey after 11 months sober. My birthday in 2006, beer, tequila, rum, amaretto. She knew the 4 weeks of the program weren't enough. She should stay for 2 or 3 months before returning to her family. As well as the talks to lift our spirits, they educated us about addiction and its consequences, and there were private sessions with the counselors. The $1,000 a day gave us the right to use the pool and the gym, to go for walks in nearby parks, to have massages, relaxation, and beauty treatments, as well as yoga, Pilates, meditation, gardening, and art classes. But no matter how many activities there were, each of us carried our problem around like a dead horse on our shoulders, impossible to ignore. My dead horse was the pressing desire to flee as far away as possible. Flee from that place, from California, from the world, from myself. Life was too much work. It wasn't worth the effort of getting up in the morning and watching the hours drag by without a purpose. To rest. To die. To be or not to be, like Hamlet. Don't think, Maya, try to keep busy. This negative stage is normal and will soon be over, was Mike O'Kelly's advice. To keep myself busy I dyed my hair several times, to Loretta's astonishment. There were only dark gray traces left at the ends from the black Freddie had applied in September. I entertained myself by applying highlights in tones normally seen on flags. My counselor described it as self-aggression, a way of punishing myself. I thought the same of her matronly bun. Twice a week there were women's meetings with a psychologist who resembled Olympia Pettiford in her volume and her compassion. We sat on the floor in a room by candlelight, and each of us contributed something to set up an altar. A cross, a Buddha, photos of children, a teddy bear, an urn containing a loved one's ashes, a wedding ring. In the half-light, in that feminine environment, it was easier to talk. The women told how addiction was destroying their lives. They were full of doubts, having been abandoned by friends, family, husbands, or partners. They were tormented by guilt for having hit someone when driving drunk or for leaving a sick child to go in search of drugs. Some also told of the degradation they'd stooped to, the humiliations, thefts, prostitution, and I listened with my soul, because I had gone through the same thing. Many had relapsed and didn't have a trace of self-confidence, because they knew how elusive and ephemeral sobriety could be. Faith helped for those who could put themselves in the hands of God. Or a superior power, but we don't all have that capacity. That circle of addicts, with their sadness, was the opposite to the lovely witches of Chiloé. In the Ruka nobody is ashamed. All is abundance and life. Saturdays and Sundays there were very painful but necessary family sessions. My dad asked logical questions. What is crack and how is it used? How much does heroin cost? What is the effect of magic mushrooms? What's the success rate of Alcoholics Anonymous? The answers he got were not very reassuring. Some people's relatives revealed their disappointment and distrust. They'd supported addicts for years, unable to understand their determination to destroy themselves and the good life they once had. In my case there was only affection in the eyes of my dad and my Nini, not a single word of reproach or doubt. You're not like them, Maya. You peered over the edge of the abyss, but you didn't fall all the way down, my Nini said to me on one occasion. Olympia and Mike had warned me against exactly that, against the temptation to believe I was better than others. Taking turns, each family went into the center of the circle to share their experiences with the rest of us. The counselors managed this round of confessions skillfully, somehow creating a secure atmosphere where we all felt equal. No one felt as if they'd committed original offenses. No one remained indifferent at those sessions. One by one they broke down. Sometimes someone would stay on the floor, sobbing, and it wasn't always the addict. Abusive parents, violent husbands, hateful mothers, a legacy of incest or alcoholism, we saw it all there. When it was my family's turn, Mike O'Kelly came with us into the center. In his wheelchair and asked for another chair, which remained empty, to be placed in the circle. I had told my Nini a lot of what had happened since I ran away from the academy, but I'd omitted what I felt would have killed her. However, when Mike came to visit me on his own, I told him everything. Nothing could scandalize him. My dad talked about his job as a pilot, about how he'd kept his distance from me, about his superficiality, and about how he'd selfishly left me with my grandparents, without taking on the duties of fatherhood, until I had the bicycle accident when I was 16. Only then did he start paying any attention to me. He wasn't angry and he hadn't lost faith in me, he said, and he'd do whatever was in his power to help me. Big, smelling of good tobacco, with his gold-rimmed glasses and his Borsalino hat. He sat down in the chair that had been left for him and opened his arms. He'd never showed up before with such aplomb, unusual in a ghost. I sat on his lap and cried, begged for forgiveness, and accepted the absolute truth that no one could save me but me, that I am the only person responsible for my life. "Give me your hand, Popo," I asked him, and since then he hasn't let me go. What did the rest of them see? They saw me hugging an empty chair, but Mike was expecting my Popo. That's why he asked for the chair, and my Nini naturally accepted his invisible presence. I don't remember how that session ended. I only remember my visceral exhaustion, my Nini accompanying me to my room and, with Loretta, putting me to bed. For the first time in my life I slept 14 hours straight. I slept for my innumerable nights of insomnia, for the accumulated indignity and tenacious fear. It was a healing sleep such as I've never had since. Insomnia was patiently waiting for me behind the door. From that moment on I devoted myself entirely to the program and dared to explore the dark caverns of the past one by one. I went blindly into those caverns to fight with dragons, and when I thought I'd defeated them, another cavern would open and then another, a never-ending labyrinth. I needed to confront the questions of my soul, which was not absent, as I'd believed in Las Vegas, but numbed, shrunken, and frightened. I never felt safe in those black caves, but I lost my fear of solitude, and that's why now, in my new solitary life in Chiloé, I'm content. What a stupid thing I just wrote on this page. I'm not alone in Chiloé. The truth is, I've never had more companionship than on this island, in this little house, with this neurotic gentleman, Manuel Arias. While I was completing the rehab program, my Nini renewed my passport, got in touch with Manuel, and prepared my trip to Chile. If she could have afforded it, she would have come with me to personally leave me in the hands of her friend in Chiloé. 2 days before my treatment finished, I put my things in my backpack, and as soon as it got dark I left the clinic, without saying goodbye to anyone. My Nini was waiting for me 2 blocks away in her ailing Volkswagen, just as we'd arranged. "From this moment on, you've vanished, Maya," she said with a mischievous wink of complicity. She gave me another laminated photo of my Popo, the same as the one I'd lost, and drove me to the San Francisco airport. I am driving Manuel crazy. Do you think men fall in love as hopelessly as women do? Would Daniel be capable of coming to bury himself away in Chiloé for me? Do you think I'm fat? Says he can't breathe in this house, that the air is saturated with tears and feminine sighs, burning passions and ridiculous plans. Even the animals are acting strange. Literati cat, who used to be very clean, has now started throwing up on the computer keyboard, and dumb cat, who used to be so aloof, now competes with Fakin for my affections and wakes up in my bed with all 4 paws in the air so I'll rub his tummy. We've had several conversations about love. Too many, according to Manuel. There is nothing more profound than love, I tell him, among other trivialities, and he, who has an academic's memory, recites a D.H. Lawrence poem about how there are deeper things than love, the solitude of each of us, and deeper still the unknown fire, heavy and alone, and the ponderous fire of naked life, or something as depressing as that for me, who has just discovered the powerful fire of naked Daniel. Apart from quoting dead poets, Manuel keeps quiet. Our talks are more like monologues, with me pouring my heart out about Daniel. I don't name Blanca Snake, because she's forbidden me to, but her presence also floats in the atmosphere. Manuel thinks he's too old to fall in love and has nothing to offer a woman, but I have a feeling his problem is cowardice. He's afraid of sharing, depending, suffering, afraid of Blanca's cancer coming back and her dying before him, or the opposite, leaving her widowed or getting senile when she's still youthful, which is quite likely, since he's much older than her. If it weren't for that macabre little bubble in his brain, Manuel would surely live hale and hearty into his 90s. What would love be like for old people? I mean the physical part. Would they do that? When I turned 12 and started spying on my grandparents, they put a lock on their bedroom door. I asked my Nini what they did in there when they locked the door, and she told me they were saying the rosary. Sometimes I give Manuel advice. I can't help it, and he receives and disarms it with irony, but I know he listens to me and learns. He's gradually changing his monastic habits, getting less obsessed with that mania he has for order and more receptive to me. He doesn't freeze when I touch him anymore or run away when I start bouncing around and dancing to the sounds in my headphones. I have to exercise, or I'll end up looking like one of Rubens's Sabines, these naked fat chicks I saw in the Pinakotheka in Munich. The bubble in his brain is no longer a secret, because he can't hide his migraines or his double vision, when he can't see the letters properly on a page or on the screen. When Daniel found out about the aneurysm, he suggested the Mayo Clinic in Minneapolis, where the top neurosurgeons in the United States practice, and Blanca said her father would pay for the operation, but man, difference does it make, man, owing one favor or two? It doesn't matter, Blanca countered. I regretted having burned that pile of money in the Mojave Desert. Fake or not, it would have come in handy. I've gone back to writing in my notebook, which I'd abandoned for a while in my eagerness to send email messages to Daniel. I'm planning to give it to him when we get back together, so he can get to know me and my family better. I can't tell him all I want to by email, where only the day's news fits, and one or two words of love here and there. Manuel advises me to censor my passionate outbursts, because everyone regrets the love letters they've written. There's nothing cornier or more ridiculous, he claims, and in my case they're not even echoed by the guy receiving them. Daniel's replies are succinct and infrequent. He must be very busy with his work at the clinic, or maybe he's adhering very strictly to the security measures imposed by my grandmother. I keep busy so I won't spontaneously combust, thinking about Daniel. There have been cases like that, people who for no apparent reason burst into flames. My body is a ripe peach, ready to be savored or to fall from the branch and smash into pulp on the ground among the ants. Most likely the second will happen, because Daniel's showing no signs of coming to savor me. This cloistered life puts me in a terrible mood. I explode at the slightest problem, but I admit that I'm sleeping well for the first time in memory, and my dreams are interesting, although not all erotic, as I wish they were. Since the unexpected death of Michael Jackson, I've dreamed of Freddie several times. Jackson was his idol, and my poor friend must be in mourning. What will have become of him? Freddie risked his life to save mine, and I never got the chance to thank him. Freddie resembles Daniel in certain ways, with the same coloring, big eyes, with long lashes, and curly hair. If Daniel had a son, he might look like Freddie, but if I were the mother of that child, we'd run the risk of him coming out Danish. Marta Otter's genes are very strong. I don't look like I have even a drop of Latina blood. In the United States, Daniel is considered black, though he's light-skinned and could be mistaken for Greek or Middle Eastern. Young black men in America are an endangered species, Daniel told me when we talked about it. So many end up in 265 pounds, his gray hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and the inevitable hat that my dad used to bring him back from Italy. By his side I felt safe from any danger. Nobody would dare to touch that formidable man. That's what I believed until the incident with the cyclist, when I was about 7. The University of Buffalo had invited my grandpa to give a series of lectures. We were staying in a hotel on Delaware Avenue, one of those millionaires' mansions from the century before last that are now public or commercial buildings. It was cold, and an icy wind was blowing, but he got the idea in his head that we had to go for a walk in a nearby park. My Nini and I were a couple of steps ahead, jumping over puddles, and didn't see what happened, only heard the shout and the commotion that immediately ensued. Behind us was a young guy on a bicycle who apparently skidded on a frozen puddle, crashed into my grandpa, and fell on the ground. My popo staggered at the blow, lost his hat, and dropped the umbrella that he was carrying under his arm, but he didn't fall down. I ran after his hat, and he bent down to pick up the umbrella, then reached out his hand to help the guy up off the ground. In an instant the scene turned violent. The shocked cyclist started to shout. A car stopped, then another, and a few minutes later a police car arrived. I don't know how they concluded that my grandfather had caused the accident and threatened the cyclist with his umbrella. Without any questions, the police threw him violently against the patrol car, ordered him to put his hands up, kicked his legs apart, frisked him, and handcuffed him with his arms behind his back. My Nini leapt in like a lioness, confronting the uniformed officers with a stream of explanations in Spanish, the only language she remembers in moments of crisis, and when they tried to get rid of her, she yanked the biggest one by his clothes so hard she managed to lift him an inch or two off the ground, quite an impressive feat for someone who weighs less than 110 pounds. We ended up at the station, but we weren't in Berkeley, and there was no Sergeant Walzak offering cappuccinos. My grandfather, with a bloody nose and a cut on his eyebrow, tried to explain what had happened in a humble tone of voice we'd never heard and asked for a telephone to call the university. The only answer he got was a threat to lock him in a cell if he didn't shut up. My Nini, also in handcuffs, out of fear she'd attack someone again, was ordered to sit on a bench while they filled out a form. None of them noticed me, and I huddled up, shivering, beside my grandma. "You have to do something, Maya," she whispered in my ear. In her eyes I understood what she was asking me to do. Times during my pampered little girl attempts to get out of going to school that I could fool a neurosurgeon, let alone a few Buffalo cops. They let us use the telephone. They took my Nini and me to the hospital by ambulance, where I arrived completely recovered from the attack, to the surprise of the policewoman who was guarding us, while the university sent a lawyer to get their astronomer out of the cell that he was sharing with drunks and petty thieves. That night we were all reunited at the hotel, exhausted. We just had a bowl of soup for dinner, and all three of us climbed into the same bed. My popo had bruises from being hit by the bike, and his wrists had been hurt by the handcuffs. In the darkness, tucked between their bodies as if in a cocoon, I asked what had happened. "Nothing serious, Maya, go to sleep," my popo answered. They lay still for a while in silence, pretending to be asleep, until finally my Nini spoke. "What happened, Maya, is that your grandpa is black." And there was so much anger in her voice that I didn't ask anything more. That was my first lesson on racial differences, which I'd never noticed before and which, according to Daniel Goodrich, should always be kept in mind. Manuel and I are rewriting his book. I say we're both doing it because he supplies the ideas and I do the writing. Even in Spanish I write better than he does. The idea arose when he was telling Daniel the Chiloé myths and, as any good psychiatrist would, Daniel wanted explanations for the inexplicable. He said that gods represent different aspects of the psyche, and myths are generally stories about creation and nature or about fundamental human dramas, and normally connected to reality, but the ones from here give the impression of being held together with chewing gum. They lack coherence. Manuel got to thinking, and 2 days later announced that he'd written a lot about the myths of Chiloé, and his new book wouldn't contribute anything new unless he could offer an interpretation of the mythology. He talked to his editors, and they gave him 4 months to submit a new manuscript. We have to hurry. Daniel is very interested and contributes by long distance, giving me another excuse to be in permanent contact with our Seattle consultant. The winter climate limits activity on the island, but there's always work. Looking after the children and animals, collecting shellfish at low tide, mending nets, making provisional repairs to houses thrashed by the storms, knitting and counting clouds until 8, when the women all get together to watch the soap opera and the men to drink and play truco. It's been raining all week. The tenacious roof. Manuel's too old to be doing acrobatics. And we've given up hope of seeing the Maestro Chasquilla here before spring. The tapping of the water tends to worry our 3 bats, hanging head down from the highest beams, out of reach of dumb cats' futile swipes. I detest those winged, blind mice because they might suck my blood at night, although Manuel assures me they're not related to Transylvanian vampires. We depend more than ever on firewood and the black cast iron stove. Where the kettle is always ready to make mate or tea, there is an ever-present scent of smoke, a fiery fragrance on clothes and skin. Living with Manuel is a delicate dance. I wash the dishes, he brings in the firewood, and we share the cooking. For a time we shared the cleaning too, because Edgeviges stopped coming to our house, though she still sent Juanito to pick up our laundry and bring it back washed, but now she's come back to work. After Azucena's abortion, Edgeviges kept very quiet, going into town only when absolutely necessary and not talking to anybody. She knew there was gossip about her family, circulating behind her back. Lots of people blame her for letting Carmelo Corrales rape their daughters, but there are also those who blame the daughters for tempting their father, who was a drunk and didn't know what he was doing, as I heard someone say at the Tavern of the Dead. Blanca explained that Edgeviges' meekness about the man's abuse is common in these cases, and it is unfair to accuse her of complicity because she was a victim too, like the rest of the family. She was afraid of her husband and could never confront him. It's easy to judge others if you've never suffered an experience like that, Blanca concluded. She got me thinking, because I was one of the first to judge Edgeviges harshly. Ashamed of myself, I went over to her house for a visit. I found her leaning over her sink, washing our sheets with a scrubbing brush and harsh blue soap. She dried her hands on her apron and invited me in for un tecito, a little cup of tea, without looking at me. We sat down in front of the stove to wait for the kettle to boil, then drank our tea in silence. The conciliatory intention of my visit was obvious, but it would have been uncomfortable if I'd asked her forgiveness and a lack of respect to mention Carmelo Corrales. Both of us knew why I was there. "How are you, Doña Edgeviges?" I finally asked, when we'd finished our second cup of tea, all from a single tea bag. "Getting by, that's all." "And you, Mahita?" "Getting by too, thanks." "And your cow, is she well?" Yes, but she's getting old." She sighed. "Not giving much milk. She must be getting feeble, I think. Manuel and I are using condensed milk." "Wesu. Tell the gentleman that tomorrow morning Juanito will be bringing you a little milk and cheese." "Thank you so much, Doña Edgeviges. And I guess your house isn't too clean." No, it is pretty dirty." "Why should I lie to you?" I confessed. Forgive me." No, nothing to forgive. Tell the gentleman he can count on me." "As usual, then, Doña Edgeviges." Yes, Gringuita, as usual." Then we talked about sickness and potatoes, as protocol demands. This is the recent news. Winter in Chiloé is cold and long, but much more bearable than those winters up north in the world. Here we don't have to shovel snow or wrap up in furs. We have classes in school when the weather allows, but they play truco in the tavern every day, even when the sky is shattered with lightning. There are always enough potatoes for soup, wood for the stove, and mate for friends. Sometimes we have electricity, sometimes just candlelight. If it doesn't rain, the Kaluk team practices ferociously for the championship in September. None of the boys' feet have grown, and their soccer cleats still fit. Juanito is a sub, and Pedro Palanchague was elected as the team's goalkeeper. In this country everything is resolved by democratic voting or by appointing commissions, somewhat complicated processes. Chileans believe that simple solutions are against the law. Doña Lucinda had her 110th birthday and has started looking like a dusty rag doll in the last few weeks. She no longer has the energy to dye wool and she spends her time sitting staring toward the side of death, but she's got new teeth coming in. We don't have curantos or any tourists until spring, and meanwhile the women knit and make handicrafts, because it is a sin to have idle hands. Laziness is for men. I'm learning how to knit so I won't look bad. For the moment I make scarves that can't really go wrong, with thick wool and a basic garter stitch. Half the population of the island has a cold, bronchitis, or aches in their bones, but if the National Health Service boat is a week or two late, the only one who misses it is Liliana Trevino. Rumor has it she's got a thing going on with the beardless doctor. People don't trust physicians who don't charge them anything. They'd rather treat themselves with natural remedies and if it is something serious, with the magical resources of a Maki. The priest, however, always comes to say Mass every Sunday, to keep the Pentecostals and evangelicals from getting the upper hand. According to Manuel, that wouldn't be easy, because the Catholic Church is more influential in Chile than it is in the Vatican. He told me that this was the last country in the world to legally approve the right to divorce and the law they've got is very complicated. It's actually easier to murder your husband or wife than divorce them, so no one wants to get married and most children are born out of wedlock. They don't even talk about abortion, which is a rude word, though it is widely practiced. Chileans venerate the Pope, but they don't heed him in sexual matters and their consequences, because he's a well-off, elderly celibate, who hasn't worked a day in his life, and doesn't really know much about it. The soap opera advances very slowly. It's on its 92nd episode, and we're still in the same stories as at the beginning. It's the most important event on the island. People suffer the characters' misfortunes more than their own. Manuel doesn't watch television, and I don't understand that much of what the actors say and almost none of the plot. It seems that someone called Elisa was abducted by her uncle, who fell in love with her and has her locked up somewhere, while her aunt is looking for her to murder her, instead of killing her husband, which would be more reasonable. My friend La Pincoya and her sea lion family aren't at the cave. They emigrated to other waters and other rocks, but they'll come back when the season changes. The fishermen have assured me that they're creatures of deeply ingrained habits, and they always come back in the summer. Livingston, the Carabinero's dog, is full-grown now, and he's turned out to be a polyglot. He understands instructions in English, Spanish, and Chilote. I taught him 4 basic tricks that any domestic dog learns, and the rest he picked up on his own. He herds sheep and drunks, fetches prey when they take him hunting, raises the alarm if there's a fire or a flood, sniffs out drugs, except for marijuana, and pretends to attack if Humilde Garay orders him to in demonstrations, but in real life he's very gentle. He hasn't recovered corpses, because we haven't been fortunate enough to have any, as Garay puts it, but he did find Aurelio Nankupal's 4-year-old grandson, who got lost up on the hill. Susan, my ex-stepmother, would pay a fortune in gold for a dog like Livingston. I've missed 2 meetings of the Good Witches in the Ruca, the first when Daniel was here and the second this month, because Blanca and I couldn't get to Isla Grande. There was a storm in the forecast, and the sensual women, healthy in their hearts and minds. Among them I feel accepted. I'm not the gringa, I'm Maya, one of the witches, and I belong to this land. When we go to Castro we usually sleep over for a couple of nights with Don Lionel Schnake, with whom I would have fallen in love if Daniel Goodrich hadn't crossed my astrological chart. He's irresistible, like the mythical Milalobo, enormous, ruddy-complexioned, mustachioed, and lusty. What a lucky fellow you are, you communist, to have this lovely Gringuita land in your house, he exclaims every time he sees Manuel Arias. The investigation into Azucena Corrales' case came to nothing for lack of proof. There was no evidence that the abortion was induced. That's the advantage of a concentrated infusion of avocado leaves and borage. We haven't seen the girl since, because she went to live in Quellin with her older sister, Juanito's mother, who I've never even met. After what happened, Officers Carcamo and Garay began to look into the paternity of the dead baby on their own and concluded the same as what was already known, that Azucena had been raped by her own father, just as he'd done to his other daughters. That is privativo, as they say here, and nobody feels they have the right to intervene in what goes on behind closed doors. People wash their dirty linen at home. The Carabineros tried to get the family to report the fact, so they could legally intercede, but to no avail. Blanca Schnake couldn't convince Azucena or Rejoviges to make a formal accusation either. Gossip and blame were flying around, and the whole town had an opinion on the matter, but eventually the scandal dissipated into hot air. Nevertheless, justice was done in the least expected way when Carmelo Corrales got gangrene in his one remaining foot. The man waited until Rejoviges went to Castro to fill in the forms for the second amputation and injected himself with a whole box of insulin. She found him unconscious and held him until he died, minutes later. No one, not even the Carabineros, mentioned the word suicide. By general consensus, the sick man died of natural causes, so he could be given a Christian burial and avoid more humiliation for the unfortunate family. They buried Carmelo Corrales without waiting for the itinerant priest, with a brief ceremony officiated by the church's fiscal, who praised the deceased's boat-building abilities, the only virtue he could pull out of his sleeve, and entrusted his soul to divine mercy. A handful of neighbors attended out of compassion toward the family, Manuel and I among them. Blanca was so furious about what happened to Azucena that she didn't make an appearance at the cemetery, but she bought a wreath of plastic flowers in Castro for the grave. None of Carmelo's children came to the funeral. The suit from his first communion, too small for him now, holding hands with his grandmother, who wore black from head to toe. We've just celebrated the feast of the Nazarene on the island of Caguac. Thousands of pilgrims turned up, including Argentinians and Brazilians, most of them in big barges where 200 or 300 people fit, standing all squished together, but some also arrive in traditional boats. The vessels sail precariously on the rough sea, with big dense clouds in the sky, but nobody worries, because they believe the Nazarene protects the pilgrims. This is not exactly true. More than one boat has gone down in the past, and Christians have been known to drown. In Chiloé, lots of people drown because nobody knows how to swim, except those in the Navy, who are forced to learn. The very miraculous Santo Cristo consists of a wire framework with a wooden head and hands, a wig of human hair, glass eyes, and a suffering face, bathed in tears and blood. One of the sacristan's jobs is to go over the blood with nail polish before the procession. He is crowned with thorns, dressed in a purple robe, and carries a heavy cross. Manuel has written about the Nazarene, which is 300 years old now and is a symbol of the faith of Chilotes. It's no novelty for him, but he went with me to Caguac. For me, raised in Berkeley, the spectacle could not be more pagan. Caguac Island is just 3 or 4 square miles in size and has 500 inhabitants, but during the January and August processions the devout swell the population by thousands. They require the presence of the Navy and the police to keep order during the navigation and the 4 days of ceremonies, during which the devout come en masse to pay for their vows and promises. The Santo Cristo does not forgive those who don't pay their debts for favors received. During Mass the collection plates fill to the brim with money and jewelry. The pilgrims pay however they can. There are even those who part with their cell phones. I was scared, first on board the Kawia, bouncing over the swells for hours, pushed by a treacherous wind, with Father Leon singing hymns in the stern, then again on the island, among the fanatics, and finally as we were leaving, when the pilgrims attacked us to get on our boat, because there wasn't enough transport for the multitude. We brought 11 standing people in our fragile Kawia, holding each other up, several of them drunk and 5 children sleeping in their mother's arms. I went to Caguac with a healthy skepticism, just to witness the festival and Film it, as I'd promised Daniel, but I have to admit that religious fervor is contagious, leads her to compose cryptic messages, but since she writes frequently and at length, I can guess what she's saying. The first news was that she finally recovered the big painted house where I spent my childhood, after a 3-year legal battle to evict the Indian businessman, who never paid the rent and took shelter in the Berkeley laws, biased on the side of tenants. My grandmother decided to clean it up, do the most necessary repairs, and rent out rooms to university students in order to finance it and live there herself. I'm so looking forward to walking through those wonderful rooms. And the second bit of news, much more important, is about Freddie. Olympia Pettyford showed up in Berkeley, accompanied by another lady as imposing as herself, dragging Freddie between them, to hand him over into Mike O'Kelly's care. In Cogwalk, Manuel and I camped in a tent, because there weren't enough rooms to rent. They should be better prepared for the invasion of believers that's been happening every year for more than a century. The day was damp and freezing, but the night was much worse. We were shivering, fully dressed, inside our sleeping bags, with woolen hats on, thick socks, and mittens, while rain fell on the canvas and pooled under the plastic floor. Finally, we decided to zip the 2 sleeping bags into one and sleep together. I stuck myself to Manuel's back, like a rucksack, and neither of us mentioned the agreement we'd made in February that I would never get into bed with him again. We slept like angels until the racket of pilgrims started up outside. We didn't go hungry, because there were endless food stalls selling empanadas, sausages, seafood, potatoes baked in embers, and whole lambs roasted on spits, as well as Chilean desserts and cheap wine, disguised in soda bottles, because priests don't look kindly on alcohol at religious festivals. The facilities, a string of portable toilets, were not plentiful, and after a few hours of use were disgusting. Men and boys slipped behind trees to relieve themselves, but it was a bit more complicated for the women. On the second day, Manuel had to use one of the portable toilets, and inexplicably, the door got stuck and he was trapped inside. At that moment, I was wandering around the stalls lined up along the side of the church where they were selling handicrafts and bric-a-brac. I heard the commotion and went over out of curiosity, little suspecting what was going on. I saw a group of people shaking and shoving the little plastic hut to the point of almost knocking it over, while inside Manuel was shot with a penknife. 5 minutes later, he opened the door, and Manuel burst out like a meteorite and fell to the ground, clutching his chest and retching. Nobody was laughing anymore. Father Leon came over, and between the two of us we helped Manuel stand up, held him by the arms, and took a few hesitant steps in the direction of the tent. Alerted by the uproar, 2 carabineros came over to ask if the gentleman was ill, though they probably suspected he'd had too much to drink, because by then there were quite a few drunks staggering around. I don't know what Manuel thought, but it was as if the devil had appeared. He pushed us away with an expression of terror, tripped, fell to his knees, and vomited a greenish froth. The carabineros tried to take control, but Father Leon stood in front of them with the authority conferred by his saintly reputation, assuring them that it was just indigestion, and we could take care of the patient. The priest and I took Manuel to the tent, cleaned him up with a wet facecloth, and left him to rest. He slept for 3 hours straight, shrunken, as if he'd been beaten. "Leave him alone, Gringuita, and don't pester him with questions," Father Leon ordered me before going to fulfill his duties, but I didn't want to leave him. I stayed in the tent to watch over his sleep. On the field in front of the church they'd set up several tables, and the priests were stationed there to hand out communion during Mass. After that, the procession began, with the image of the Nazarene carried on a platform by the faithful, who were singing at the tops of their lungs, while dozens of penitents dragged themselves through the mud on their knees or burned their hands with the melting wax of the candles, begging for forgiveness for their sins. I couldn't fulfill my promise to film the event for Daniel, because in the rough trip to Cogwalk I'd dropped my camera in the sea. A minor loss, considering that one woman dropped her dog. They rescued him from the water half frozen, but still breathing. Another miracle of the Nazarene, as Manuel said. Don't you start up with your atheist ironies, Manuel, we could sink, Father Leon replied. A week after the pilgrimage to Cogwalk, Liliana Trevino and I went to see Father Leon, a strange, almost clandestine trip, its purpose kept secret from Manuel or Blanca. The explanations had been awkward, because I have no right to scrutinize Manuel's past, much less behind his back. The affection I feel for him is what prompted it, an affection that keeps growing the longer I live with him. Now that Daniel's left and winter's settled in, we spend a lot of time alone in this doorless house, where the space is too small to keep secrets, to his papers, his notes, his recordings, and his computer. The work has given me a pretext to rummage through his drawers. I once asked why he doesn't have any photographs of relatives or friends, and he explained that he's traveled a lot, has started from scratch several times in different parts of the world, and along the way he's gradually gotten rid of much of the material and sentimental burdens most people carry around. He says that you don't need photos to remember the people who matter to you. In his archives I haven't found anything about the part of his past that interests me. I know he was in prison for over a year after the military coup, that he was banished to Chiloé and, in 1976, left the country. I know about his wives, his divorces, his books, but I don't know anything about his claustrophobia or his nightmares. If I don't find out, it'll be impossible for me to help him, and I'll never truly get to know him. I get along really well with Liliana Trevino. Her personality is very much like my grandma's. Energetic, idealistic, intransigent, and passionate, but not so bossy. She arranged it so we could go to see Father Leon discreetly in the National Health Service boat, at the invitation of the doctor, her boyfriend, who's called Jorge Pedraza. He looks much younger than he actually is. He's just turned 40 and has been working in the archipelago for 10 years. He's separated from his wife. They're going through drawn-out divorce proceedings and have 2 children, one with Down syndrome. He plans to marry Liliana as soon as he's free, although she doesn't see any reason to do so. She says her parents have lived together for 29 years and raised 3 children without any papers. The trip took forever, because the boat stopped in several places, and when we got to Father Lyons it was already 4 in the afternoon. Pedraza dropped us off there and carried on his normal rounds, promising to pick us up an hour and a half later to take us back to our island. The iridescently plumed rooster and the obese ram I'd seen last time were in the same places, guarding the priest's little tiled house. The place looked different to me in the winter light. Even the plastic flowers in the cemetery looked faded. He was waiting for us with tea, pastries, freshly baked bread, cheese, and ham, served by one of his neighbors, who takes care of him and orders him around as if he were a child. Put on your little poncho and take an aspirin, priesti. I'm not here to look after sick little old men, she instructed, complete with Chilean diminutives, while he grumbled. The priest waited till we were alone and then begged us to eat the pastries, because if we didn't he'd have to eat them, and at his age they Why don't you just ask Manuel what you want to know, Gringuita, the priest suggested, between sips of tea. I have asked, Father, but he brushes me off. Then you have to respect his silence, child. Forgive me, Father, but I haven't come here to bother you simply out of curiosity. Manuel's soul is sick, and I want to help him. And what might you know about soul sickness, Gringuita? He asked me, smiling sarcastically. Quite a bit, actually, because I arrived in Chiloé with a sick soul, and Manuel took me in and has helped me to get better. I have to return the favor, don't you think? The priest talked to us about the military coup, the implacable repression that followed, and his work at the Vicarage of Solidarity, which didn't last long, because he was arrested too. I was luckier than others, Gringuita, because the cardinal rescued me in person in less than 2 days, but he couldn't keep them from banishing me. What happened to people who were detained? It depends. You might fall into the hands of the political police, the DINA, or the CNI, the Carabineros, or the security services of one of the branches of the armed forces. Manuel was first taken to the National Stadium and then to the Villa Grimaldi. Why does Manuel refuse to talk about it? It's possible he doesn't remember, Gringuita. Sometimes the mind blocks out traumas that are too serious as a defense against dementia or depression. Here, I'll give you an example of something I saw at the Vicarage of Solidarity. In 1974, I had to interview a man just after they'd released him from a concentration camp, and he was physically and morally destroyed. I recorded the conversation, as we always did. We managed to get him out of the country, and I didn't see him again for a long time. 15 years later, I went to Brussels and I looked him up, because I knew he was living in that city, and I wanted to interview him for an essay I was writing for the Jesuit magazine Message. He didn't remember me, but he agreed to talk to me. The second recording didn't resemble the first in any way. What do you mean? I asked. The man remembered that he'd been arrested, but nothing else. The order to go on living with integrity. Maybe Manuel has done the same. If he has forgotten, then what Manuel has repressed surfaces in his nightmares, interrupted Liliana Trevino, who was listening to us very closely. I need to discover what happened to him, Father. Please help me, I begged the priest. You'll have to go to Santiago, Gringuita, and look in the most forgotten corners. I can put you in contact with people who will help you. I'll go as soon as I can. Thank you so much. Call me whenever you want to, child. Now I have my own cell phone, but none of that electronic mail. I haven't managed to unravel the mysteries of a computer. I've fallen very behind in communications. You're in communication with heaven, Father. You don't need a computer, Liliana Trevino said. Even in heaven they've got Facebook these days, my child. Since Daniel left, my impatience has been growing and growing. Almost 3 interminable months have gone by, and I'm worried. My grandparents never spent time apart due to the possibility that they wouldn't be able to find each other again. I'm afraid that's what's happening to Daniel and me. I'm starting to forget his smell, the feel of his hands, the sound of his voice, his weight on top of me, and I'm assaulted by obvious doubts. Does he love me? Is he thinking of coming back? Or was our encounter just a fling for a peripatetic backpacker? Doubts and more doubts. He writes to me, which should reassure me, as Manuel reasons when I drive him up the wall, but he doesn't write enough, and his messages are too temperate. Not everybody knows how to communicate in writing as well as I do, if I do say so myself, and he doesn't say anything about coming back to Chile. That's a bad sign. I wish I had someone to confide in, a friend, someone my own age to pour my heart out to. Blanca gets bored with my litanies of amorous frustrations, and I don't dare bug Manuel too much. His headaches are getting more frequent and intense. They hit him all of a sudden, and there's nothing any painkillers, cold compresses, or homeopathy can do to alleviate them. For a while he tried to ignore them, but at Blanca's and my insistence he phoned his neurologist, and soon he has to go to the capital to have that damn bubble examined. He doesn't suspect that I'm planning to go with him, thanks to the generosity of the marvelous Milalobo, who offered to pay my way and gave me a like peeling an onion, layer after thin and transparent layer, without ever getting to the heart of the matter. I've found out about accusations of torture and murders, which were extensively documented, but I need to get up close to the places where they happened if I'm going to try to understand Manuel. I hope the contacts Father Leon gave me will be useful. It's difficult to talk to Manuel and other people about this. Chileans are prudent, fearful of offending or giving a straight opinion. Their language is a dance of euphemisms. The habit of caution is deeply rooted, and there is a lot of resentment under the surface that nobody wants to air out. It's as if there was a sort of collective shame, for some because they suffered and for others because they benefited, for some because they left, for others because they stayed, for some because they lost their relatives, for others because they turned a blind eye. Why does my Nini never talk about any of this? She raised me in Spanish, even though I answered in English. She used to take me to La Peña, a Chilean joint, in Berkeley, where Latin Americans congregated to listen to music and to see plays or films, and she made me memorize Pablo Neruda's poems, which I barely understood. I knew Chile through her before ever setting foot here. She told me about steep snow-capped mountains, dormant volcanoes that sometimes wake up with an apocalyptic shudder, the long Pacific coast with its choppy waves and foamy color, the desert in the north, dry like the moon, which very occasionally flowers into a Monet painting, the cold forests, clear lakes, bountiful rivers, and blue glaciers. My grandma talked about Chile with the voice of a woman in love, but she never said a word about the people or the history, as if it were a virgin, uninhabited territory, born yesterday of a telluric sigh, immutable, frozen in time and space. When she got together with other Chileans, her tongue quickened and her accent changed, and I couldn't follow the thread of the conversation. Immigrants live with their eyes on the distant country they've left, but my Nini never made any effort to visit Chile. She has a brother in Germany with whom she rarely communicates. Her parents have died, and the myth of the tribal family doesn't apply in her case. I don't have anyone left there. Spring, September, October, November and a dramatic December. The island is cheerful and lively because the parents have arrived to celebrate the Fiestas Patrias, the Chilean equivalent of the 4th of July, and the beginning of spring. The winter rain, which seemed poetic to me at first, became unbearable after a while. And it will be my birthday on the 25th. I'm a Libra. I'll be 20 years old, and my adolescence will be over with once and for all. Wesu, what a relief. Normally on the weekends some young people come to see their families, but in September they start arriving en masse, the boats full every day. They bring gifts for their children, who in many cases they haven't seen for months, and money for the grandparents to spend on clothes, things for the house, new roofs to replace those damaged by the winter storms. Among the visitors was Lucia Corrales, Juanito's mother, a kind, nice-looking woman, far too young to have an 11-year-old son. She told us that Azucena got a cleaning job at a guest house in Quellon, and that she doesn't want to go back to school or come back to our island, so she won't have to face people's malicious comments. Often in rape cases, the victim gets the blame, Blanca told me, corroborating what I'd heard at the Tavern of the Dead. Juanito is shy and wary around his mother, whom he only knows through photographs. She left him in the arms of Echevidges when he was 2 or 3 months old and wouldn't come back to the island while Carmelo Corrales was alive, although she did phone him often, and she's always supported him financially. The kids talked to me about her a lot, with a mixture of pride, because she sends him good gifts, and anger that she left him with his grandparents. He introduced her to me with his cheeks aflame and his eyes glued to the floor. "This is Lucia, my grandma's daughter," he said. Then I told him that my mother left me when I was a baby, and my grandparents raised me too, but I was very lucky. My childhood was a happy one and I wouldn't trade it for any other. He looked up at me for a long time with his big dark eyes, and then I remembered the belt marks he had on his legs a few months ago, when Carmelo Corrales could still catch him. I hugged him sadly. I can't protect him against that. He'll carry those scars for the rest of his life. September is Chile's month. Flags wave all the way up and down the country, and even in the most remote places they erect ramadas, 4 wooden posts and a roof of eucalyptus branches, where everybody gathers. Ramadas here too, and there were empanadas to your heart's content and rivers of wine, beer, and chichi. The men ended up snoring spread-eagled on the ground, and at dusk the carabineros and the women threw them into the greengrocer's cart and dropped them off at their houses. No drunk gets arrested on September 18 or 19, unless he pulls out a knife. On Nankupal's television I saw the military parades in Santiago, where President Michelle Bachelet reviewed the troops amid cheering crowds, who venerate her like a mother. No other Chilean president has been so beloved. 4 years ago, before the elections, nobody thought she'd win, because it was assumed that Chileans would not vote for a woman, let alone a socialist, agnostic single mother, but she won the presidency as well as everyone's respect, or the respect of Moors and Christians, as Manuel puts it, although I've never seen any Moors in Chiloé. We've had some warm days with blue skies, as winter has retreated at the onslaught of patriotic euphoria. Now that spring is arriving, a few sea lions have been seen in the waters around the cave. I think they'll soon settle back where they were before and I'll be able to rekindle my friendship with La Pincoya, if she still remembers me. I walk up the hill toward the cave almost every day, because I usually find my popo up there. The best proof of his presence is that Joaquin starts to get nervous and sometimes runs away with his tail between his legs. It's just a vague silhouette, the delicious smell of his English tobacco in the air, or the feeling that he's embracing me. Then I close my eyes and give in to the warmth and security of that broad chest, that big round belly, and those strong arms. One time I asked him where he was when I needed him most last year, and I didn't have to wait for his reply, because deep down I already knew, he was always with me. While alcohol and drugs dominated my existence, no one could reach me. I was an oyster in its shell, but when I was at my lowest ebb, my grandfather picked me up in his arms. He never lost sight of me, and when my life was in danger, when I was doped up on tainted heroin on the floor of a public washroom, he saved me. Now, without all the noise in my head, I sense him always near. Given the choice between the fleeting pleasure of a drink or the memorable pleasure of a walk on the hill with my grandpa, I prefer the latter hands down. My popo has finally found his star. This remote island, invisible in the world's conflagration, green, evergreen, is his lost planet. Instead of looking so hard in the sky for it, he could have just looked south. People have taken off their sweaters and gone out to catch some sun, but I'm still wearing my putrid green hat. We lost the school, shaved head. The game was played in Castro in front of half the population of our island, who went along to root for the Calucas, including Doña Lucinda, whom we transported in Manuel's boat, tied into a chair and wrapped in shawls. Don Lionel Schnake, ruddier and louder than ever, supported our team with discordant shouts. We were about to win. A tie would have been enough. When fate played a dirty trick on us at the last moment, with only 30 seconds left in the game, they scored. Pedro Palanchague headed the ball away, amid the deafening cheers of our supporters and the enemy's hisses, but the blow left him a bit stunned, and before he could recover, a little squirt came up and poked the ball into the back of the net with the tip of his toe. Everyone was so astonished that we were all paralyzed for a long second before the explosion of warlike screams and beer cans and pop bottles started flying through the air. Don Lionel and I were on the verge of suffering simultaneous heart attacks. That afternoon I turned up at his house to pay my debt. Don't even think of it, Gringuita. That bet was just a joke, the Milalobo assured me gallantly, but if there's one thing I've learned in Nankupal's tavern, it is that bets are sacred. I went to a humble barber shop, one of those staffed by its owner, with a tricolored striped tube outside the door and a single ancient and majestic chair, where I sat with a bit of regret. Daniel Goodrich wasn't going to like this at all. The barber very professionally shaved off all my hair and polished my head with a strip of chamois leather. My ears look enormous, like the handles of an Etruscan jug, and I have colorful stains on my scalp, like a map of Africa, from the cheap dyes I used in the past, according to the barber. He recommended rubbing it with lemon juice and bleach. The hat is necessary, because the stains look contagious. Don Lionel feels guilty and doesn't know how to make it up to me, but there's nothing to forgive. A bet's a bet. He asked Blanca to buy me some cute hats, because I look like a lesbian in chemotherapy, as he actually said, but the chilote hat suits my personality better. In this country, hair is the symbol of femininity and beauty. Young women wear their hair long and care for it like a treasure. What can I say about the exclamations of sympathy in the Ruka, when I showed up there as bald as an alien among those gorgeous golden women with their abundant pre-Raphaelite manes. Manuel packed a bag with a few items of clothing and his manuscript, which he's planning to discuss with his editor, and called me to the living room to give me some instructions before going to Santiago. I came out with my backpack and my ticket in hand and announced that he'd be enjoying my company, compliments of Don Lionel Schnake. "Who's going to stay with the animals?" he asked weakly. I explained that Juanito Corrales was going to take Joaquin to his house and would come over once a day to feed the cats. It was all arranged. I didn't tell him anything about the sealed letter from the extraordinary Milalobo that I had to discreetly hand to the neurologist, who turned out to be related to the Schnakes, as he was married to one of Blanca's cousins. The network of relationships in this country is like my popo's dazzling spiderweb of galaxies. Manuel couldn't get anywhere by arguing and finally resigned himself to taking me. We went to Puerto Montt, where we caught a flight to Santiago. The trip that had taken me 12 hours by bus on my way to Chiloé took an hour by plane. "What's the matter, Manuel?" I asked when we were about to land in Santiago. "Nothing." "What do you mean, nothing? You haven't spoken to me since we left home. Are you feeling okay?" "Yes." "So you're mad. Your decision to come with me without consulting me is very invasive." "Look, I didn't consult you because you would have said no. It's better to ask for pardon than for permission." "Forgive me." That shut him up, and soon he was in a better mood. We went to a little hotel downtown. Separate rooms because he doesn't want to sleep with me, even though he knows how hard it is for me to fall asleep on my own. And then he invited me to go for pizza and to the cinema to see Avatar, which hadn't yet reached our island and I was dying to see. Manuel, of course, would rather see a depressing movie about a post-apocalyptic world, covered in ash and populated with roaming bands of cannibals, but we flipped a coin, which landed face up, so I won, as usual. It's an infallible trick. Heads I win, tails you lose. We ate popcorn, pizza, and ice cream, a feast for me, who's been eating fresh, nutritious food for months and missing a bit of cholesterol. Dr. Arturo Puga sees patients in the morning at a public hospital, where he saw Manuel, and in the afternoons at his private practice at the Clínica Alemana, in the rich neighborhood. Without the Milalobo's mysterious letter, which I passed to him through the receptionist behind Manuel's back, they might not have allowed me to sit in on the appointment. The letter opened the doors wide for me. The hospital seemed like it was out of a World War II movie, antiquated, enormous, and messy, with pipes showing, rusty sinks, broken tiles, and peeling walls, but it was clean and efficiently run, considering the number of patients. We waited all kindly in his modest office, with Manuel's file and his X-rays on the table. "What is your relation to the patient, señorita?" he asked me. "I'm his granddaughter," I answered without an instant's hesitation, ignoring the stunned look on the aforementioned patient's face. "Manuel has been on a waiting list for a possible operation for 2 years. And who knows how many more will go by before his turn comes, because it is not an emergency. They suppose that if he's lived with the bubble for more than 70 years, he can easily wait a few more. The operation is risky, and due to the characteristics of the aneurysm it is advisable to postpone it as long as possible, in the hope that the patient will die of something else, but given the increasing intensity of Manuel's migraines and dizziness, it seems the time has come to intervene. The traditional procedure consists of opening up the skull, separating the brain tissue, inserting a clip to impede the flow of blood to the aneurysm, and then closing it up again. The recovery takes about a year and can have serious consequences. In short, not a very reassuring picture. However, at the Clínica Alemana they can resolve the problem with a tiny hole in the leg, through which they introduce a catheter into the artery, reach the aneurysm by navigating the vascular system, and fill it with a platinum wire, which rolls up like an old lady's chignon inside. There is much less risk. The patient need only stay in the clinic for 36 hours, and convalescence takes about a month. Elegant, simple, and completely out of reach on my budget, doctor said. Manuel, don't worry, Senor Arias, that can be resolved. I can operate without charging you anything. This is a new procedure I learned in the United States, where it is now performed on a routine basis, and I need to train another surgeon to work on my team. Your operation would be like a demonstration class, Puga explained. Or, in other words, a Maestro Chasquilla is going to stick a wire in Manuel's brain, I interrupted, horrified. The doctor burst out laughing and winked at me. Then I remembered the letter and realized it was a conspiracy the Mililobo had cooked up to pay for the operation without Manuel finding out about it until afterward, when he can no longer do anything about it. I agree with Blanca. Between owing one favor or owing two, what difference does it make? In short, Manuel was admitted to the Clínica Alemana, underwent the necessary examinations, and the following day drive. Puga and his supposed apprentice performed the procedure with complete success, as Blanca Schnake left the school in the care of a substitute and flew to Santiago as soon as I called her to tell her about the operation. She stayed with Manuel to care for him like a mother during the day, while I was carrying out my investigation. At night she went to her sister's house, and I slept in Manuel's room in the Clínica Alemana on a sofa that was more comfortable than my bed in Chiloé. The cafeteria food was also 5-star quality. I got to have my first shower behind a closed door for many months, but with what I now know, I can never be annoyed with Manuel for banning doors from his house. Santiago has 6 million inhabitants and keeps growing upward in a delirium of high-rises under construction. The city is surrounded by hills and high, snow-capped mountains. It's clean, prosperous, and busy, with well-maintained parks. The traffic is aggressive, because Chileans, apparently so friendly, take their frustrations out behind the wheel. People swarm among the vehicles, selling fruit, television antennae, mints, and whatever else they can think of, and at every stoplight acrobats perform death-defying circus tricks, hoping for a coin. We were lucky with the weather, though some days we couldn't see the color of the sky for the smog. A week after the surgery, we took Manuel back to Chiloé, where the animals were waiting for us. Joaquin received us with a pathetic display of choreography, his ribs sticking out because he had refused to eat in our absence, as a dismayed Juanito explained. We went back sooner than drive. Puga recommended because Manuel didn't want to spend a whole month convalescing in Blanca's sister's house in Santiago, where we were getting in the way, as he said. Blanca asked me to watch my mouth around the family about what we'd discovered of Manuel's past. They are very right-wing, and it would go over very badly. They welcomed us with affection, and all of them, including the teenagers, made themselves available to drive Manuel to his appointments and take care of him. I shared a room with Blanca and got to see firsthand how the rich live in their gated communities, with domestic servants, gardeners, swimming pool, purebred dogs, and 3 cars. Their staff brought us breakfast in bed, ran our baths with aromatic bath salts, and even ironed my jeans. I'd never seen anything like it, and I didn't mind it one bit. I could get used to being rich quite easily. They're not really rich, Maya. They don't have their. In Santiago I felt stifled by the pollution, the traffic, and the impersonal way people treated each other. In Chiloé you can tell if someone is an outsider because they don't say hello in the street. In Santiago someone who says anything to strangers is suspicious. When I got in the elevator at the Clínica Alemana, I said good morning like a moron, and all the other people stared at the wall, so they wouldn't have to answer me. I didn't like Santiago. I couldn't wait to get back to our island, where life flows like a gentle river, and there is pure air, silence, and time to finish your thoughts. Manuel's recovery will take a while. He still gets headaches, and his energy level is low. Dr. Puga's orders were explicit. He has to swallow half a dozen pills a day, take it easy until December, when he has to return to Santiago for another scan, avoid strenuous physical exertion for the rest of his life, and trust in fate or God, depending on his beliefs, because the platinum wire is not 100% infallible. I'm thinking that it couldn't do any harm to consult a Maki, just in case. Blanca and I decided to wait for a suitable opportunity to talk to Manuel about what we have discovered, without pressuring him. For the moment we're taking care of him as well as we can. He's used to the authoritarian ways of Blanca and this gringa who lives in his house, so our recent kindness has him on tenterhooks. He thinks we're hiding the truth from him, and that his condition is much more serious than drive. Puga let on. If you're planning to treat me like an invalid, I'd rather you left me alone, he grumbles. With a map and a list of places and people, provided by Father Leon, I was able to reconstruct Manuel's life in the key years between the military coup and his departure into exile. In 1973 he was 36 years old, one of the youngest professors in the Faculty of Social Sciences. He was married, and as far as I've deduced, his marriage was a bit shaky. He wasn't a communist, as the Milalobo believes, or a member of any other political party either, but he sympathized with the steps Salvador Allende was taking and participated in some of the huge demonstrations in support of the government. When the military coup happened, on Tuesday, September 11, 1973, the country was divided into two irreconcilable halves. No one could remain neutral. 2 days after the coup, the curfew imposed for the first 48 hours was lifted, and Manuel went back to work. He found the university occupied by soldiers armed for war, in combat uniforms and with their faces blackened with grease paint so they wouldn't be recognized. He saw that violence was so unimaginable in Chile, proud of its democratic institutions and civil society, that Manuel, with no inkling of the gravity of what had happened, walked into the nearest police station to ask about his colleagues. He didn't walk back out. They took him blindfolded to the National Stadium, which had been turned into a detention center. There were thousands of people there who had been arrested in those 2 days, battered and hungry, sleeping on the cement floor and spending the day sitting in the stands, silently begging not to be included among the unfortunate ones taken to the infirmary to be interrogated. They could hear the victims' screams, and at night, the gunshots of the executions. Those who'd been arrested were kept incommunicado, with no contact with their relatives, who were, however, allowed to leave packages of food and clothing, in the hope that the guards would give it to those it was intended for. Manuel's wife, who belonged to the MIR, Movimiento de Izquierda Revolucionario movement of the revolutionary left, the group most persecuted by the military, immediately escaped to Argentina and from there to Europe. She wouldn't see her husband again for 3 years, when they'd both been granted asylum in Australia. A hooded man passed through the stands in the stadium, weighed down by a burden of guilt and grief, closely guarded by 2 soldiers. The man pointed out supposed Socialist or Communist Party members, who were immediately taken into the bowels of the building to be tortured or killed. By mistake or out of fear, the ill-fated hooded man pointed to Manuel Arias. Day by day, step by step, I traced the root of his torment, and in the process I felt the indelible scars the dictatorship left in Chile and on Manuel's soul. Now I know what is hidden behind appearances in this country. Sitting in a park facing the Mapocho River, where tortured corpses used to float past in the 70s, I read the report of the commission that investigated the atrocities, an extensive tale of suffering and cruelty. A priest, a friend of Father Lyons, gave me access to the archives of the Vicarage of Solidarity, an office of the Catholic Church that helped the victims of the repression and kept track of the disappeared, defying the dictatorship from within the very heart of the cathedral. I examined hundreds of photographs of people who were arrested and then vanished without a trace, almost all of them young, and the reports from women who were still looking for their children, their husbands, and sometimes their blood-stained archives, of interest only to mice. Like many other prisoners, he never knew what it was his torturers wanted to hear, and finally he understood that it didn't matter. They didn't know what they were looking for either. These weren't really interrogations, but punishments to establish an oppressive regime and root out any glimmer of resistance in the population. The pretext was weapons caches, which Allende's government had supposedly handed over to the people, but months later they hadn't found any, and no one believed in those imaginary arsenals anymore. The people were paralyzed by terror, the most efficient method to impose the icy order of the barracks. It was a long-term plan to completely change the country. During the winter of 1974, Manuel was held in a mansion on the outskirts of Santiago that had belonged to a powerful family called the Grimaldis, of Italian origin, whose daughter was arrested so they could later trade her freedom for the house. The property fell into the hands of the Dirección de Inteligencia Nacional National Intelligence Agency, the infamous DINA, the Chilean secret police, whose emblem was an iron fist. The DINA was responsible for many crimes, including some outside the country, such as the assassination in Buenos Aires of the ousted commander-in-chief of the armed forces and of a former government minister in the heart of Washington, a few blocks from the White House. Villa Grimaldi became the most feared of the interrogation centers, where 4,500 prisoners were held, many of whom did not come out alive. At the end of my week in Santiago, I paid my obligatory visit to Villa Grimaldi, which is now a quiet garden haunted by the memory of those who died there. When the moment came, I just couldn't go by myself. My grandmother believes that places get marked by human experiences, and I didn't have the courage to face this one without a friendly hand. Evil and pain are forever trapped in that place. I asked Blanca Schnake, the only person other than Liliana and Father Leon I'd told about what I was trying to find out, to accompany me. Blanca made a weak attempt to talk me out of it. Why keep delving into something that happened so long ago? But she had a feeling that the key to Manuel Arias's life was there, and her love for him was stronger than her reluctance to confront something she'd rather ignore. Okay, Gringuita, let's go right away, before I change my mind, she said. Villa Grimaldi, now called the Park for Peace, is a couple of green acres of sleepy trees. Not much, the dead and disappeared. A guide told us about the way the prisoners were treated, the most common forms of torture used, with schematic drawings of human shapes hanging by their arms, or with their heads submerged in water barrels, iron cots rigged up to electricity cables, women raped by dogs, men sodomized by broom handles. One of the 266 names I found on a stone wall was that of Felipe Vidal, and so I was able to fit the last piece of the puzzle into place. In the desolation of Villa Grimaldi, the Professor Manuel Arias met the journalist Felipe Vidal. There they endured terrible suffering together, and one of them survived. Blanca and I decided that we have to talk to Manuel about his past. We wish Daniel were here to help us. In an intervention of this kind, the presence of a professional could come in very handy, even if it is a rookie psychiatrist like him. Blanca maintains that Manuel's experiences should be treated with the same care and delicacy his aneurysm requires. They're encapsulated in a memory bubble that, if it suddenly bursts, could destroy him. That day Manuel had gone to Castro to look for some books, and we took advantage of his absence to make dinner, knowing he always comes back at sunset. I started to bake bread, as I tend to do when I'm nervous. It calms me down. To knead the dough firmly, shape it, wait for the big raw loaf to rise under a white linen tea cloth, bake it until it is golden brown, and then serve it to my friends still warm, a patient and sacred ritual. Blanca cooked Francis's infallible chicken with mustard and streaky bacon, Manuel's favorite, and brought chestnuts in syrup for dessert. The house was cozy, fragrant with the scent of bread fresh from the oven and the stew cooking slowly in an earthenware pot. It was quite a chilly afternoon, calm, with the sky gray and no wind. Soon there would be a full moon and another meeting of sirens in the Ruka. Since the aneurysm operation, something has changed between Manuel and Blanca. Their aura is shining, as my grandma would say, they have that twinkling light of the recently dazzled. There are also other less subtle signs, like the complicity in the way they look at each other, touching all the time, the way they both guess each other's intentions and desires. On the one hand, I'm very happy, as it is what I've been trying to bring about for many months, and on the other hand, I'm a bit worried about my future. What's going to happen to me when they decide to plunge into that love they've been postponing? Castro, are we celebrating someone's birthday? He asked, sniffing the air. We're celebrating friendship. This house has changed so much since our Gringuita got here, Blanca remarked. You mean the mess. I mean the flowers, the good food, the company, Manuel. Don't be ungrateful. You're going to miss her a lot when she goes. Is she planning on leaving? No, Manuel. I plan on marrying Daniel and living here with you and the 4 kids we're going to have, I said sarcastically. I hope your beau approves of that plan, he said in the same tone. Why wouldn't he? It's a perfect plan. You two would be bored to death on this craggy island, Maya. Outsiders who retire here are disenchanted with the world. Nobody comes here before they've even started to live. I came to hide, and look what I've found. You two and Daniel, safety, nature, and a town of 300 chilotes to love. Even my popo is at home here. I've seen him walking on the hill. You've been drinking, exclaimed Manuel in alarm. I haven't touched a drop, Manuel. I knew you wouldn't believe me, that's why I haven't told you. That was an extraordinary night, when everything conspired to enable confidences. The bread and the chicken, the moon peeking out from between the clouds, the tried and true sympathy we had for each other, the conversation peppered with anecdotes and little jokes. They told me how they'd met, the first impression each had made on the other. Manuel said that when she was young, Blanca was very beautiful, and she still is. Back then she was a golden Valkyrie, all legs, shiny hair, and white teeth, who radiated the security and cheerfulness of someone who has been very spoiled. I should have detested her, she was so privileged, but she won me over with her kindness. It was impossible not to love her. But I was in no shape to court anyone, much less a young woman as far out of my league as she was. For Blanca, Manuel had the attraction of the forbidden and dangerous. He came from a world that was opposite to hers, belonged to another social sphere, and represented the political enemy, although she was prepared to accept him as a guest of her family. I told them about my house in Berkeley, about why I look Scandinavian, and about the only time I saw my mother. I told them about some of the characters I met in Las Vegas, about a woman who weighed 400 pounds and had a fondling voice, who earned her living doing phone sex, or a couple of transsexual friends of Brandon Lehman's, who got married in a formal ceremony, her in a tuxedo and him in white organza. We took our time over dinner and then sat, as we usually did, to watch the night through the window, them with their glasses of wine, me with a cup of tea. Blanca was on the sofa close to Manuel, and I was on a cushion on the floor with Joaquin, who's been suffering from separation anxiety ever since we left him to go to Santiago. He keeps his eye on me all the time and never leaves my side. It's a drag. I have the impression that this little party is a bit of a ruse, Manuel said. Eventually. For days now there's been something floating in the air. Let's cut to the chase, girls. You've thwarted our strategy, Manuel. We were planning to broach the subject diplomatically, said Blanca. What is it you want? Nothing, just to talk. About what? And then I told him that over the past few months I had taken it upon myself to investigate what had happened to him after the military coup, because I thought his memories were poisoning him from within, inflamed like an ulcer. I begged his forgiveness for meddling. I'd only done it because I cared for him so much. I was so sad to hear him suffering in his sleep when the nightmares assaulted him. I told him that the rock he was carrying on his shoulders was too heavy. It was crushing him, only letting him live half a life. It was as if he was just marking time till he died. He'd closed up so much he couldn't feel joy or love. I added that Blanca and I could help him to carry that weight. Manuel didn't interrupt me. He'd turned very pale, breathing like a tired dog, holding Blanca's hand, with his eyes closed. Do you want to know what Gringuita discovered, Manuel? Blanca asked in a murmur, and he nodded silently. I confessed that in Santiago, while he was recovering from the operation, I had combed through the archives of the Vicarage of Solidarity and talked to the people Father Leon had put me in touch with. 2 lawyers, a priest, and one of the authors of the Rettig report, compiled by the National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation, which documents more than 3,500 human rights violations committed during the dictatorship. Among those cases was that of Felipe Vidal, my Nini's first husband, and also that of Manuel Arias. I didn't participate in that report, didn't testify before that commission, said Manuel, his voice cracking. Father Leon gave a statement on your behalf. You told him the details of those 14 months you were detained, Manuel. You'd just come out of the Tres Alamos concentration camp and you stayed with Father Leon in Don Lionel's home. I don't remember that. The priest remembers, but he couldn't tell me, because he considers it a secret of the confessional. He only pointed me in the right direction. Felipe Vidal's case was reported by his wife, my Nini, before she went into exile. I told Manuel what I had discovered during that vital week in Santiago and that Blanca and I had visited Villa Grimaldi. The name of the place didn't provoke any reaction from him. He had a vague notion that he'd been there, but in his mind he mixed it up with other detention centers. In the 30-some years since then, his mind had eliminated that experience from his memory. He remembered it as if he'd read it in a book, not as something personal, although he has scars and burn marks on his body and can't lift his arms above shoulder height, because they were dislocated. I don't want to know the details, he told us. Blanca explained that the details were intact somewhere inside him, and it would take immense courage to enter that place, but he wouldn't be going alone. She and I would accompany him. He was no longer a powerless prisoner in the hands of his torturers, but he would never be truly free if he didn't confront the suffering of his past. The worst things happened to you in Villa Grimaldi, Manuel. At the end of our tour, the guide took us to see the reconstructed cells. There were some cells that were 4 feet by 6, where several prisoners were kept standing up, wedged in together, for days, even weeks, and only taken out to be tortured. Yes, I was in one of those with Felipe Vidal and other men. They didn't give us water. It was an unventilated box. We were soaking in sweat, blood, excrement, Manuel stammered, doubled over, his head on his knees. And there were other cells that were individual niches, tombs, kennels, the cramps, the thirst. Get me out of here. Blanca and I wrapped him in a circle of arms and chests and kisses, holding him, crying with him. We had seen one of those cells. After a lot of begging, the guide had allowed me to go inside. I had to crawl in on my knees, and once inside I stayed cringing, crouching, unable to change position or move, and after they closed the door I was trapped in total darkness. I couldn't bear more than a couple of seconds and started shouting until they pulled me out by my arms. The prisoners were kept buried alive for weeks, sometimes months. Few made it out of here alive, and they often went crazy, the guide had told us. Now we know we're tired of torturing him and sent him to other detention centers. After completing his sentence of banishment in Chiloé, he was able to go to Australia, where his wife was. She hadn't heard any news of him for more than 2 years, and had assumed he was dead. She'd started a new life into which the traumatized Manuel did not fit. They soon got divorced, as did most couples in exile. In spite of it all, Manuel had more luck than a lot of refugees, because Australia is a welcoming country. He found work there in his profession and wrote 2 books, while he kept himself numbed with alcohol and fleeting adventures that only accentuated his abysmal solitude. With his second wife, a Spanish dancer he met in Sydney, he lasted less than a year. He was incapable of trusting anyone or of surrendering to a loving relationship. He suffered episodes of violence and panic attacks. He was irretrievably trapped in his cell in Villa Grimaldi or naked, tied to a metal cot, while his jailers amused themselves with electrical charges. One day, in Sydney, Manuel crashed his car into a reinforced concrete post. An improbable accident even for someone stupefied by liquor, as he was when they found him. The doctors in the hospital, where he spent 13 days in critical condition and a month immobilized, concluded that he'd tried to commit suicide and put him in contact with an international organization that helped victims of torture. A psychiatrist with experience in cases like his visited him while he was still in the hospital. He wasn't able to unravel his patient's traumas, but he did help him to manage his mood swings and episodes of violence and panic, to stop drinking, and to lead an apparently normal existence. Manuel considered himself cured, playing down the importance of his nightmares and his visceral fear of elevators and enclosed spaces. He went on taking antidepressants and got used to solitude. As Manuel was telling us all this, the electricity went off, as always happens on this island at that time, and none of us had gotten up to light the candles. We were sitting very close together in the dark. "Forgive me, Manuel," murmured Blanca after a long pause. "Forgive you. I have only gratitude for you," he said. "Forgive me for my incomprehension and blindness. No one can forgive the criminals, Manuel, but maybe you can forgive me and my family. We sinned by omission. We ignored the evidence, because we didn't want to be complicit. In my case it is worse, because I traveled a lot during those years, and I knew what the foreign press published about Pinochet's government. Lies, I thought, that's communist propaganda." Manuel pulled her close, embraced her. I stood up and felt my weight their legs and curled up on the dilapidated sofa on the other side of Manuel. "So your grandma told you about us, Maya," Manuel said. "That you were friends, nothing else. She never talks about that time. Hardly ever mentions Felipe Vidal. Then how did you know I'm your grandfather?" "My popo is my grandfather," I replied, taken aback. His revelation was so outrageous that it took me a long minute to grasp it. The words were slashing their way through my muddled mind and my confused heart, but their meaning escaped me. "I don't understand," I murmured. "Andres, your dad, is my son," Manuel said. "That can't be. My Nini wouldn't have kept that quiet for more than 40 years. I thought you knew, Maya. You told Drive Puga that you were my granddaughter. So he'd let me sit in on your appointment." In 1964 my Nini was the secretary and Manuel Arias the assistant to the same professor. She was 22 and recently married to Felipe Vidal. He was 27 and had a grant to study for a doctorate in sociology at NYU. They'd been in love as adolescents, but had stopped seeing each other for a few years. Meeting again by chance at the university swept them up in a new and urgent passion, very different from the virginal romance they'd had before. That passion would end in a heart-rending way when he went to New York and they had to separate. Meanwhile, Felipe Vidal's career as a journalist was starting to take off. He spent time in Cuba, oblivious to his wife's deception, and never suspected that the child born in 1965 might not be his. He didn't know of the existence of Manuel Arias until they shared an odious cell, but Manuel had followed the reporter's successes from afar. Manuel and Nydia's love suffered several interruptions, but inevitably reignited whenever they met, until he got married in 1970, the year that Salvador Allende was elected president and the political cataclysm began to gestate that would culminate 3 years later in the military coup. "Does my dad know?" I asked Manuel. "I don't think so." Nydia felt guilty about what had happened between us and was prepared to keep it secret at any cost. She tried to forget and wanted me to forget too. Existence. Maya. I knew that as Andres's daughter, you were my granddaughter, but I didn't dwell on it. I didn't think I'd ever meet you. The reflective, intimate atmosphere of minutes before became very tense. Manuel was my father's father. We shared the same blood. There were no dramatic reactions, no emotional embraces or tears of recognition, no choking up over sentimental declarations. I felt that bitter toughness of my hard times, something I'd never felt in Chiloé. The months of fun, study, and cohabitation with Manuel vanished. Suddenly he was a stranger whose adultery with my grandmother disgusted me. My God, Manuel, why didn't you tell me? The soap opera has nothing on this, concluded Blanca with a sigh. The spell was broken and the air cleared. We looked at each other in the yellowish candlelight, smiled timidly, and then burst out laughing, first hesitantly and then enthusiastically, at how absurd and insignificant this was. Apart from donating an organ or inheriting a fortune, it doesn't matter who my biological grandfather is. Only affection matters, and we're lucky to have each other. My Popo is my grandfather, I repeated. Nobody's questioning that, Maya, he replied. Through my Nini's messages, which she sends to Manuel by way of Mike O'Kelly, I found out that Freddie had been found unconscious on a street in Las Vegas. An ambulance took him to the same hospital where Olympia Pettiford had first met him, one of those lucky coincidences that the Widows for Jesus attribute to the power of prayer. The boy remained in the intensive care unit, breathing through a tube connected to a noisy machine, while the doctors tried to control his double pneumonia, which had him at the gates of the crematorium. Then they had to remove one of his kidneys, which had been crushed in last year's beating, and treat the multiple ailments caused by living rough. Eventually he ended up in a bed on Olympia's ward at the hospital. In the meantime she had set in motion the saving forces of Jesus and her own resources to prevent Child Protective Services or the law from getting their hands on the kid. By the time Freddie was discharged, Olympia Pettiford had obtained judicial permission to take care of him, alleging some illusory kinship and thus saving him from a juvenile detention center or prison. It seems that Officer Arana helped her, after discovering that a boy matching Freddie's description had been admitted to the hospital and any visits to the patient, who was still drifting in that uncertain territory between life and death. The nurse was afraid Arana was intending to arrest her protege, but he convinced her that he only wanted to ask him if he had any news about a friend of his called Laura Barron. He said he was willing to help the kid, and since they were both interested in that, Olympia invited him for a juice and a chat in the cafeteria. She explained that toward the end of last year Freddie had brought a very ill drug addict called Laura Barron to her house, and then he'd vanished. She didn't hear any more about him until he came out of surgery with a single remaining kidney and ended up in a ward on her floor. As for Laura Barron, all she could tell him was that she looked after her for a few days, and as soon as the girl recovered a bit, some relatives took her away, probably to put her in rehab, as she herself had advised them. She didn't know where, and she no longer had the number for the grandmother that the girl had given her. Freddie needed to be left alone, she warned Arana in a menacing tone. The boy knew nothing about that Laura Barron. When Freddie got out of the hospital, looking like a scarecrow, Olympia Pettiford took him to her home and placed him in the hands of the fearsome commando team of Christian widows. By that point the kid had been off drugs for 2 months and only had enough energy to watch television. With the widow's diet of fry-ups he gradually began to recover his strength, and when Olympia reckoned he might be able to run away and return to the hell of addiction, she remembered the man in the wheelchair, whose card she kept between the pages of her Bible, and called him. She withdrew her savings from the bank, bought the tickets, and with another woman for reinforcement took Freddie to California. According to my Nini, they showed up in their Sunday best in the airless little office near the juvenile prison where Snow White, who was waiting for them, works. The story filled me with hope. If anyone in this world can help Freddie, that someone is Mike O'Kelly. Daniel Goodrich and his father attended a conference of Jungian analysts in San Francisco, where the main subject was Carl Jung's Red Book Liber Novus, which has just been published, having been in a bank vault in Switzerland for decades, hidden from the eyes of the world and surrounded by great mystery. Sir Robert Goodrich spent a fortune in her house and put him up in my room, which has been painted a calmer tone than the strident mango color of my childhood and divested of the winged dragon that used to hang from the ceiling and the malnourished children on the walls. My picturesque grandmother and the big house in Berkeley, more cantankerous, rheumatic, and flamboyant than I'd managed to describe, blew the guest away. The Tower of the Stars had been used by the tenant to store merchandise, but Mike sent a bunch of his repentant delinquents to scrape off the dirt and put the old telescope back in its place. My Nini says that reassured my Popo, who had been wandering around the house, bumping into Indian crates and bundles. I abstained from telling her that my Popo is in Chiloé. Maybe he hangs around several places at once. My Nini took Daniel to visit the library, the aging hippies on Telegraph Avenue, the best vegetarian restaurant, the Peña Chilena, and, of course, Mike O'Kelly. That Irish guy is in love with your grandmother, and I think she might not be totally indifferent to him, Daniel wrote to me, but I find it hard to imagine that my grandma could take Snow White seriously, who's a poor wretch compared to my Popo. The truth is that O'Kelly is not that bad, but anyone's a poor wretch compared to my Popo. Freddie was at Mike's apartment, and it sounds like he's changed a lot over these months. Daniel's description doesn't match that of the boy who saved my life twice. Freddie's in Mike's rehab program, sober and apparently in good health, but very depressed. He has no friends, never goes out, and doesn't want to study or work. O'Kelly thinks he needs time and we should have faith that he'll be okay, because he's very young and has a good heart, and that always helps. The kid showed no interest in the photos from Chiloé or the news of me. If not for the fact that he was missing 2 fingers, I'd think Daniel got him mixed up with someone else. My father arrived that Sunday at noon back from some Arab Emirate or other, and had lunch with Daniel. I imagine the 3 of them in the old kitchen, the white serviettes frayed from use, the green ceramic water jug, the bottle of Verramonte Sauvignon Blanc, my dad's favorite, and my Nini's fragrant caldillo de pescado, a Chilean variation on Italian cioppino and French bouillabaisse, as she herself describes it. My friend concluded, erroneously, that my dad cries easily, because he got very emotional when he saw photos of me. He also concluded that I don't take after anyone in my little family. He should see Marta Otter, the Laplander princess. Daniel experienced a day of stupendous hospitality and left with the idea that Berkeley is a exchange news by telephone, a means that offers minimal danger, as long as they don't mention my name. I asked Daniel to come to Chiloé for Christmas, I announced to Manuel. For a visit, to stay, or to come and take you away? He asked. I don't really know, Manuel. What would you prefer? That he stay? I responded without a second's hesitation, surprising him with my certainty. Since it came to light that we're related, Manuel tends to look at me with moist eyes, and on Friday he brought me chocolates from Castro. You're not my boyfriend, Manuel, and get the idea out of your head that you're going to replace my Popo, I told him. It never even occurred to me, silly gringa, he answered. Our relationship is the same as it was before, without endearments or shows of affection and with lots of sarcasm, but he seems like a different person, and Blanca has noticed it too. I hope he's not going to get soft on us and turn into a doddering, sentimental old man. Their relationship has changed too. Several nights a week Manuel sleeps at Blanca's house and leaves me alone, with no more company than 3 bats, 2 eccentric cats, and a lame dog. We've been able to talk about his past, which is no longer taboo, but I still don't dare to be the one to bring it up. I prefer to wait for him to take the initiative, which happens with certain frequency, because now that the lid's off his Pandora's box, Manuel needs to get these things off his chest. I've been able to sketch quite a precise picture of the fate that befell Felipe Vidal, thanks to what Manuel remembers and the detailed report his wife gave to the Vicarage of Solidarity, where they even have in their archives a couple of letters he wrote to her before he was arrested. Violating the security regulations, I wrote to my Nini via Daniel, who got the letter to her, demanding explanations. She answered me by the same route and filled in the blanks in my information. In the chaos of the early days after the military coup, Felipe and Nidia Vidal thought that by keeping a low profile they could carry on their normal existence. Felipe Vidal had hosted a political television program during the 3 years of Salvador Allende's government, more than enough reason for him to be considered suspicious by the military. However, he hadn't been arrested. Nidia thought democracy would soon be restored, but he feared a long-term dictatorship. Something I don't, Compañero Vidal, or is this a hunch? Allende asked. I've taken the country's pulse, and I believe the military is going to rise up in arms, he answered straight back. Chile has a long democratic tradition. Nobody takes power by force here. I know how serious this crisis is, compañero, but I trust the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and our honorable soldiers. I know they'll carry out their duty, said Allende in a solemn tone, as if speaking for posterity. He was referring to General Augusto Pinochet, who he'd recently appointed, a man from a provincial military family, who came highly recommended by his predecessor, General Prats, who had been removed from office by political pressure. Vidal reproduced this exact conversation in his newspaper column. 9 days later, on Tuesday, September 11th, he heard the president's last words over the radio saying farewell to the people before dying, and the sound of bombs falling on the Palacio de la Moneda, the presidential palace. Then he prepared for the worst. He didn't believe the myth of the civilized conduct of the Chilean military. He had studied history, and there was too much evidence to the contrary. He had a feeling the repression was going to be terrifying. The military junta declared a state of war, and among the immediate measures imposed was strict censoring of the media. No news circulated, only rumors, which official propaganda did not attempt to quash. Sowing terror suited their aims. There was talk of concentration camps and torture centers, thousands and thousands of people detained, exiled, and killed, tanks leveling working-class neighborhoods, soldiers shot by firing squad for refusing to obey orders, prisoners thrown into the sea from helicopters, tied to pieces of rail and sliced open so they'd sink. Felipe Vidal took note of the soldiers armed with weapons of war, the tanks, the din of military trucks, the buzzing of helicopters, people brutally rounded up. Nidia ripped the posters of protest singers off the walls and gathered up the books, including innocuous novels, and went to throw them in a garbage dump. She didn't know how to burn them without attracting attention. It was a futile precaution. Hundreds of compromising articles, documentaries, and recordings of her husband's journalistic work existed. The idea that Felipe should go into hiding was Nidia's. That way they could worry less. She suggested he go down south, to stay with an aunt. Doña Ignacia was a quite peculiar octogenarian, who had spent 50 years receiving dying people in her house. 3 maids, almost as old as she was, seconded her in the noble task of helping the known to be haunted. Felipe Vidal didn't believe in that sort of thing, but by letter he admitted to his wife that the furniture moved on its own, and it was hard to sleep at night due to the inexplicable slamming of doors and banging on the ceiling. The dining room was often used as a funeral chapel, and there was a cupboard full of dentures, spectacles, and medicine bottles left behind by guests when they departed for heaven. Doña Ignacia took in Felipe Vidal with open arms. She didn't remember who he was and assumed he was another patient sent by God, so she was a bit surprised by how healthy he looked. The house was a square colonial relic made of adobe and tiles, with a central patio. The rooms opened off a gallery, where dusty potted geraniums languished and hens wandered around, pecking at the floor. The beams and pillars were twisted, the walls cracked, the shutters unhinged from use and tremors. The roof leaked in several spots, and gusts of wind and souls in purgatory tended to move the statues of saints that adorned the rooms. It was the perfect antechamber to death. Freezing, damp, and as gloomy as a cemetery, but to Felipe Vidal it seemed luxurious. The room he was given was as big as their whole apartment in Santiago, with a collection of heavy furniture, barred windows, and a ceiling so high that the depressing paintings of biblical scenes had to be hung at an angle so they could be appreciated from below. The food was excellent. Aunt Ignacia had a sweet tooth and spared no expense on her moribund guests, who stayed very quiet in their beds, warbling as they breathed and barely touching their meals. From that provincial refuge Felipe tried to pull some strings to clarify his situation. He was unemployed. The television station had been taken over and the newspaper he wrote for was shut down, the building burned to the ground. His face and his pen were identified with the left-wing press. He couldn't even dream of getting work in his profession, but he had enough savings to live on for a few months. His immediate problem was to find out if he was on the blacklist and, if so, to get out of the country. He sent messages in code and made discreet inquiries by phone, but his friends and acquaintances refused to answer him or got tongue-tied with excuses. After 3 months he was drinking half a bottle of pisco a day, depressed and ashamed because while others were fighting clandestinely against the military dictatorship, he was dining like a prince at the expense of a demented old lady who stuck a thermometer in his mouth at regular intervals. He was dying of boredom. He refused to watch television, so he wouldn't have to hear. He had to participate, because that was the sole condition Doña Ignacia insisted on in exchange for room and board. During that period he wrote several letters to his wife, giving her the details of his existence, 2 of which can be read in the archives of the Vicarage of Solidarity. He began to go out gradually, first as far as the door, then to the bakery on the corner and the newspaper kiosk, and soon for a stroll around the plaza or to the cinema. He found that summer had burst out and people were preparing to go on vacation with an air of normality, as if helmeted soldiers patrolling with automatic rifles were a regular part of the urban landscape. Christmas went by, and the year 1974 began far from his wife and son, but in February, after 5 months living like a rat, without any proof that the secret police was on the lookout for him, he calculated that the time had come to return to the capital and put the broken pieces of his life and family back together. Felipe Vidal said goodbye to Doña Ignacia and the servants, who filled his suitcase with cheeses and pastries, overcome with emotion because he was the first patient in half a century who instead of dying had gained 20 pounds. Wearing contact lenses, with his mustache shaved off and his hair cut short, he was unrecognizable. In Santiago he decided to occupy his time by writing his memoirs, since the circumstances were still not favorable for finding a job. A month later, his wife left work, stopping to pick up their son Andres at school and buy something to cook for dinner. When she got back to the apartment, she found the door smashed open and the cat lying across the threshold with his head crushed. Nydia Vidal followed the usual route, asking after her husband, along with the hundreds of other anguished people who stood in lines outside police stations, prisons, detention centers, hospitals, and morgues. Her husband was not on the blacklist. He wasn't registered anywhere, he'd never been arrested. Don't look for him, Senora, he probably ran off with his lover to Mendoza. Her pilgrimage would have continued for years if she hadn't received a message. Manuel Arias was in Villa Grimaldi, which had recently been inaugurated as headquarters of the DINA, in one of the torture cells, standing up, crushed against other motionless prisoners. Among them was Felipe Vidal, who everyone knew from his television program. Of course, Vidal could not have known that one of his cellmates, Manuel Arias, was the father of Andres, the boy he considered his son. After 2 days they took Felipe Vidal away to interrogate him, and he never came back. The prisoners used to communicate by heart attack on the grill while being tortured with electric shocks. His remains, like those of so many others, were thrown into the sea. Getting in touch with Nydia became an obsession for Manuel. The least he could do for that woman he had so loved was to prevent her from wasting her life looking for someone who was already gone and warn her to escape before they disappeared her too. It was impossible to get messages out of Villa Grimaldi, but by a miraculous coincidence, around that time the Red Cross made its first visit. The denunciations of human rights violations had gone all around the world by then. They had to hide the inmates, clean up the blood, and dismantle the electrified racks for the inspection. Manuel and others who were in better shape were cured as much as they could be, bathed, given clean clothes, and presented before the observers with the warning that their families would suffer the consequences of the slightest indiscretion. Manuel made use of the only seconds he had to whisper a couple of phrases to one of the members of the Red Cross delegation to get a message to Nydia Vidal. Nydia received the message, knew who it came from, and had no doubt that it was true. She got in contact with a Belgian priest she knew who worked at the vicarage, and he arranged to get her and her son into the Honduran embassy, where they spent 2 months waiting for safe conduct passes to leave the country. The diplomatic residence was overrun with dozens of men, women, and children, who slept on the floor and kept the 3 bathrooms permanently occupied, while the ambassador tried to arrange for people to go to other countries. His own was full and couldn't receive any more refugees. The task seemed endless. Ever more people persecuted by the regime kept jumping over the wall from the street and landing in his patio. He managed to get Canada to agree to take 20, among them Nydia and Andrés Vidal, rented a bus, put diplomatic plates and 2 Honduran flags on it, and, accompanied by his military attaché, personally drove the 20 exiles to the airport and then escorted them to the door of the plane. Nydia was determined to give her son a normal life in Canada, free from fear, hatred, and bitterness. She told the truth when she explained that his father had died of a heart attack, but she omitted the horrendous details. The boy was too young to take them in. The years went by without finding an opportunity, or a good reason, to elaborate on the circumstances of that death, but now that I had dug up the pack before opening it, because it came from Seattle. It contained the letter I was so desperate for, long and informative, but without the passionate language that would have put my doubts about Daniel to rest. He also sent photos he took in Berkeley. My Nini, looking better than last year, because she dyed her hair to cover up the gray, on the arm of my dad in his pilot's uniform, as handsome as ever. Mike O'Kelly standing up, leaning on his walker, with the torso and arms of a wrestler and legs atrophied by paralysis. The magic house in the shadow of the pines on a resplendent fall day. San Francisco Bay spattered with white sails. There was only one shot of Freddie, possibly taken unbeknownst to the kid, who wasn't in any of the others, as if he'd avoided the camera on purpose. That sad, scrawny, hungry-eyed being looked just like the zombies in Brandon Lehman's building. Controlling his addiction might take my poor Freddie years, if he ever manages to. In the meantime, he's suffering. The package also included a book about organized crime, which I'll read. And a long magazine article about the most wanted counterfeiter in the world, a 44-year-old American called Adam Trevor, arrested in August at the Miami airport en route from Brazil, trying to enter the United States with a fake passport. He'd fled the country with his wife and son in mid-2008, outwitting the FBI and Interpol. Incarcerated in a federal prison, facing the possibility of spending the rest of his life behind bars, he worked out that he might as well cooperate with the authorities in exchange for a shorter sentence. The information provided by Trevor could lead to the dismantling of an international network capable of influencing the financial markets from Wall Street to Beijing, said the article. Trevor began his counterfeit industry in the southern state of Georgia and then moved to Texas, near the permeable border with Mexico. He set up his money manufacturing machine in the basement of an old shoe factory, closed down several years earlier, in an industrial zone that was very active during the day and dead at night, when he could transport the material without attracting attention. The bills he made were as perfect as Officer Arana had told me in Las Vegas. He acquired offcuts of the same starch-free paper used for authentic money, and he developed an ingenious technique to incorporate the metallic security band. Not even the most expert teller could detect them. Furthermore, one part of his production was $50 bills, which were rarely subject to the same scrutiny as higher denomination bills. The magazine repeated what Arana had said, that the counterfeit dollars were always sent outside the United States, where organized criminals make brother in Las Vegas $500,000 to look after. This brother had been murdered before telling him where he'd hidden the loot. Nothing would have been discovered if his brother, a small-time drug dealer who went by the name Brandon Lehman, hadn't started spending it. In the ocean of cash in the Nevada casinos, the bills would have passed for years without being detected, but Brandon Lehman also used them to bribe police officers, and with that clue the FBI began to get to the bottom of things. The Las Vegas Police Department had kept the bribery scandal more or less under wraps, but something leaked to the press. There was a superficial cleanup to calm the public's indignation, and several corrupt officers were fired. The journalist finalized his report with a paragraph that scared me. 500,000 counterfeit dollars are irrelevant. The essential thing is to find the printing plates, which Adam Trevor gave his brother to hide, before they fall into the hands of a terrorist group or a government like that of North Korea or Iran, interested in saturating the market with counterfeit dollars and sabotaging the American economy. My grandmother and Snow White are convinced that there is no longer any such thing as privacy. People can find out the most intimate details of other people's lives, and no one can hide. All you have to do is use a credit card, go to the dentist, get on a train, or make a phone call to leave an indelible trail. Nevertheless, every year hundreds of thousands of children and adults disappear for different reasons. Kidnapping, suicide, murder, mental illness, accidents. Many are running away from domestic violence or the law. Some join a sect or travel under a false identity, not to mention the victims of sex trafficking or those exploited and forced to work as slaves. According to Manuel, there are actually 27 million slaves right now, in spite of slavery having been abolished all over the world. Last year, I was one of those disappeared persons, and my Nini was unable to find me, although I didn't make any special effort to hide. She and Mike believe that the U.S. government, using terrorism as a pretext, spies on all our movements and intentions, but I doubt they can access billions of email messages and telephone conversations. The air is saturated with words in hundreds of languages. It would be impossible to put the hullabaloo of that Tower of Babel in order and decipher it all. They can, Maya. They have the technology and millions of insignificant bureaucrats whose only job is to spy on us. Francisco in January. It turns out that one of those innocents, her friend Norman, that hateful genius who helped her hack into my email and cell phone in Berkeley, started sending jokes about bin Laden around the internet, and within a week 2 FBI agents showed up at his house to interrogate him. Obama has not dismantled the domestic espionage mechanisms set up by his predecessor, so no precaution is too great, my grandmother maintains, and Manuel Arias agrees. Manuel and my Nini have a code for talking about me, the bookies. Writing is me. For example, to give my grandma an idea of how I've adapted to Chiloé, Manuel tells her that the book is progressing better than expected, hasn't yet come up against any serious problem, and the Chilotes, normally so insular, are cooperating. My Nini can write to him with somewhat more freedom, as long as she doesn't do so from her own computer. That's how I found out that my dad's divorce had been finalized, that he was still flying to the Middle East, and that Susan came back from Iraq and was assigned to the security detail at the White House. My grandma keeps in touch with her. They became friends in spite of the run-ins they had at first, when she butted in on her daughter-in-law's privacy too much. I'll write to Susan too as soon as my situation gets back to normal. I don't want to lose her. She was very good to me. My Nini is still working at the library, volunteering at the hospice, and helping O'Kelly. The club of criminals was in the news all over the states because two of its members discovered the identity of an Oklahoma serial killer. Through logical deduction, they achieved what the police, with their modern investigation techniques, had not managed to. This notoriety has provoked an avalanche of applications to join the club. My Nini thinks they should charge the new members a monthly fee, but O'Kelly says they'd lose the idealism. Those printing plates of Adam Trevor's could cause a cataclysm in the international economic system. They're the equivalent of a nuclear bomb, I told Manuel. They're at the bottom of San Francisco Bay. We can't be sure of that, but even if they were, the FBI doesn't know it. What are we going to do, Manuel? If they were looking for me before on account of a bundle of counterfeit bills, now that they know about the plates, they have even more reason to look. They're really going to mobilize to find me now. Friday, November 27, 2009. Third woeful day. I haven't gone to work since Wednesday, haven't left the house, taken off my pajamas, or eaten. Way up high, in the light of happiness, then came the fall, like a bird shot through the heart. I've spent 3 days beside myself, screaming and wailing about my love and my mistakes and my aching heart, but today, finally, I said, enough. I took such a long shower I emptied the water tank, washed away my sorrows with soap, and sat in the sun on the terrace to wolf down the toast with tomato marmalade that Manuel made and which had the virtue of returning me to sanity, after my alarming attack of romantic dementia. I was able to tackle my situation with something approaching objectivity, though I knew the calming effect of the toast would be temporary. I have cried a lot and will carry on crying as much as necessary, self-pityingly, for my unrequited love, because I know what will happen if I try to be brave, as I did when my popo died. Besides, nobody cares if I cry. Daniel doesn't hear it, and the world carries on spinning, unmoved. Daniel Goodrich informed me that he values our friendship and wants to keep in touch, that I'm an exceptional young woman, and blah blah blah. In other words, that he doesn't love me. He won't be coming to Chiloé for Christmas. In fact, he never commented on that suggestion, just as he never made any plans for us to meet up again. Our adventure in May was very romantic, and he'd always remember it, more and more hot air, but he has his life in Seattle. When I received this message at juanitocorrales@gmail.com, I thought it was a misunderstanding, a confusion caused by the distance, and I phoned him. My first call, damn my grandmother's security measures. We had a brief, very painful conversation, impossible to repeat without writhing in embarrassment and humiliation, me begging, him backing away. I'm an ugly, stupid alcoholic. No wonder Daniel doesn't want anything to do with me, I sobbed. Very good, Maya, flagellate yourself, Manuel advised me, having sat down beside me with his coffee and more toast. Is this my life? Descend to the darkness in Las Vegas, survive, be saved by chance here in Chiloé, fall totally in love with Daniel, and then lose him. Die, revive, love, and die again. I'm a disaster, Manuel. Look, Maya, let's not exaggerate, this isn't an opera. You made a mistake, but it is not your fault. That young man should be more careful of your feelings. And he calls himself a psychiatrist. He's a jerk. Yeah, a very sexy jerk. We smiled, but I soon burst into tears again. He handed me a paper napkin to blow my nose and hugged me. My book is safe, Maya. I didn't lose anything. I'm going to buy you another computer, I promise. How do you think you're going to do that? I'll ask the Milalobo for a loan. Oh, no you won't. He warned me. Then I'll have to start selling Doña Lucinda's marijuana. There are still several plants in her garden. It's not just the destroyed computer I'll have to replace. I also attack the bookshelves, the ship's clock, the maps, plates, glasses, and anything else in reach of my fury, shrieking like a 2-year-old brat, the most outrageous tantrum of my life. The cats flew out the window, and Faquin hid under the table, terrified. When Manuel came home, About 9 o'clock that night, he found his house devastated by a typhoon and me on the floor, completely drunk. That's the worst, what I'm most ashamed of. Manuel called Blanca, who ran over from her house even though she's not really up to that sort of exertion at her age, and between the two of them they revived me with very strong coffee, washed me, put me to bed, and tidied up the damage. I'd drunk a bottle of wine and the rest of the vodka and liquor de oro I found in the cupboard, and was utterly intoxicated. I started drinking without a second thought. I, who bragged about overcoming my problems, who could go without therapy and Alcoholics Anonymous because I had more than enough willpower and wasn't really an addict, reached for the bottles automatically as soon as that Seattle backpacker dumped me. I admit the cause was a crushing blow, but that's not the point. Mike O'Kelly was right. Addiction is always lying in wait, looking for its chance. I was so stupid, Manuel. It's not stupidity, Maya. It's what's called falling in love with love. What? You don't know Daniel very well. You're in love with the euphoria he produces in you. That euphoria is the only thing that matters to me, Manuel. I can't live without Daniel. Of course you can live without him. That young man was the key to opening your heart. An addiction to love won't ruin your health or your life, like crack or vodka, but you need to learn how to distinguish between the object of your love, in this case Daniel, and the excitement of having your heart opened. Go on, man, you're talking like the therapists in Oregon. You know I've spent half my life closed up like a tough guy, Maya. The same aperture is love. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you're able to love very much, you're also going to suffer a lot. I'm going to die, Manuel. I can't bear this. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me. No, Gringuita, it is a temporary misfortune, small potatoes compared to your tragedy last year. That backpacker did you a favor. He gave you the opportunity to get to know yourself better. I don't have a fucking idea who I am, Manuel. You're on your way to finding out. Do you know who you are, Manuel Arias? Not yet, but I've taken the first steps. You're already farther along and have a lot more time ahead of you than I do, Maya. Manuel and Blanca endured this absurd gringa's crisis with exemplary generosity. They soaked up tears, recriminations, moans of self-pity and guilt, but they wouldn't tolerate me swearing or my insults or any threats of smashing up any more of other people's property, in this case Manuel's. We had a couple of loud fights, which all three of us needed. Everything can't always be so zen. They've had the good grace not to mention my drunkenness or the cost of the destruction, knowing that I'm ready and willing to pay any penance to be forgiven. When I calmed down and saw the computer on the floor, I had a fleeting urge to jump into the sea. How was I going to be able to look Manuel in the face? He must love me a lot, this new grandpa of mine, who should have chucked me out on my ass. This will be the last tantrum of my life. I'm 20 years old now, and it is not cute anymore. I have to get him another computer somehow. Manuel's advice about opening myself up to my feelings keeps ringing in my head. It could have come from my popo or Daniel Goodrich himself. Oh, I can't even write his name without bursting into tears. I'm going to die of sadness. I have never suffered so much. No, it is not true. I suffered more, 1,000 times more, when my popo died. Daniel is not the only one who has broken my heart, like in the Mexican rancheras my Nini hums. When I was 8, my grandparents decided to take me to Denmark to nip in the bud my fantasy of being an orphan. The plan consisted of leaving me with my mother so we could get to know each other, while they went on. My dad, who was opposed to the visit at first and only gave in after combined pressure from me and my grandparents, warned us that the teeth and hair fetish wouldn't be appreciated. Danes don't collect body parts. Though I did have several photographs of my mother, I imagined her to be like the otters at the Monterey Aquarium, because of her last name. In the photos she sometimes sent me at Christmas, she looked thin and elegant and had platinum blonde hair, so it was quite surprising to see her in her house in Odense, looking a bit chubby in track pants, her hair badly dyed the color of red wine. She was married and had 2 children. According to the guidebook my popo bought at the station in Copenhagen. Odense is a charming city on the island of Funen, in central Denmark, birthplace of the famous writer Hans Christian Andersen, whose books occupied a distinguished place on my shelves, beside Astronomy for Beginners, because it belonged to the letter A. This had sparked an argument. My popo insisted on alphabetical order, and my Nini, who worked at the Berkeley Library, assured him that books should be organized by subject. I never found out if the island of Funen was as charming as the guidebook claimed, because we didn't get to see it. Marta Otter lived in a neighborhood of identical houses, with a patch of grass in front, hers set apart from the rest by a clay mermaid sitting on a rock, just like the one I had in a glass ball. She opened the door with an expression of surprise, as if she didn't remember that my Nini had written to her months in advance to announce the visit, had done so again before we left California, and had phoned her the previous day from Copenhagen. She greeted us with formal handshakes, invited us in, and introduced us to her sons, Hans and Wilhelm, 4 and 2 years old, little boys so white they probably glowed in the dark. Inside it was tidy, impersonal, and depressing, in the same style as the hotel room in Copenhagen, where we hadn't been able to shower because we couldn't find the taps, just smooth minimalist surfaces of white marble. The hotel food turned out to be as austere as the decor, and my Nini, feeling swindled, demanded a discount. "You're charging us a fortune, and there aren't even any chairs here," she complained at reception, where there was only a big steel desk and a floral arrangement consisting of an artichoke in a tall glass. The only decoration in Marta Otter's house was the reproduction of quite a good painting by Queen Margrethe. If Margrethe weren't a queen, she'd be more appreciated as an artist. We sat on an uncomfortable gray plastic sofa. My suitcase, at my popo's feet, looked enormous, and my Nini held onto me by one arm so I wouldn't run away. I'd been bugging them for years to take me to meet my mother, but at that moment I was stranger and those albino bunnies, my little brothers. When Marta Otter went to the kitchen to make coffee, I whispered to my popo that if he left me in that house I'd commit suicide. He whispered the same thing to his wife, and in less than 30 seconds they both decided that the trip had been a mistake. It would have been better for their granddaughter to go on believing the legend of the Laplander princess for the rest of her life. Marta Otter came back with coffee in cups so minimalist they had no handles, and the tension relaxed a bit with the ritual of passing the cream and sugar. My whiter-than-white little brothers started watching an animal show on TV with the sound turned down, so they wouldn't bother us. They were very polite. The grown-ups started talking about me as if I were dead. My grandmother pulled out the family album and told my mother about the photos one by one. Naked 2-week-old Maya, curled up on one of Paul Ditson-I's giant hands, 3-year-old Maya in a Hawaiian dress with a ukulele, 7-year-old Maya playing soccer. Meanwhile I was devoting excessive attention to the study of the shoelaces of my new sneakers. Marta Otter said I looked a lot like Hans and Wilhelm, although the only similarity I could see was that all 3 of us were bipeds. I think my appearance was a secret relief to my mother, because I showed no evidence of my father's Latin American genes. In a pinch I might even pass for Scandinavian. 40 minutes. Which felt like 40 hours. Later my grandfather asked to borrow the phone to call a taxi, and soon we were saying goodbye, with no mention at all of the suitcase, which had been growing and now weighed as much as an elephant. At the door Marta Otter gave me a shy kiss on the forehead and said that we'd be in touch and that she'd come to California in a year or 2, because Hans and Wilhelm wanted to see Disney World. "That's in Florida," I explained. My Nini shut me up with a pinch. In the taxi my Nini stated her frivolous opinion that the absence of my mother, far from being a misfortune, had turned out to be a blessing. I got to be raised free and spoiled in the magic house in Berkeley, with its colorful walls and astronomical tower, instead of having to grow up with minimalist Danish decor. I took the glass ball with the little mermaid inside it out of my bag, and when we got out, I left it on the seat of the taxi. After the visit to Marta Otter, I was sullen for months. That Christmas, too. Cheer me up. Mike O'Kelly, miss a minute in her company. She was my confidant, my friend, and my toy. She slept in my bed, ate off my plate, and went everywhere in my arms. She only weighed about 4 pounds. That animal had the ability to calm me down and make me happy, and I didn't think about Marta Otter anymore. Daisy went into heat for the first time when she was a year old. Instinct overcame her shyness, and she slipped outside and ran onto the street. She didn't get very far. A car hit her at the corner and killed her instantly. My Nini, unable to give me the news, phoned my Popo, who left his work at the university to go and pick me up from school. They took me out of class, and when I saw him waiting for me, I knew what had happened before he had a chance to tell me. Daisy. I saw her running, saw the car, saw the inert body of the little dog. My Popo picked me up in his enormous arms, hugged me to his chest, and cried with me. We put Daisy in a box and buried her in the garden. My Nini wanted to get another dog, as much like Daisy as possible, but my Popo said that it was not a question of replacing her, but of trying to live without her. I can't, Popo. I loved her so much. I sobbed inconsolably. That affection is inside you, Maya, not in Daisy. You can give it to other animals, and what's left over you can give to me, my wise grandpa answered. That lesson about grief and love will be useful now, because it is true that I loved Daniel more than I loved myself, but not more than my Popo or Daisy. Bad news, very bad. When it rains it pours, as they say here when misfortunes pile up. First Daniel and now this. Just as I feared, the FBI is on my trail, and Officer Arana showed up in Berkeley. That doesn't mean he's going to come to Chiloé, as Manuel reassures me, but I'm scared. If he's gone to the trouble of looking for me since last November, he's not going to stop now that he's traced my family. Arana turned up at my grandmother's door, in civilian clothes, but flashing his badge. My Nini was in the kitchen, and my dad invited him in, thinking it was something to do with Mike O'Kelly's delinquents. He got a disagreeable surprise when he found out that Arana was investigating a counterfeiting case and needed to ask Maya Vidal, alias Laura Barron, some questions. The case was practically closed, he added, but the girl was in danger, and he had an obligation to the lists of missing girls from all over the country during 2008 on the police department computer. It seemed unnecessary to investigate previous years, because when he met me he could tell I hadn't spent much time living on the street. Runaway teenagers acquire an unmistakable stamp of abandoned very fast. There were dozens of girls on the lists, but he limited his search to those between the ages of 15 and 25, in Nevada and bordering states. In most cases there were photographs, though some were not all that recent. He had a good memory for faces and was able to narrow the list down to just 4 girls, one of whom caught his attention, because the notice coincided with the date when he'd first met Brandon Lehman's so-called niece, June 2008. As he studied the photo and information available, he concluded that Maya Vidal was the one he was looking for. That's how he found out my real name, that of my relatives, and the addresses of the academy in Oregon and my family in California. It turns out that my dad, contrary to what I'd assumed, had looked for me for months and sent my description to every police station and hospital in the country. Arana made a call to the academy, talked to Angie to get the details he lacked, and thus arrived at my dad's old house, where the new occupants gave him the address of my grandparents' big multicolored house. It's lucky that they assigned me to this case instead of another officer, because I'm convinced that Laura, or Maya, is a good girl, and I'd like to help her, before things get complicated for her. I think I can prove that her participation in the crime was insignificant, the officer told them as he wrapped up his explanation. In view of Arana's conciliatory attitude, my Nini invited him to stay for dinner, and my dad opened his best bottle of wine. The policeman pronounced the soup perfect for a foggy November evening. Was it perhaps a typical dish from the lady's country? He'd noticed her accent. My dad told him that the chicken stew was Chilean, as was the wine, and that his mother and he had been born in that country. The officer wondered if they often went back to Chile, and my dad said they hadn't been there in over 30 years. My Nini, hanging on the policeman's every word, kicked her son under the table for talking too much. The less Arana knew about the family, the better. She'd sniffed a little lie in what the officer said, and it had put her on her guard. How was the case going to be closed if they hadn't recovered either the counterfeit money or the plates? She had also read the magazine article about Adam Trevor and had studied the international traffic in counterfeit money for months, considered herself an expert, and knew the commercial and strategic value of those plates. Showing her willingness to cooperate, searched for her in vain, until they received a call from a church in Las Vegas and she went to pick her up, because at that moment Maya's father was at work far away. She found her in terrible shape, unrecognizable. It was very tough to see their little girl, who'd been beautiful, athletic, and smart, turned into a drug addict. At this point in the story my grandmother could barely speak from sadness. My dad added that they put his daughter into rehab in a clinic in San Francisco, but a few days before finishing the program, she had escaped again, and they had no idea where she could be. Maya had turned 20, and they couldn't stop her from destroying her life, if that's what she was set on doing. I'll never know how much Officer Arana believed. It's very important I find Maya soon. There are criminals anxious to get their hands on her, he said, and warned them in passing what kind of sentence could be expected for covering up or being an accessory to a federal crime. The officer drank the rest of the wine, praised the creme caramel, thanked them for dinner, and before leaving gave them his card, in case they got any news of Maya Vidal or remembered any detail that might prove useful to the investigation. Find her, officer, please, my grandmother begged him at the door, her cheeks wet with tears, holding him by the lapels. As soon as the cop was gone, she dried her histrionic tears, put on her coat, grabbed my father, and took him in her jalopy to Mike O'Kelly's apartment. Freddie, who had been submerged in an apathetic silence since his arrival in California, snapped out of his lethargy when he heard that Officer Arana was sniffing around Berkeley. The kid hadn't said anything about what his life was like between the day he left me in the arms of Olympia Pettyford, in November of last year, and his kidney operation, 7 months later, but the fear that Arana might arrest him loosened his tongue. He told them that after helping me, he couldn't return to Brandon Lehman's building, because Joe Martin and Chino would have made mincemeat out of him. He was tied to the building by a strong umbilical cord of desperation, since nowhere else could he find such an abundance of drugs, but going near it posed too great a risk. He'd never have been able to convince those thugs he'd had nothing to do with my escape, as he had after Brandon Lehman's death, when he got me out of the gym just in time. From Olympia's house, Freddie took a bus to a town on the border where he had a friend, and he got by with great difficulty for a while, until the need to return became unbearable. In Las Vegas he knew the terrain, could move around with his eyes closed, knew where to score. He took the precaution of staying far away from the hospital and then in the arms of Olympia Pettyford. When Freddie was still on the street, the bodies of Joe Martin and Chino were found inside a burned-out car in the desert. If the kid was relieved to be free of the thugs, the feeling couldn't have lasted. According to the rumors going around the druggy and delinquent world, the crime had all the hallmarks of a police vendetta. The first bits of news of police department corruption had appeared in the press, and the double murder of Brandon Lehman's associates had to be related. In a city of vice and mafias, bribery was common, but in this case there was counterfeit money involved, and the FBI had stepped in. The corrupt officers tried to contain the scandal every way they could. The bodies in the desert were a warning to those who were thinking of talking more than they should. The guilty parties knew that Freddie had lived with Brandon Lehman and weren't about to let a snotty-nosed drug addict ruin them, though in fact he couldn't identify them, as he'd never seen them in person. Brandon Lehman had given one of those policemen the order to get rid of Joe Martin and Chino, said Freddie, which coincided with what Brandon confessed to me on the trip to Beatty, but he was stupid enough to pay him with counterfeit money, thinking it would circulate without being detected. Things went bad. The money was discovered. The cop took revenge by revealing the plan to Joe Martin and Chino, and that very day they murdered Brandon Lehman. Freddie heard the gangsters receiving their instructions over the phone to kill Lehman, and later deduced that they'd come from a cop. After witnessing the crime, he ran to the gym to warn me. Months later, when Joe Martin and Chino kidnapped me on the street and drove me to the apartment to force me to confess where the rest of the money was, Freddie helped me again. The kid didn't find me tied up and gagged on that mattress by chance, but because he heard Joe Martin talking on his cell and then saying to Chino that they had found Laura Barron. He hid on the third floor, watched them on tenterhooks as they arrived with me, and then saw them leave a short time later. He waited for more than an hour, not knowing what to do, until finally he decided to go into the apartment and find out what they'd done with me. We still didn't know if the voice on the phone that ordered them to kill Brandon Lehman was the same as the one that later told the murderers where to find me. We didn't even know if that voice belonged to the corrupt cop, or even if it was a single person. It could quite easily have been several. Mike O'Kelly and my grandmother didn't go so far in their speculations as to accuse Officer Arana without proof, but they didn't rule him out as a suspect either, just as Freddie didn't rule him out, and for that reason was the same to him if they got their hands on him. My Nini argued that if Arana were that villain, he would have gotten rid of Freddie in Las Vegas, but according to Mike it would be difficult to murder a patient in the hospital, not to mention a protege of the fearsome Widows for Jesus. Manuel went to Santiago for his appointment with Dr. Puga, accompanied by Blanca. In the meantime, Juanito Corrales came to stay with me in the house, so we could get through the fourth Harry Potter. More than a week had passed since I broke up with Daniel, or rather, since he broke up with me. I was still going around sniveling and dazed, feeling as if I'd been beaten up, but I'd gone back to work. We were into the last weeks of classes before summer vacations, and I really couldn't miss them. On December 3rd, Juanito and I went to buy some wool from Doña Lucinda, because I was planning to knit one of my horrendous scarves for Manuel. It was the least I could do. I took our scale, one of the things spared from my destructive rampage, to weigh the wool, because on hers the numbers have disappeared with the tarnish of time, and to sweeten up her day I took her a pear tart. It came out flat, but she'd appreciate it anyway. Her door got jammed in the 1960 earthquake, and since then she uses the back door. You have to go through the patio, past the marijuana plantation, the stove, and the tin drums for dyeing wool, in the midst of the chaos of hens wandering around, rabbits in cages, and a couple of goats, who once provided milk for cheese making and are now enjoying an obligation-free retirement. Joaquin was following us at his sideways trot with his nose in the air, so he got wind of what had happened before going inside and started howling urgently. Soon all the dogs within earshot were imitating him, and their howling was heard even farther away, until a short while later dogs were howling all over the island. In the house we found Doña Lucinda already cold, sitting in her cane chair beside the fire, which had gone out, dressed in her Sunday best, a rosary in her hand and her scant hair neatly done up in a tight bun. Having a premonition that it was her last day in this world, she'd got herself ready so she wouldn't be any bother to anyone once she was dead. I sat on the floor at her side, while Juanito went to tell the neighbors, who were already on their way, alerted by the dog's chorus. On Friday nobody on the island went to work because of the wake, and on Saturday we all went to the funeral. The death of Doña Lucinda was a surprise despite the fact that she was well over 100 years old. Full. They laid the old lady out on the table where she used to weigh out wool and eat, in a plain coffin, surrounded by a profusion of flowers in jugs and plastic bottles. Roses, hydrangeas, carnations, irises. Age had so shrunken Doña Lucinda that her body only took up half the casket, and her head on the pillow was like an infant's. They'd put a couple of brass candlesticks on the table with stubs of candles and her wedding portrait, hand-colored, in which she stood in a wedding dress, holding the arm of a soldier in an antiquated uniform, the first of her 6 husbands, 94 years ago. The island fiscal led the women in a rosary and some out-of-tune hymns, while the men, sitting at tables in the patio, soothed their grief with pork and onion stew and beer. The next day the itinerant priest arrived, a missionary nicknamed 3 Tides for the length of his sermons, which began when the tide was coming in and didn't end until it had gone out and come back again 3 times. He said Mass in the church, which was so crammed with people, smoke from the candles, and wildflowers that I started seeing visions of coughing angels. The casket was in front of the altar on top of a metal frame, covered by a black cloth with a white cross and 2 candelabras, with a basin underneath in case the body leaked, as they told me. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound pretty. The congregation prayed and sang chilote waltzes to the sound of 2 guitars, and then 3 Tides took the floor and didn't give it up for 65 minutes. He began by praising Doña Lucinda and soon veered off onto other subjects like politics, the salmon industry, and soccer, while the faithful nodded off. This missionary had arrived in Chile 50 years ago and still speaks with an accent. When it came time for communion, several people began to shed tears, which was contagious, and soon we were all crying, even the guitarists. When Mass had finished and the bells tolled for the deceased, 8 men picked up the coffin, which weighed almost nothing, and carried it outside at a solemn pace, followed by the whole town, carrying the flowers from the chapel. At the cemetery, the priest blessed Doña Lucinda one more time, and just when they were about to lower her into the ground, the boat builder and his son arrived, all out of breath. They brought a miniature replica of her house to mark the grave, made in a hurry, but perfect. Since Doña Lucinda didn't have any living relatives, and Juanito and I had discovered the body, people filed by, giving us condolences with a somber squeeze of hands calloused from work, before going en masse to the Tavern of the Dead to drown their sorrows in the time-honored way. I was the last to leave the cemetery, as the fog began to rise off the sea. I thought about how much I'd missed Manuel and Blanca during those 2 days of mourning, about Doña Lucinda, so beloved by the community, and about how solitary, by comparison, Carmelo Corrales's burial had been. But most of all I thought about my Popo. My Nini wanted to scatter his ashes on a mountain, as close as possible to the sky, but 4 years have passed, and they're still in the clay urn on her dresser, waiting. I walked up the hill along the path to La Pincoya's cave, hoping to sense my Popo in the air and ask his permission to bring his ashes to this island, bury them in the cemetery looking out to sea, and mark the grave with a miniature replica of his Tower of the Stars. My Popo doesn't come when I call him, though, only when he feels like it, and this time I waited in vain on top of the hill. I've been very susceptible since the end of my love affair with Daniel, easily frightened by ominous premonitions. The tide was coming in, and the mist was getting thicker, but the entrance to the cave could still be glimpsed from above. A little farther away were the heavy shapes of the sea lions snoozing on the rocks. The cliff is a sheer 20-foot drop, cut like a mineshaft, which I've climbed down a couple of times with Juanito. You have to be both agile and lucky, as it would be terribly easy to slip and break your neck. That's why tourists are forbidden to try it. I'll try to sum up the events of these days, as I was told and from what I remember, though my brain's only half functioning, because of the blow. Some aspects of the accident are incomprehensible, but nobody here has any intention of investigating seriously. I spent a long time gazing down at the view, which was rapidly vanishing into the fog. The silver mirror of the sea, the rocks, and the sea lions had disappeared in the gray mist. In December some days are bright and others cold, like this one, with fog or an almost impalpable drizzle that can turn into a heavy shower in no time. That Saturday dawn had broken with a radiant sunrise, but over the course of the morning it began to cloud over. In the cemetery a delicate mist floated, giving the scene an appropriate touch of melancholy for our farewell to Doña Lucinda, the whole town's great-great-grandmother. An hour later, on the hilltop, the world was wrapped in a cottony blanket, like a metaphor for my state of mind. All the rage, embarrassment, disappointment, and tears that unhinged me when I lost Daniel had given way to a vague and changeable sadness, like the fog. This is called unrequited love, which according to man, I felt cold, as the dampness started to seep through my sweater, and fear. Because the solitude was absolute. I sensed a presence that was not my popo, but something vaguely threatening, like a large animal. I ruled it out as another product of my imagination, which plays dirty tricks on me, but at that moment Fauquin growled. He was at my feet, alert, the fur on his back bristling, his tail stiff, showing his teeth. I heard stealthy footsteps. "Who's there?" I called out. I heard 2 more steps and made out a blurred human silhouette in the fog. "Hold the dog, Maya, it is me." It was Officer Arana. I recognized him at once, in spite of the fog and his strange attire, for he seemed disguised as an American tourist, in plaid pants and a baseball cap, a camera hanging in front of his chest. I felt overcome by great weariness, an icy calm. So this is how my year of flight and hiding, a year of uncertainty, was going to end. "Good evening, officer. I've been expecting you. How's that?" he said, approaching. Why should I explain what I'd deduced from my Nini's messages, and what he knew all too well? Why should I tell him I'd been visualizing each inexorable step that he would be taking in my direction, calculating how long it would take him to reach me, awaiting this moment with anguish? When he visited my family in Berkeley, he discovered our Chilean roots. Then he must have checked the date I left the rehab clinic in San Francisco. With his connections it would have been very easy for him to find out that my passport had been renewed and then look through the passenger lists for those days of the 2 airlines that fly to Chile. "This is a very long country, officer. How did you end up in Chiloé?" "Experience. You're looking very well. The last time I saw you in Las Vegas, you were a beggar called Laura Barron." His tone was friendly and informal, as if the circumstances in which we found ourselves were normal. He told me in a few words that after his dinner with my Nini and my dad he waited outside, and just as he'd expected, saw them leave 5 minutes later. He easily got into the house, had a quick look around, found the envelope of photos Daniel Goodrich had brought, and confirmed his suspicion that they had me hidden somewhere. He noticed one of the photos in particular. "A house being pulled by oxen," I interrupted. "That's the one. You were running ahead of the oxen." I found the flag on the roof of the house on Google, and then typed in Tiradura on YouTube. It's incredible how much a computer can simplify an investigation. I got in touch with the people who'd filmed the scenes, and that's how I found a certain Frances Goodrich, in Seattle. I sent her a message saying I was going to Chiloé and would be grateful for any information. We chatted for a while, and she told me that it wasn't her but her brother Daniel who'd been in Chiloé, and she gave me his email address and phone number. Daniel didn't reply to any of my messages, but I found his page, and there was the name of this island, where he'd spent more than a week at the end of May. But there was no reference to me, officer. I've seen that page too. No, but he was with you in one of those photos in your family's house in Berkeley. Until that moment I was reassuring myself with the absurd idea that Arana couldn't touch me in Chiloé without an arrest warrant from Interpol or the Chilean police, but the description of the long journey he'd spent tracking me down brought me back to reality. If he'd gone to so much trouble to find my refuge, he undoubtedly had the power to arrest me. How much did this man know? I backed away instinctively, but he grabbed me almost gently by one arm and reiterated what he'd assured my family, that he only wanted to help me and that I should trust him. His mission concluded when he found the money and the plates, he said. The clandestine press had been dismantled. Adam Trevor was in prison and had given them all the necessary information on the counterfeit dollar trade. He had come to Chiloé on his own account, out of professional pride. He intended to close the case personally. The FBI didn't know about me yet, but he warned me that the mafia linked to Adam Trevor had just as much interest in getting their hands on me, as did the U.S. government. You realize that if I was able to find you, those criminals could too, he said. Nobody can connect me to that, I challenged him, but my tone of voice betrayed my fear. Of course they can. Why do you think that pair of gorillas, Joe Martin and Chino, kidnapped you in Las Vegas? And by the way, I'd like to know how you got away from them, not just once, but twice. They weren't that smart, officer. Having grown up under the wings of the club of criminals, with a paranoid grandma and an Irishman who lent me his detective novels and taught me Sherlock Holmes's deductive method, had to come in handy at some point. How did Officer R caught me shoplifting a video game? The only explanation was that the first time he was the one who'd ordered them to kill Lehman and me, when he discovered he'd been bribed with counterfeit bills, and the second time it was him who called them to tell them where to find me and how to get the location of the rest of the money out of me. That day in Las Vegas, when Officer Arana took me to a Mexican diner and gave me $10, he was out of uniform, and he wasn't wearing it when he went to visit my family or at this very moment on the Hill. The reason was not that he was collaborating undercover with the FBI, as he'd said, but that he'd been fired from the police department for corruption. He was one of the men who'd accepted bribes and done deals with Brandon Lehman. He'd come halfway across the world for the loot, not out of a sense of duty, and much less to help me. I suppose from the expression on my face, Arana realized he'd said too much. Before I could run away down the hill, he seized me in an iron grip. You don't think I'd go away from here empty-handed, do you? He said. You're going to give me what I came looking for, one way or another, but I'd rather not have to hurt you. We can make a deal. What kind of deal? I asked, terrified. You can have your life and freedom. I'll get to close the case, your name won't appear in the report, and no one will be after you anymore. I'll even give you 20% of the money. See how generous I can be. Brandon Lehman put 2 bags of money in a storage lockup in Beatty. Officer. I took them out and burned the contents in the Mojave Desert, because I was afraid I'd be accused of being an accomplice. I swear it is the truth. Do you think I'm an idiot? The money. And the plates. I threw them into San Francisco Bay. I don't believe you. Fucking slut. I'm going to kill you. He shouted. Shaking me. I don't have your fucking money or your fucking plates. Fakin growled again, but Arana kicked him away viciously. He was a muscular man, trained in martial arts and used to violent situations, but I'm no faint-hearted damsel in distress, and I stood up to him, blind with desperation. I knew there was no way Arana was going to let me get away alive. I've played soccer since I was a little girl, and I have strong legs. I aimed a kick as hard as I could at his testicles, but he guessed my intention just in time to dodge, and it landed on his leg. If I hadn't been wearing sandals, maybe I could have broken his leg. Maybe he punched me in the face. I have a broken nose, and I'll have to get some teeth replaced. I saw my popo's hazy face against a translucent white background, layers and layers of gauze floating on the breeze, a bride's veil, the tail of a comet. I'm dead, I thought happily, and abandoned myself to the pleasure of ascending into the void with my grandpa, incorporeal, detached. Juanito Corrales and Pedro Palanchige assure me there was no sign of any black gentleman in a hat around there. They say I woke up for an instant, just when they were trying to lift me, but then I fainted again. I came around from the anesthesia in the Castro Hospital, with Manuel on one side, Blanca on the other, and Carabinero Laurencio Carcamo at the foot of the bed. When you're able, little lady, No sooner, "You can answer a few little questions for me, okay," was his cordial greeting. I wasn't able until 2 days later. Apparently the concussion knocked me right out. The Carabineros investigation determined that a tourist, who didn't speak Spanish, arrived on the island after Doña Lucinda's funeral, went to the Tavern of the Dead, where everyone had congregated, and showed a photo of me to the first person he met at the door, Juanito Corrales. The boy pointed to the steep, narrow path leading up to the cave, and the man set off in that direction. Juanito Corrales went to look for his friend Pedro Palanchague, and together they decided to follow the man, out of curiosity. They heard Joaquin barking at the top of the hill. That led them to the place where I was with the foreigner, and they arrived in time to witness the accident, though due to the distance and the fog, they weren't sure about what they saw. That explained why they contradicted each other about the details. As far as they saw, the stranger and I were leaning over the edge of the cliff, looking at the cave. He stumbled. I tried to catch him. We lost our balance and disappeared. From above, the dense fog prevented them from seeing where we'd fallen, and since we didn't answer their calls, the two boys climbed down, holding on to rocks and projecting roots. They'd done it before, and the earth was more or less dry, which makes the descent easier. It gets very slippery when it is wet. They approached carefully, for fear of the sea lions, but they found that most of them had dived into the water, including the big male that normally guards his harem from a rock. Juanito explained that they found me lying on the narrow strip of sand, but decided it would be better not to move me, and sent Pedro to get help, while he stayed with me, holding me, worrying that the tide would reach us. It didn't occur to them to help the man. They were pretty sure he was dead. Nobody would survive a fall from that height onto the rocks. Pedro climbed the cliff like a monkey and ran to the Carabineros post, which was empty, and from there he went to raise the alarm at the tavern. In a few minutes the rescue was organized. Several men headed up the hill and someone found the Carabineros, who arrived in the jeep and took charge of the situation. They didn't try to hoist me up with ropes, as some who'd had too much to drink were suggesting, because I was bleeding profusely. Someone handed over their shirt to wrap up my split head, and others improvised a stretcher. A lifeboat was on its way, but it took a while, since it had to go halfway around the island. They started to look for the other victim a couple of hours later, when the excitement of getting me moved had died down, but by then it was already dark, and they had to wait till the next day. The report written by the Carabineros is a masterpiece of omission. The undersigned non-commissioned officers, Laurencio Carcamo Ximenez and Humilde Garay Ranquileo, herewith testify to having rescued yesterday, Saturday, December 5, 2009, the United States citizen Maya Vidal, of California, temporary resident of this town, who suffered a fall over the cliff known as the Pincoya, on the northeast side of this island. Said lady is now in stable condition in the Castro Hospital, to which she was transported by Navy helicopter, summoned by the signatories. The accident victim was discovered by Juan Corrales, 11 years of age, and Pedro Palanchague, 14 years of age, natives of this island, who were to be found on the aforementioned cliff. Having been duly interrogated, said witnesses claimed to have seen a second presumed victim fall, a male, foreigner. A photographic camera in bad shape was found on the rocks of the so-called Pincoya cave. Due to the fact that said camera was of the Canon brand, the undersigned conclude that the victim was a tourist. Isla Grande Carabineros are presently attempting to determine the identity of said foreigner. The miners Corrales and Palanchague believe that the two victims slipped on the edge of said cliff, but due to deficient visibility on account of climatic conditions of fog, they are not sure. The young lady, Maya Vidal, landed on the sand, but the gentleman tourist landed on the rocks and died due to the impact. When the dangerousness, before other ladies and other tourists lose their lives, with serious damage to the reputation of said island. Not a word about the foreigner looking for me with a photograph of me in his hand. Nor did they mention that never has a tourist shown up on our little island on his own account, where there are few attractions, aside from the Corinto. They always arrive in groups, brought by the ecotourism agencies. However, no one has questioned the Carabineros report. Maybe they don't want any trouble on the island. Some say the salmon ate the drowned man, and maybe the sea will spit his clean bones up onto the beach one of these days. Others swear that he was taken away in the Kaluk, the ghost ship, in which case we won't even find his baseball cap. The Carabineros interrogated the boys in the presence of Liliana Trevino and Aurelio Nancupel, who stepped up to prevent them from being intimidated. A dozen islanders gathered on the patio, waiting for the results, led by Edgeviges Corrales, who has emerged from the emotional hole she sank into after Azucena's abortion. She's taken off her mourning black and has turned combative. The kids couldn't add anything to what they'd already declared. Carabinero Laurencio Carcamo came to the hospital to ask me questions about how we'd fallen, but he omitted to mention the photograph, a detail that would have complicated matters. His interrogation took place 2 days after the events, and by then Manuel Arias had instructed me that the only answer I should give was. I was confused by the blow to my head, and didn't remember what happened. But I didn't have to lie. The Carabinero didn't even ask me if I knew the alleged tourist. He was interested in the details of the terrain and the fall, because of the security barrier he's been requesting for 5 years now. This servant of the nation had warned his superiors of the dangerousness of said cliff, but that's how things are. You see, young lady, an innocent foreigner has to die before they pay any attention to a person. According to Manuel, the whole town took charge of muddling clues and throwing dirt over the accident to protect the boys and me from any suspicion. It wouldn't be the first time that, given the choice between the stark truth, which in certain cases does nobody any favors, and a discreet silence that might help their own, people opt for the second. Alone with Manuel Arias, I told him my version of events, including the hand-to-hand combat with Arana and how I don't remember anything about falling over the precipice together. It seems to me that we were quite far. How it happened. After knocking me out, Arana might have concluded that I didn't have the plates and that he should get rid of me, because I knew too much. Perhaps he decided to throw me over the cliff, but I'm not light, and maybe he lost his balance in the effort, or maybe Faquin attacked him from behind and he fell with me. The kick must have stunned the dog for a few minutes, but we know he soon recovered, because the boys were guided by his barks. Without Arana's body, which might have given some clues, or the help of the boys, who seemed determined to keep quiet, there's no way to answer these questions. I don't understand how the sea could have taken only him if we were both in the same place, but it could be that I don't know the power of the marine currents in Chiloé. You don't think the boys had something to do with this, do you, Manuel? What? They could have dragged Arana's body to the water, so the tide would carry it out to sea. Why would they do that? Because maybe they pushed him over the edge of the cliff when they saw he was trying to kill me. Get that idea out of your head, Maya, and don't ever say that again, not even in jest. You could ruin Juanito's and Pedro's lives, he warned me. Is that what you want? Of course not, Manuel, but it would be good to know the truth. The truth is that your popo saved you from Arana and from landing on the rocks. That's the explanation. Now don't ask any more questions. They've spent several days searching for the body under orders of the Naval High Command and the port authorities. They brought helicopters, sent out boats, and threw down nets, and 2 scuba divers swam down to the bottom of the sea. They didn't find the dead man, but they rescued a motorcycle from 1930, encrusted with mollusks, like a surrealist sculpture, which will be the most valuable piece in our island's museum. Humilde Garay has covered the coastline inch by inch with Livingston without finding any sign of the unfortunate tourist. He is assumed to have been a certain Donald Richards, because an American registered for 2 nights under that name at the Galleon Azul Hotel in Ancud, slept there one night, and then disappeared. In light of the fact that he didn't come back, the manager of the hotel, who had read about the accident in the local newspaper, supposed it could be the same person and advised the carabineros. In his suitcase they found clothing, a Canon camera lens, and the passport of a Donald Richards, issued in Phoenix, Arizona, in 2009, looking brand new, with a single international stamp, entry to Chile on December 4, the day before the accident. According to the form he filled in when landing in the country, the reason for the trip was tourism. This Richards arrived in Santiago, flew to Puerto Montt the same day, slept one night in the hotel in Ancud, and planned to leave the next morning. An inexplicable itinerary. No one travels from California to Chiloé to stay for 38 hours. The passport confirms my theory that Arana was under investigation by the Las Vegas Police Department and couldn't leave the United States under his real name. Acquiring a fake passport would have been very easy for him. Nobody from the American consulate came to the island to have a look. They were seemingly satisfied by the Carabineros' official report. If they took the trouble to look for the deceased man's family to notify them, they surely would not have found anyone. Among the 300 million inhabitants of the United States, there must be thousands of Richardses. There is no visible connection between Arana and me. I was in the hospital until Friday, and on Saturday, the 12th, they took me to Don Lionel Schneke's house, where I was received like a returning war hero. I was pretty smashed up, with 23 stitches in my scalp, and had to stay on my back, without a pillow and in semi-darkness, because of the concussion. In the operating room they'd shaved half my head so they could sew me up. Apparently it is my destiny to be bald. Since the last shave in September, I'd grown more than an inch of hair and discovered that my natural color is as yellow as my grandma's Volkswagen. My face is still very swollen, but I've seen the Millalobos' dentist, a woman with a German surname, a distant relative of the Schnakes. Is there anyone in this country who's not related to the Schnakes? The dentist said she could replace my teeth. She thought they'd probably be better than the originals and offered to whiten the rest of them for free out of deference to the Millalobo, who had helped her get a bank loan. Favors cannoning off each other, and I'm the beneficiary. By doctor's orders I was supposed to lie down and be left in peace, but there was a constant parade of visitors. The beautiful witches from the Ruca came, one of them with her baby, along with the entire Schnake family, friends of Manuel's, friends of Blanca's, Liliana Trevino and her beau, Drive Pedraza, lots of people from the island, my soccer team, and Father Luciano Leone. I brought you extreme unction for the dying, Gringuita, he said, laughing, and handed me a box of chocolates. He elucidated that the sacrament is now called unction for the sick, and you don't have to be in your death throes to receive it. All in all, not terribly restful. That Sunday I followed the presidential election from my bed, with the Millalobo sitting at my feet, overexcited and a bit unsteady, because his candidate, Sebastián Piñera, the conservative multimillionaire, might win. To celebrate, he drank a whole bottle of champagne by himself. He offered me a glass, and I took the opportunity to tell him that I can't drink because I'm an alcoholic. How unfortunate, Gringuita. That's worse than being a vegetarian, he exclaimed. None of the candidates got enough votes, and there will have to be a second round in January, but Millalobo assures me that his friend is going to win. His explanations of politics are somewhat confusing for me. He admires the socialist president Michelle Bachelet because she has run an excellent government and she's a very fine woman, but he detests the center-left parties, who have been in power for 20 years, and now it is the right's turn, according to him. Also, the new president is his friend, and that's very important in Chile, where everything is arranged through connections and relations. The result of the voting has demoralized Manuel, among other reasons because Piñera made his fortune under the shelter of the Pinochet dictatorship, but according to Blanca things won't change too much. This is the most prosperous and stable country in Latin America, and the new president would have to be very dim-witted to start innovating. You can find a lot of faults with Piñera, but a dimwit's not. He's remarkably astute. Manuel phoned my grandma and my dad to tell them about my accident, without alarming them with gruesome details about my state of health, and they decided to come and spend Christmas with us. My Nini has postponed a reencounter with her country for too long and my dad barely remembers it. It's time they came. They could talk to Manuel without the complications of keys and codes, since with the death of Arana, the danger has disappeared. I no longer have to hide, and I can go home as soon as I can stand up on my own legs. Final pages. A year ago, my family was composed of one dead person, my popo, and 3 living ones, my grandma, my dad, and Mike O'Kelly. Now I have a whole tribe, though we're a bit scattered. That's what I came to realize during the unforgettable Christmas we've just spent in the doorless house of Gualteca's Cypress. It was my 5th day back on our island after spending a week recuperating at the Millalobos. My Nini and my dad had arrived the previous day with 4 suitcases. I'd asked them to bring books, 2 soccer balls and some teaching materials for the school, DVDs of the Harry Potter movies and other presents for Juanito and Pedro, and a PC for Manuel. I promised I'd pay them back in the future somehow. They expected to stay in a hotel, as if we were in Paris. The only room available on this island is an insalubrious room upstairs from one of the fish shops. So my Nini and I slept in Manuel's bed, my dad in mine, and Manuel went to Blanca's place. With the pretext of the accident and having to rest, they didn't let me do anything, pampering me like a guagua, as Chileans call babies before they're potty trained. I still look awful, with purple eyes, a nose like an eggplant, and an enormous dressing on my skull, as well as my broken toes and bruises all over my body that are starting to turn green, but I have some provisional teeth. On the plane, my Nini told her son the truth about Manuel Arias. Since he was strapped in by his seat belt, my dad couldn't make a big scene, but I don't think he'll forgive his mother too easily for 44 years of deception. Manuel and my dad's meeting was civilized. They shook hands, then shyly and clumsily embraced, no long-winded explanations. What could they say? They'll have to get to know each other over the days we'll be spending together and, if there's an affinity, cultivate a friendship to the extent the distance from Berkeley to Chiloé, about the same as a trip to the moon, allows. Seeing them together, I noticed the resemblance. In 30 years my father will be a handsome old man, like Manuel. My Nini's reunion with Manuel, her former lover, wasn't worth writing about either. A couple of lukewarm kisses on each cheek, the way Chileans normally greet each other, that was it. Blanca Schnake kept her eye on them, though I'd already disclosed that my grandmother is awfully probably forgotten all about her fevered love for Manuel Arias. Blanca and Manuel made Christmas dinner. Lamb, absolutely no salmon. And my Nini decorated the house in her kitsch style, with Christmas lights and little paper flags left over from the Fiestas Patrias. We missed Mike O'Kelly a lot. He's spent every Christmas since he and my Nini met with my family. At the table we interrupted and shouted each other down in our haste to tell everything that had happened to us. We laughed a lot, and the good humor went so far as to drink a toast to Daniel Goodrich. My Nini thinks that as soon as my hair grows back, I should go study at Seattle University. That way I could lasso the slippery backpacker. But Manuel and Blanca were horrified at the idea. They think I have a lot of things to resolve before diving into love again. That's true, but I think about Daniel all the time, I told them, and almost burst into tears. You'll get over it, Maya. Lovers are forgotten in the blink of an eye, said my Nini. Manuel choked on a piece of lamb, and the rest of us froze with our forks in the air. When we were having coffee I asked about Adam Trevor's printing plates, which had almost cost me my life. Just as I suspected, my Nini has them. I knew she'd never throw them into the sea, much less now during this worldwide economic crisis threatening to sink us all into poverty. If my depraved grandma doesn't start printing money herself,